What is good, guys, and welcome to Championship Tuesday. Doesn't have the best ring to it, but regardless, we are here in the South American region for the final iteration of the South American series for this season of CCT, and we will have the first two semi-final games, and then afterwards the grand finals. It's going to be an electric day of Counter-Strike. My name is Freddie or Grimmy Renner. I'll be taking you through the semi-finals, but I need to introduce the most important people on this broadcast. I've got Nexus and Atro with me. They will be casting you through. Romania might not be winning today, but we have Atro who's going to still try and whittle in some Romanian propaganda one way or another. Boys, how you doing today?
Appreciate it, man. Just the quick jab at the right side there, you know, right after Nexus just go down.
Kick you while you're down.
Yeah, thanks. The stairs do taste nice. Yeah, I'm feeling great. I've taken a look on down to Fluxo and Swingers. I had the possibility of casting them before they actually got here to the semis, so it's nice to see that they'll be going head to head. At least it's teams that I've seen before and that I know. Well, I've seen all the teams out here play, but teams that I've seen in recent history and teams that honestly do have quite the 50-50 chance in my head. I don't think a lot of people would be echoing that statement. A lot of people might be looking at Fluxo and saying, okay, well, it's Art and Milzen playing really well. It's Kai to still stay here. Pyria is still insane. Like, they're gonna clear. But I think Swingers have got a decent chance at it. They've really had some momentum in their sales, and they've taken down Bestia, so that's a thing. That's something that happened. Isn't it, Nexus? Right.
Are you asking me for validation or to confirm you're not making this up?
Both.
Okay, sure. You're correct. You're right.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I mean, hey, in the quarterfinals, yeah, they need to be best. Yeah, they managed to get here as well. Pretty damn decent, right? I mean, I think Swingers is a team that I honestly haven't seen myself in a good while. I've seen the players, but I haven't actually had the first-hand experience with them just yet. But I remember the names from a few different iterations, a few different teams that they've managed to gather these players in from. So going back into my mind, into the deep vaults of it, I've got, I think, a positive image of the players here that I do remember. Malby, Vidabeast, and Dash mostly as well. That's the main three that immediately jump out to me. So I've got hope. I've got hopes and dreams, but there are a couple of individuals who are going to look to take away those hopes and dreams, and I think they're called Fluxo.
Fluxo, yeah. Talk us through it out here, Freddy. What are Fluxo?
Okay. I feel like we've jumped a few chapters very quickly in this pre-show.
Maybe.
You know what? I'm just going to take back control of this pre-show,
yes,
and
please.
we're going to... I want to look at the bracket first before we headed into the conversation and the main kind of like brunt of this conversation, because I feel like the bracket offers up a lot of talking points and a lot of very interesting parts in the fact that this is our final CCT in South America, and if I look at this semifinals, this is not how I imagine it to go. Like, you've got Swingers beating Bestia, you've got Shinden beating Red Canids. Unfortunately, it's like Adelia Amigo is getting a forfeit win over Sharks, but still, like, I look at the left side of the second game, and I'm thinking, that's our semifinals? Like, what? This must be a surprise to you guys alongside me. Atro, just kind of talk me through what's happened in this bracket.
It's been a lot of weird stuff as well. The fact we have a forfeit win as well coming through in the quarterfinals, and Sharks aren't the ones playing it as well. A lot of invited teams as well, which we saw more stacked CCTs out here for South America before this one, and this being the last one of Season 2, it does kind of feel underwhelming as well. Like, these are our semifinals, yeah, 100%. Red Canids were here, sure, great. Audic were here, that's amazing. Fluxo too, but away from that, 9Z hasn't passed through. We don't have a legacy. We don't have like any Pain, Imperial, anything like that, right? Joining up into the fight. And still, we take a look on down to this game being Fluxo Swingers. It makes me think, okay, it's Fluxo, we get the name value, whatever. They fought their way to get here. But after that, it's Adalia Amigos and Shinden. Like, how does that even happen, you know, remotely in a last affair, last fight, semi-final way to get us out of the CCT out here in South America, you know?
Yeah, it's got a lot of pack storylines. And speaking of pack storylines, we can now go over to the Fluxo roster, because as you mentioned, Fluxo naturally has this name value. You know, they've competed at multiple majors. You obviously look at their roster and you look at people like Art, but this year has been clouded in difficulty and defeat. And alongside that, you also have last year not even making it to the RMR, right? And they did win back-to-back CCT titles, and that's kind of one of the reasons why we still see them with their VRS ranking. But they've got these roster changes. History, I don't think that's, you know, that big of a surprise. Like, you know, he's coming back. He's been in this roster before, but we've got this young 19-year-old Milzen who's come from MIBR Academy to institute him as an aggressive player in the squad to seek the best version of this Fluxo. Talk us through, Nexus, this Fluxo, these roster changes, and maybe why they've got some more pressure on them because of their recent bad results.
I mean, the recent bad results to me are very surprising nonetheless, because I kind of had I remember watching this team originally as well when Art joined. They were looking really good. Like, Art was performing really damn well, as he should. Let's be honest, he should be, and it still is. So I was feeling like, okay, this team, they've got things handled, but I don't know what's really gone all that wrong. So they find themselves in these issues, in these troubles sometimes, right? Someone like Zevi as well being benched. I thought it was pretty good. So there definitely is the pressure of you need to step into those sorts of shoes that have been left vacant, have to fill those, and to that degree, sure, Evolution has done that, I think so, in terms of just the numbers alone so far, yes. But it's on to, I think, Art with the most pressure, having to actually wrangle this together and make sure they can get to that level where they can then, again, contest through the America's qualifiers like that. Majors coming up as well, of course, and that's the big thing as well. That's the big ending point for this iteration, perhaps, or the big goal for this iteration of the team as well. So they got to make it there, I think. And to do that, you got to wrangle these 5 together and hope for the best.
Okay, well, hopefully we have the best iteration of Fluxo, and I think I'm going to be keeping quite a close eye on them with these roster changes. It's been a very big theme with like Red Canids, Bestia, Fluxo. All these teams are making roster changes like now, not at the beginning of the season. And I think that gives the ability for a team like Players to really grasp this opportunity. But as we take a look at the veto, in isolation, their quarterfinal against Bestia yesterday, they picked into Ancient and they beat Bestia on their map pick of Nuke. It was actually a very impressive 2-0. And interesting enough, we don't have players picking into an Ancient. We have them picking into a Train. Is that a surprise, Atro, or is this something that you anticipated?
That is very much a surprise, because Swingers, yeah, it's a great map for you. You had it open, go for it. But at the same time, Fluxo, they've been Imperial on this map. They took them to double OT in IEM Dallas on the close qualifiers, and they managed to take down Imperial out of all teams. They also beat Yawara in another overtime affair, so the only way they tasted victory on this map has been in overtime. But still, this is 2 straight up wins out here for Fluxo, and you send them to Train when you still had Ancient, well, you still had Ancient open, but that's an even tougher map for you. You had what? You had Mirage. You had Mirage open, right? You had Inferno open, maybe to try to take them down there. You instead choose Train out of all of them, and of course after that, Fluxo make the wild choice of not going Ancient first. They go Nuke first, and then Ancient Decider if need be. This is a great map veto for Fluxo, I'm pretty sure.
Do you agree with that sentiment, Nexus? Are you leaning in favor of like Fluxo? They've got the name value, and also now they've kind of got this veto under wraps.
I do, but for a slightly different reason, maybe, and that being, I like to believe in teams cooking something in maps they haven't played in a decent bit, and that's the case for Fluxo and Train, right? Ultra mentions, right, overtime, or double overtime and 1 overtime as well, both wins still. The last they played was 19th of February, that's like 3 weeks ago at this point. So they've had plenty of time as well to cook on how they want to play that, you know, how they want to approach that, because they've had those officials, reps under their belt, now successful. Maybe some teams are going to be wary of them nonetheless, but they've had this time to figure out what they want to do on a map like Train, if that's the case, and in most cases, probably something at least, or resembling a fairly good idea of it, either way. Then you have that Nuke as well coming out next, and if that somehow doesn't finish off in 2 here, you have Ancient, which they've yet to lose. So there really is a David versus Goliath almost here in that regard, but you do have the maybe instability or instability of Fluxo still as the recent changes have come through. So there definitely are ways that we are not looking at this or mentioning just yet, in which swingers can come out victorious.
Okay, so we're setting up a David and Goliath, but there's an asterisk over potentially the fact that Fluxo are maybe a little bit volatile right now. Outside of just the general talking point and I guess narrative of that, do we have any players or anything we're looking at swingers as a win potential directly on the server, Atro?
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to bring the question to you out here, Freddy, was the fact that we do have these players that are actually having a great momentum streak right now. Desh is playing still really, really well. Vinabeast has had such an uptick in his own performance in the past couple of games to get them out here into the semifinals. And you do have still a couple of question marks on whether or not the rest of swingers can come alive all the time. Mulby's still a scary player. Ponter and Ninjas always needed to be there as anchors, kind of as the guys who need to be the pillars in case, you know, shit hits the fan here for swingers most of the time. But do you feel like this should be the semi-final match out here for Fluxo moving on into the CCT? Like, do you feel like out of all the teams we got to see on the bracket, it's swingers to have the chance now to try to take them down, or are we setting up the David versus Goliath narrative correctly here?
Wait, so should, as in, are swingers gonna beat Fluxo? Wait, sorry, what was that question?
In like, are swingers going to have chances to beat Fluxo?
Well, yeah, naturally. I think swingers have really showed, like, they've beat Bestia not only once, but they've beaten them twice in the last like month. They've made their way through the to the semifinals. Solid's a really decent team to beat. Bestia, they've also had success in other tournaments as well. Like if you take a look at ESL Challenger, they do have certainly some games on hand to other teams around them. But the fact they're like beating Solid, beating Crew, they're dispatching of teams on the lower end of things, while also still being quite fresh. They made a quarterfinals last CCT. We had specifically Vinabeast as well in that game versus Bestia, and the newer addition of Mulby, who's also the old teammate of History from their most recent rosters and Hype. You've got these two individuals who have really stepped up. Vinabeast, we always kind of known he's had that in his back pocket. We've always known what we're seeing is a possibility, and he's kind of finally putting pen to paper. And I think when I look at Fluxo, it's a team that is volatile. It's under some weird predicaments where you've got this young kid coming into this roster, and Fluxo, it's just been a streak of bad performances. I think it'd be silly to sit here and look at this game and just go, oh, Fluxo, of course they're going to win. I feel like 100% we have to give swingers a lot of benefit of the doubt because of their previous results. Even in this tournament in isolation, I think they definitely have what it takes to overcome this, like, I guess, Goliath we've set up. But unfortunately, it feels like we do have a break. So even though this is going to be a really exciting game and we've got some banger matchups for you, we're going to have to take a step back. We're going to be sending it to a short little break. When we are back live, hopefully we will have the action on the screens for you. So ladies and gentlemen, go get some water, go get a snack. Do not go too far because we'll be back very shortly with our first semi-final of the day.
Okay, here we are, off the train. Dispatching ourselves right off the bat to these semifinals. South America is about to reach an end, and this is the way we start to figure out who is going to be coming out on top. Adazatro joined in with Nexus. Nexus, let's take a look on down to Swingers versus Fluxo, shall we? Because we're off to the fight, and we're off to already a 2K opening for Swingers into Pop Dog.
Yeah, I'm just still stuck on South America is about to end. That sounds like a threat to me.
Maybe it is. Who knows?
Alright. I mean, hey, Fluxo already for the start here. Do lose the first few. Ponter is about to lose his life, however. There's that trade still playing around with a disadvantage. But Art, he's very quickly taking the space here. Molotov toward Thomas at least forces out the trade, or forces out the duel. Lets his teammates come out a little bit easier. There are multiple players who can dual connect at the same time, but they're not really going for that. Instead, they've let them just slip right in here, and Art's taking on 3 heads here. Giving out free haircuts, and apparently that's all Fluxo really needs to do. And, dare I say, it looks almost effortless for the retake here. The post-plant isn't really all that amazing, right? You have that one Molotov, but as soon as one man stops dueling from Thomas here, there's no swing from anyone upper there, whoever that was hiding. There was really much, or really nothing in terms of layers in Swingers and their post-plant here. They're just seemingly afraid of the reinforcements headed his way.
No, they started off very explosively and then they kind of fizzled out. They got the bomb down, and I guess they weren't necessarily expecting Art to just be that dynamic, be that aggressive, but it's Art we're talking about. Maybe they should have. There it is. Pistol round taken for the CT side. Now Swingers onto their buy. 3 Galils, Tech and the Dig. And the MP9 right behind them. The flash is good to actually buy a little bit of time, but because it does, there's an opening in the smoke, and someone's playing 4x3. There you go. Milzen will not be able to connect on the Tech 9, and because of that, Ninjas takes out history. Bit unfortunate there. Not here for history, but Ninjas still trying to keep it going. 35 HP. He'll have to check in towards Olaf. Has just heard the util go down. Oh no. Oh no.
That's unfortunate. They were in a decent position as well here. As soon as that disconnect comes through, I imagine they did hear that as well. I think it's a global sound. Well, nonetheless, doesn't matter. The reaction was there for Fluxo to quickly punish as well. But now for the bomb plant, that will still come through. But a bit of an unfortunate round in that regard as well. Malby losing his life, not allowed to do anything, and suddenly it's collapsing. Still, a bomb plant is decent here. It's not half bad. But most certainly not an amazing start here that they were looking for. Because they did have that position as well here. Ninjas had a really good opening.
They did. Again, Swingers managed to push up through red. They get through main. They actually send the player in towards hell over there, and still they don't get away with more than just a couple of trade attempts, a couple of skirmishes that don't go their way. Now it's an eco buy, and Fluxo should start things off on a 3-0. Actually, I'll keep myself in check. We know Tech 9s and their shenanigans, but they don't have a flash or anything, so this is gonna be a straight up just smoke in and get out. Oh, Ninjas, same position, same kill again. Is this enough to fake them out? Spear is the only one on the B bomb site now.
AG's going out, and that is video. Cleaning up 1 and 2. The Eagles pulled out here toward the A site as well. Long control is gone again, though. A bomb plant does seem like it's gotta be happening. They can't deny it. And so, look, so again, they're giving away a little bit here in terms of these situations that Swingers do get themselves into. Sure, that's fine. But nonetheless, they'll be happy as long as they're able to take these rounds. One thing to note as well, Art, again, decent enough of a round, now 5-0. Obviously, just the start, it's an eco anyway, just had a good pistol, pretty much. But a player that needs to be handled in one way or another. That's like his thing. You need to handle him. You need to shut him down, and if you do, you might find yourselves in a 5v4. That's like at least the historical precedent that he'd set for himself previously, but, you know, that's a while back at least. But nonetheless, we'll see how what terrain brings out in the old dogs.
Yeah, that's the thing though, right? If a player, even in the first couple of rounds, gets a couple of good frags, he just starts looking very active, very scary, and that can continue and translate throughout the entirety of the game. Great grenades in from main. But they're on history, and he's got the op, so he doesn't really care to try to take these fights. He just needs one shot, and he's just landed it. Oh, great awareness out here from Venabeast though. Finds Art. And that is the IGL handled out here, Nexus.
I mean, sometimes it's that simple. History, though, I'm very surprised he's not really, oh, wasn't dead. I was surprised he wasn't dead. That there was no actual support when it came to the pop dog swing itself, but either way.
I mean,
Continuation of the round, dropping of a bomb, and a soon-to-be dead Ponter, maybe. Nope, he'll do his due diligence, check his left and right. Or in this case, just the right. Proves incorrect, and the history with a 1-2 third for the round. It's on to Ponter to come up with a 4K himself. Bomb collected, 40 seconds, but this time into the AWP. There's finally a round where Fluxo won't allow that bomb to be planted. They'll instead make it a clean one. And history, 5 HP, 4 kills, no issue.
Yep. You were talking about a 4K, Ponter need to bring it up. Instead, history does it on his own, the AWP. Having that butterfly effect, right? Because if the grenades actually do kill him at the beginning, then they land on his head, that entire round falls apart, and swingers are the one turning back the scoreline. But that's not the case. That doesn't happen. And instead, Fluxo keep it going. 4-0. My turn 5. History wants to start things off here spicy again. Oh, ninjas. That's a great opening of the smoke. They realize usually the pistols are going to push into that, the MAC-10s, whatever. They blow it open, take him down. A little bit of team damage as well, never hurt anyone. Yeah. There it is. Takes one down and starts tapping on the bomb, spotted him out. They know there's players inside of Ivy. And Fluxo just having to play these timings.
Yeah, they've got pretty good ones. Apparently Art did not react. I don't know. Old dogs, I guess. Reaction time. I don't know what it really is, but hey, you'll still get 2 toward the end here. One at a time. That is going to be Fluxo still yet to drop around. And this time as well, it looks a little bit cleaner, a bit more smooth. They're finally getting there. The stars that they want. Swingers, of course, they still have, or are going to have themselves into the bike coming out the next round either way. But ooh, what do we feel about this one? Internet issues for a while being. And yeah, now perhaps the second time. We'll see how that actually goes. If that's going to persist.
We love the playlist here at the CCT. Yeah, we do.
We love the playlist.
Yeah,
Want to listen to that music?
It's great. You know, we have to listen to it so many times that by now it's either going to haunt your dreams or you might actually groove to it. So let's see if we've Pavloved our way through another season of the CCT, as we're going to be jumping into another break, and you guys will let us know if the music does slap or not. Okay.
Ingame. We had Ingame, did you hear that?
Yes, we had Ingame.
Production gave it a little bit of a spin.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we're adding some accents here, but I don't know about you. My playlist that I have on, it does slap pretty much. I wasn't listening to the sounds we have of the stream, but mine was pretty good. My music's pretty good here. Fluxo, currently, they've got a nice tune as well. But Swingers, they've picked this map for some reason. We did still point out that
5 CCTs they've taken part of, they've either won them or have ended off in the semifinals. So they do it again this time. And now you're going to be looking to try to win one more. Here's that cheeky smirk out of Pyria. There you go. I think his webcam stopped. That's okay. Still climbs one.
That's kind of dirty, though. Exact same time Art executes as well. What was a very hopeful A explosion suddenly is completely denied. There's no chance they would walk back in here. And it is looking like a very clean 6th round here. For the CT side economy, that's also going to do wonders here if Swingers do decide they want to save. Not amazing. A bit scary, maybe, for the start alone. But Train, you know, historically and still CT-sided. And goddamn, gotta just mention it, Pity up. He's really mastered the art of staying very still.
Yes. He has completely figured out his chakra right now. He is locked in. And he will not be stopped.
He has found his zen. It may or may not be shooting terrorists here in Counter-Strike as well, but we'll see if that does get disrupted here. Swingers obviously do save. They've got money, lost bonus, everything is there pretty much for them. So for round number 7, let's see if we are going to get a Swingers first round of the board, because we do put this up as Fluxo absolutely still having probably some issues when it comes to the stability of the team, just recently making these changes. Not everything most likely will be perfect, and nothing ever will, let's be honest. So, you have a ways in here. We've posted about them already, or talked about them already, so we needed to see that happen for the side of Swingers now as well. To get activated here, final round, get a little bit of momentum going on. Even on Train, I'll say 4 or 5 rounds, you could probably do with that alone for the first half here. But
Still,
the other side of that coin is a bit dangerous.
Yeah, not only is it dangerous, but it also could just be momentum-based Counter-Strike here. Fluxo takes 6 in a row, and now they've just lost history. Finally, Desh is gonna draw his blood. And Desh actually puts his first kill on the board here after 7 rounds of play, so that's always great to see. The scope is gonna get utilized. Fluxo trying to get ready to crunch down onto this B holes. Ponter just peeks on in and takes the fight against Pyria by himself there. The moment that happens with 25 seconds.
Yeah, they're more than ready.
Oh, timing. Molby doesn't get checked. Vinaby starts running. He takes a lot of noise. He makes a lot of noise. And he takes down 2. 2v2 remaining. Speaking of 2s out here. We'll be coming down to the post plant. And 1. And the second doesn't come through. Guy gets so close. And it's down to Pyria one more time. Ninjas, historically, has been having a tougher time out here. Out of everybody else from the side of Swingers. Now has to pull through a really important clutch to get this team back on track. Ninjas surely could be peeking through. Pyria had the angle checked, but Ninjas just shoots better. There you have it. That is the way Swingers find themselves over to the first round, and it comes down to 1v1.
Damn, so many moments where this could have gone wrong as well for either side. The long-range spray, if your Kai does not connect, that could have been the end here as well. Could have been the initial defense, of course, but all is handled for Swingers in the end. First is on the board, and this is where things now start to change. Hopefully, for their sake, I do imagine as well. But here's the thing as well. Fluxo, they've built up a fair bit of money. They've got that economy. it's not like this one loss is immediately gonna sink their ship at all either, so it really has to be Swingers to prove they're gonna fight for this one immediately. They're gonna take now the second round and then that third and completely make sure that their money is wiped out on Flux, so that's what the change can really start to happen. So, they gotta prove to us. One round, not a fluke here by any means, but let's see. What else do both these teams want to give us? Now, what changes are Fluxo going to make, right? Obviously, last round, it's Dash finding that entry, 5 vs 4, they work off of that. We've seen a little bit of aggression from Fluxo toward the upper B side as well when it comes to clearing that out already. Namely, Piria. And yet again, seems like he's going to be part of this conversation. Only one this time. Still has nearly crippled Ninja as well, 25 HP to his name. I believe Bomb was spotted, and not that that matters all too much at the moment. But it definitely has thrown a wrench into the Swingers' plans. Although, I like this.
There you go. Those are some plans that might start working a little bit better now. 3v4. History, Art, and Milzen. Trying to play a bit more together inside of this A-bomb site. Popping out util. Art. Let's see what the timing of that smoke is going to be. That's the good part about this round. Swingers can really take their time. They still got 50 seconds to work with. Can really let Fluxo start to boil. And yeah, look, already Milzen getting a little bit fidgety, needing to have information. They can't just really afford to wait for Swingers to peek into them. They need to find something a little bit proactive, but they still got to hold on to the extremities. And where's the kill gonna come from first? Well, gotta be from either Art or Milzen. And right now, Art is gonna find more than one if he wants to win the round.
Utility immediately gets MLH moving out of his position as well, getting caught. Here's history, his orb. Takes away a little bit of the mystery of the round as well here. 5 seconds, bomb has to be planted, but it's a fake! It's a fake! They still found it! On the B side of the map, Art dealt with as well. That is insanely risky.
Okay.
Holy hell, man.
More of that, please. Yes, it's risky, but it's the main way that round was gonna work, because even if you plant it, it comes down to the 1v1. Who knows if the player back on B actually has the time to take the other one out. So that was a split-second decision that somehow they managed to coordinate on. Well played out there from Swingers. And Fluxo now go for a double op setup on Train here. Damn, they lose this round, and somehow Swingers are back into the actual game.
That T-side a chance. Village MP9 is a great weapon, but AK, some might say the best weapon. This guy, the response, a little bit of util goes into main. But Swingers, they're actually wanting to go off of this almost. I say almost.
Okay, was so sure Venabeast was here. Throws the nade, spams the smoke, waits for him still on the left side of main. No one's moved. Haunter. Timing, checks, doesn't play 4x3, takes him down, sees him at the edge of the screen. 3v5 now, and the ops now are thinking to just push back and save. But when would Art make that call? He's gonna stay aggressive, stays at the entrance of stairs, takes someone down. And now, with 30 seconds, it's gonna be exactly like that previous round one more time. Can we just talk about the fact that Venabeast stayed in the same angle for more than a minute? And is still there right now?
Hey, you got... Oh, yeah, he's getting paid for that as well.
Wow,
Gotta love it. You do gotta love it. Rewarded for his patience, and they'll just keep walking into him, apparently. Nice!
Okay, yeah, same situation as the previous round. Comes down to the last couple of seconds. This time with more players on Swingers, they just rushed them down. They rushed Fluxo out. And it was just Art to really put any of the fight in that one. Back to the B-bomb site. He takes down 2, and that still wasn't enough. So Fluxo forced into a full save, just a deagle, 2 deagles invested. And that is Swingers back into the swing of things.
How much brave or you have to waste for that one?
I wanted to say it before, but it was way too. I'm surprised they even.
Way
I'm
too
surprised
early
they even
to say
did it
when they
now.
win one round. They win one round, and they're
back in the swing of
they're into the
things.
swing of things.
God,
I feel like people are gonna take swings at you if you keep.
I
Keep
would take a
thinking
swing
this
at
way.
myself. Genuinely, at this point, the way things are going, I get it, understand. Y'all can come to Romania. Give me one.
You'll get something.
Ay. Well, hey. Not on live stream. Not on live stream.
Hey, Eco, is it about to get anything?
Maybe.
A solid maybe, yeah. I was gonna go with that same exact thought. Oh, very nice. That's
There
not
it
nice.
is.
Hey, that is something.
That is a maybe.
I mean, that counts as 5 kills, but, you know, technically not an ace. Not even argue.
Yeah.
That's a next.
Opa, the little robot next is there. I still look back to the 6-man ace that happened in that one in IP game. That was. I want to see more of that. Give me more of that. Give me a 7-man ace next time. Level up, set up again. History and Art trying to keep this one up, and this time Art is not expected, but he's gonna get overrun, and the no-scope goes wide. Apparently the scope isn't gonna get picked up by ninjas. He keeps playing with the Mac-10. They're worried. Pop dog smoke. Not a smoke, bit of a push. Swingers.
Alright, we're back. We're back.
You're back. There we go.
I don't know what's happened. My internet decided to break for just like 5 seconds.
Better than breaking completely, so
True.
all good.
I swear, man, it's this new technology. This 5G.
Don't get it, do you? Yeah,
No.
it's okay. It's okay, old man.
I
is that
miss
craft?
the old mobile internet.
You finally got one of them phones that you can tap on.
Oh, I've got one of those cool flip phones.
Oh.
No, I don't. But yeah, though, he's got one. He's got the bomb as well dropped. And he's got a teammate to assist him. Bonzer has to reclaim this one. But it's not easy. Oh, maybe it is. But yeah, still will not miss his second, however. That is looking like a 7th round to be picked up here for Fluxo. Guy, he'll want to take this challenge, but Ninjas will shut him down. There's an ace required in 15 seconds to do so. If I was a betting man, I know who I'd bet on in that round. And guess what? It wasn't Swingers. It wasn't Ninjas.
Oh man, you don't believe. Your copium isn't strong enough.
No, I don't have that Romanian Nexus Copium.
I know a guy.
I don't have that dog.
can
I don't
hook
have
you
that
up,
same
it's
one.
Fine.
Send me your supplier.
What are you buying? What do you think?
I don't really know. Copium is not really it. I don't know what I don't know my next arc just yet. I don't know what the devs are doing.
Highlights from Milzen. I would have said one of them could have been, but it wasn't. So I guess not even that is good enough. Maybe Kai gives us one. Could take 2 down. Vinabe's coming in through IV, and he gets swung upon, but instead, Peeker's advantage wasn't a thing there. Yet Vinabe still wins out the engage, and we are left in a 2v2 with 3 AWPs out of 4 players.
Massive shot from Desh here as well. His second kill in this half, by the way. Keep that in mind. Could be a pure impact player. First one he did find was the opening way back winner to Art. And I think that was that first round Swingers did get.
Oh.
So maybe there is a bit of a connection there. History. Walking in, USP takes down a Vita Beast, and he's looking to make a rotation off to B. Hasn't seen anything else on A. Don't blame the man for thinking that could have been the play, but now he's going instead of the long way around.
This is
If there's
smart.
either a single or fake, any sound the Dash will give. History's going to capitalize on that, but instead, walking right into that crosshair in History. He'll take it. Make sure that Fluxo gets away with yet another one, and it's a pretty damn good first half for Fluxo. But guess what? I did say, right, 4-5. That's also a pretty damn good comeback.
Scoreline.
Yeah, comeback for Swingers here as well. From how it started, they're gonna make this work.
Well, they're definitely gonna try, and they definitely have to. As this is semifinals after all, they're trying to keep themselves into it. Trying to get to that next matchup in the grand finals. On their own map pick, they can't really afford to just give it away. Knowing that next map is Nuke as well, right? The map pick of Fluxo, and you were saying about how they might be cooking on Train because they haven't played it for a while. Well, you're always going to be cooking, or at least attempting to, on a map that you peek into, right? So we shall see what Fluxo have got in mind, but Art will be calling out this fast B play out of the pistols, and the Glocks are ready to demolish. How many did they find? For now, -1. And maybe -2. And maybe -3. Oh, okay.
Nope. Still good enough. Fluxo. Down about and on the B side. Model E shoots from afar. Will still tag up MLH. I gotta go against every single fiber of my being, not to say MHL. Considering there's also a different player that I'm more accustomed to seeing. It is not that easy, but we'll fight that. Well, now he's gone. Punter. He'll make this a 4 versus 2 instead. You had these issues we said over Fluxo, but they had a way too easy retake on that pistol. And it seems like Swingers are taking a page out of their book, as this is also an easy time they're having here.
Pixel headshot there from Vinabeast.
Yeah, here's my question. How many B hits did we see that first half? Because I don't think it was more than 2. If even.
We
had the pistol.
They had the pistol, and then I think one more. We had to.
History's
we
4,
saw.
yeah, History's 4K that ended as a B play.
Yes, we saw a lot of attempted B plays coming through. Like they were taking side holes control a lot of the time, the B holes, and they were trying to get in there. But all the time, Art was just pushing them in from heaven and kind of forcing them back. And it wasn't just Art, but it was primarily him.
Yeah, Piria as well was a big part.
Yeah, Piria as well was a big part of that. So I guess Swingers did try, but Fluxo were just a bit more proactive in that instance.
Never let them have that opportunity, which is a very rare thing, I'd say, as well. But it's kind of fitting for Train. I weirdly kind of now see it as well. With more and more games I've seen here, that just fits to what I imagine this map will kind of look like in the future as well, when the meta does adapt and change and become something different as well. Again, I don't really see the B site ever becoming really a target all too much, unless you get those advantages, unless you shut down the CTs, weirdly enough, or you just play late rounds and such. But
I think
I kind of see the CT side aggression toward the B side being a massive part of the meta.
Yeah, 100%. But this is also going to be one of those maps where teams are always going to pick into it if they have really good anchor players. If you have a really good anchor player that plays out here on B, can always take up that space in towards B holes, he can effectively solo handle the site. And then you have 4 players in towards A that can just do everything else. So that's always nice. Malby be trying to put on his art goggles now and trying to see if he can be that space taker, that playmaker. Olsen picks up an AK. Apparently Spidey senses are tingling. The Beast with the last bullet takes down History as well, and with 10 seconds, that is the round. It is 8-6. Flexo, they do save away 2 AKs, but the round count will still continue to go up for Swingers.
Yeah, I was gonna make something more for a Spider-Man pun there, but unfortunately Punter wasn't the guy. I was gonna call him Peter Punter. I wish he was the guy to get those kills, man. I really do. Instead, it's just a throwaway gag as we continue here. The round of 15 we go, Fluxo. Some sort of investment, a very risky one, and I really don't know if I'm vibing with that. I feel like last round could have, should have, would have maybe been a little bit different from them as well, just to actually have more here. But let's see what they get out of it. And for Fluxo, moving as 2 units. For Swingers, they're taking to the CT stance aggressively. If you look at that map as well, it's a nice little line all the way from top of the A toward that B site as well, but they've kind of called that off. Because of course they would. Of course they would, right as we talk about it, but either way. Swingers on the move. Very dynamic for the CT side.
Baby schmoovin'.
Schmoovin' moving. Are they vibing?
I don't know, it's up to Vinabeast to let us know that. Playing up the red right now, waiting for someone to peek into him. Period.
Oh.
Where's the first?
Good shot.
Vinabeast, I think he's gotten the information. There's people at electrical. Has he relayed it? Does he have anyone to relay it to? Because there's 2 players inside of Ivy right now.
Nasty.
Mills in. Yeah, just finds Vinabeast.
Looking for the next one
Behind
as well.
him too.
Oh, turn around! Back turn, but will still turn. Swing out for one more. Dash, however, 2 kills deep. This could be his round to make a statement in the game, but it's just 1. Last man spotted from afar. 3k for MLH and Fluxo. Yet another one comes out for them as well here. Despite me not believing that round, that just shows a little bit of their quality. And maybe a small little gap. We talked about how, or mentioned how quick and dynamic that CT side was just for this one round alone. You had aggressive stances immediately towards Pop Dog, towards main. They got pulled back from that instead, went towards Ivy. And in the somewhere in there, a very small gap was left, in which MLH is able to walk out and find himself, well, what is in the end 3 kills.
Milzen, he can always be someone you can really look to when you want to see multi-frags, when you want to see like those really nice sprays and spray downs, and he does manage to, this time not spray, but find himself in really good positions to find all those 3 kills. So that's how Fluxo gets to 9. That's how Fluxo gets to 10. Because this round is just dead in the water, pistols only. But what comes after this out here in Nexus? Because it's going to be 10-6. Swingers going to be on a full buy. And a lot might rely on the next round, but Fluxo, even if they win the next one, I think Swingers are still just going to force buy and force buy and force buy to just try desperately to stay in this game.
I kind of see it, yeah. I think so. But it's going to be that same sort of story as that first half almost. Except now they've had a earlier start to this one that they already did. They could do their job a whole lot easier in that regard, but here they can still steal away a weapon, maybe 1 or 2. Oh my god, no, Kai. Last bullet in the head. So, no more casualties. Fluxo for their sake, their money's sake, that economy gets a very quick boost as well for the future, but focusing on number 17 here. CT side, like I say, they're gonna keep buying into this one as well now. They've got plenty of reasons to. They've got the economy to back it up as well here. But I don't know. Like, is it too easy of an answer to say, oh, just do what Fluxo did? You know, take a bit more proactive stance on your CT side, especially toward the B side. Or maybe just hang on to what you have initially toward that A side. Right, retain this pop dog control, something like that, but apparently it's not too easy of an answer, because that is kind of what they're doing here. Not the exact same thing, because why would you, but still. Taking aggressive stances, however, they've lost their one and only A defender.
Well, they've got 3 towards B hole, so they've already opened up one part of the map. And now can you get back to it? Mills in, taken out. Good boost. They do it silently as well. Feather step out there on wall bait. But the bomb picked up. The A side controlled. History just needs to not overthink this and get that bomb down at ASAP. That's exactly what he does. Or
they're usually going out as well. Thinking about main, Malby will be caught here. The timing will favor Piria still. Guy in long. Will him be tucked in? Oh my god, that's scary. Be afraid of those. Vina. Don't know what's going on with him, but apparently he's just chilling in the smoke. He's just waiting for a opportunity of his own. But for us, it seems like they have had to back off here. Guy's still hunting. Second kill. And one final man in for the save. Ninjas. I say the state is imperative, almost. You kind of almost pointed out as a possibility that they're going to keep forcing until they can't anymore. This, for that sake, for forcing this one to deny Fluxo 12, has to be done, surely, but with that weapon being lost, I don't know what they are going to do anymore.
Yeah,
they don't really have that money.
Mean, this isn't a fun place to be if you're swingers. And also, can I just mention the fact that Kai right now 15 and 8,
pretty good.
More than I think his headshot percentage right now is something like 70, 75. So he has been a machine.
Rookie numbers, all I'm saying.
Usually go for 110%, something like that.
I mean, anything below 90 is a disappointment.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Were all three of those headshots last round?
Yes, they were. Oh, I'm pretty sure they were, actually. I know at least 2 of them were.
Yeah, so it's almost at the 80% mark, then I'm pretty sure.
He'd be stacking
pretty
them.
Good.
He'd be stacking them.
Nonetheless, yeah, the numbers are pretty good. Pretty clean.
Give us more. Let us see.
Do. You know, there was one thing that I'm a bit surprised about, almost to a degree, is that we haven't seen Desh be more aggressive. It was that one round he fought at the opening at the very start of the game. That was his first kill. They win that round. Since then, he's been part of 2 other opening duels, and then both he's lost. He's not really...
He's not having a fun time, you know?
Yeah, I get it, but I feel like you should still be setting up your AWP in some way here, perhaps, but... I mean, at this point, we don't know how many rounds they're gonna get in terms of chances to display that.
I didn't gonna be
AWP either, if they are even gonna get a chance to. Because this one should be a shooter for 12 at this point. The bomb just needs to make its way across. They've got a bit of util as well to hold them back. Hold him at bay. Ponter thinking about if he should be pushing this or not. And if he just waits, Kai will present himself. That's one opening for the CT side now. Finally, the bomb goes down to 5 on 4 here. Not impossible. But definitely odds against them. History. Easy shot. No one's going to enforce that trade. No one's going to try to stack up on that instead with MLH holding from afar in Pop Dog. Another one up top. The flashbang had been heard hitting Vita Beast. And that is the round disposed of. Every single threat they had. Gone. 4 versus 5. That's nothing.
Yeah. Swingers. Where's the attack pauses? Where's the reset? It's too late now, you know. Flux are gonna have 6 rounds to close this. 6 map points.
What?
Yes.
Damn.
But, you know, like, you're not allowed to have 2 of your best players not active on the server. Malby's not alive. Desh isn't alive. I was talking the pre-show how Ninjas and Vitabeast usually are the pillars whenever the team overall isn't having a really good performance. And they are trying. But seeing as Ponter isn't necessarily having like a Donk-esque moment, doesn't pull like 30 bombs in regulation, this isn't gonna work, you know? Exactly, how dare you? It's 12 to 6. Fluxo, enemy's map pick might just go, whoo, whiff.
I've got something, but I'm saving it for when it matters the most. History, for now, he'll be taking the matters to his own hands, apparently. And that was, by the way, something I just asked for. Desh to be part of that opening duel. Guess what? Handed an L.
The 3rd one on this CT side, by the way.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Didn't get their hands on that AWP. They tried to set it up. And not every single time you'll get your reward. This, however, is just disgusting.
Oh, yeah.
Malby doesn't even get away, doesn't even realize what's happened, and guess what? This is Fluxo saying, Swingers? I barely know her.
That's what you had lined up? That's what you said?
That was a poor execution of the joke itself. It's painful. It's painful, but so is the result for Vina Beast and Co here. With that, I do think I need to go workshop some things because that was not the greatest of things. And same with swingers, right? You pick into this map, we kind of say, Fluxo, you've had to try and cook something up on trade, with the last game being about 3 weeks ago. Both those games overtime, double overtime. But for right now, they say this takes no time to get through it. I like that CT side. It was pretty good. The aggression, very nice. And then just not enough in terms of that second half. First gun round is supposed to go swingers' way. That's just how the comebacks are supposed to go if you want to get it going. It doesn't. Yeah. And map 1 in the Fluxo's pocket.
Let's leave the analysis out here to Freddy, as we're going to send it on over to him, and then we'll be back with that nuke to see what's going to go down.
Hello. Yeah, thank you guys very much. And woof, that was a very quick map 1. There's 2 ways to look at it. Very disappointing for swingers in one hand of like, I think I came into this best of 3 feeling very excited to maybe see an upset. Like, you kind of always in the back of your mind want to see the upset. You want to see the underdog. You want to see them succeed, and they've already done so against some very big names as an unorged team as well. And then Fluxo, they just look incredibly drilled. And that's really impressive, considering Milzim, this is his first time playing an official on-train with Fluxo. And currently in the state of this map, I think it's fair to say no one really knows what they're doing. Like, as much as teams might say they know and they think, Train is 100% a meta where I think we're still figuring that out. We're still getting there in what we're doing. But yeah, swingers, look, they pick into this map. I think that was a big narrative in the pre-show of just being like, ooh, that's an interesting pick. Like, how's this going to work out? And when Ancient was their previous pick against Bestia, this is then bringing in the conversation of it's a very difficult veto for swingers because look at Ancient, oh, okay, it's arguably the best map for Fluxo alongside a Nuke. So those 2 maps are almost blocked off for the hit. So they have to maybe try go for something a little bit more gimmicky, something maybe a little bit more gambly. And unfortunately, fortune does not favor the bold. Their gamble is unsuccessful. And like this CT side could have very easily been 11-1, 10-2. The only reason why swingers had really any stepping foot into the series was because they won a 1 versus 2, and then they also won like a really scrappy round as well straight afterwards, and then broke the economy subsequently. So they got 4 rounds on the board, which I didn't feel like were overly massively deserved. And swingers were playing this fantastic CT side, and it's the aggression that you anticipate from someone like Art, truth be told. And it was specifically, there were 2 parts of the aggression, 3 parts actually, that I found were really, really impressive. It was the B upper aggression, and I have kind of this statement that I like to throw around, is that if you're a CT side and you control upper B, you win the round. And not only did Pyria and others maintain that control significant amount, and pretty much every single round, they were getting kills from it, 1, 2, or even further from that. Like, they were winning the round through kills while also through space. So that was something that was never contested by swingers, and is a big reason why we even, like, that's 1 step of the 3 parts I have, and in itself that is enough to win you rounds. And Fluxo were going even deeper. History was getting super aggressive, like straight out of the bat. He was moving around, getting opening picks. Like his kill count doesn't seem too high, but I feel like so many of those kills were very valuable opening kills. They were aggressive moves that claimed a lot of space for his squad. I think it was round 1, he peeked towards Pop, and then it was like peek in A main, peek in Ivy, being in a good position for B. Like, his movement around the map was immaculate, and it was something that even though utility did sometimes contest it from players, it wasn't enough. So that's kind of the first 2 points. You've got the upper B aggression, you've got the AWP dynamism, and then on top of that, you have the A main yard aggression of not necessarily taking A main, but not allowing them out of A main. And that was something that was controlled really well around Olof. It was like, holding the space, you see utility, drop a smoke A main. So we weren't seeing much like full A main takes, but it was really good control around that area. Alongside that, it was the pop aggression from Yard, that combined with the upper B aggression. So you just had all of this space being controlled or actively taken for Fluxo that players were not able to really contend against. And I look at the 4 rounds from players and I'm thinking 9 out of 10 times that doesn't happen. We play this game 10 more times, it's going to be a 10-11 one half. And Fluxo really just showed that they were the better team. On the T side as well, it was similar. Like they were getting, they were not allowing for the aggression. We had History getting opening kills, which is good to see him performing really well since he's now come back into this roster. So I feel like there's definitely a little bit to prove in that way. And we also saw the aggression of Milzen come through. Like, look, he didn't do, he hasn't got great stats from the game. And that's also another thing that I was saying with History of like, it doesn't look like they had that great, but we saw the aggression that I was referencing. That is the reason why they've brought Milzen in, and he was exhibiting that on yard, and he was doing really well in these lower buys to get these opening kills, to create the space for his team. And again, this is the first time he's played Train with Fluxo, and you wouldn't have been able to tell. And on top of that, by the way, Fluxo lost the second pistol round. It was 6-8, still in favor of Fluxo, but it was a 2-round game. And this could have been so much more contestable, but Fluxo never allowed that to be the case. And Art has come on record saying that, like, Fluxo is a long-term project, compared to Furia, saying that, like, Furia was all about winning the next event. Banger quote from HLTV there at the Res Regional Championship. So before a lot of these roster changes, we've got this Fluxo who is brand new. They've brought in, they've just had a lot of roster changes. It's almost like a completely different team with only, I guess, Art and Kai as the remainder. And you look at that and it's like, okay, well, understandably so, if it is going to be a long-term project, that's why we're seeing them take gambles on a Milzen who averaged like a kind of average 1.08 rating on MIBR Academy. Like, he didn't make moves regionally, and he comes in, fills the spot, and also is a player for the future, a player for development. And I had a lot of question marks around Fluxo coming into this game, coming into this kind of addition of the roster. And it does feel like I'm not nervous anymore. Like, I see this, and it looks like a really well-drilled roster where aggression is paramount, aggression is there, and it's also done stupendously. And as we then kind of highlight and take more of a closer look onto back to this series, we take a look at the second map. So Fluxo, they dominate map 1. They now go on to their map pick of Nuke, which they have played with Milzen. They played in the PGL Bucharest close qualifier. They beat Game Hunters, so they beat them 13-5, but it certainly is one of those results where it's like, it's Game Hunters. How much weight are we putting into something like that? But previously, before Milzen, it's the overtime win against Imperial, a regulation win against Imperial, a win against Sharks. Like, these are some very legit results against some of the best teams in the region. And even though players, actually, to be fair to them, also do look pretty good in the last like month or so, with Bestia twice, and yesterday a full 24-round loss against 9Z. Like, this is a team that are good on Nuke. But I look at map 1, I look at how Fluxo were playing, I look at the aggression that was just something that wasn't able to be quantified and dealt with by players. I'm going on to a T side of Nuke, and I'm expecting chaos. I'm expecting chaos that shall not be tempered by players. And that is the advantage, that players get to start on the CT side of Nuke. I don't know how much that is going to actually give them. And I think this has been a miracle. This has not been a miracle run, but definitely like a Cinderella run of sorts for Swingers, of like a non-org team. They made the quarterfinals last CCT. They knocked out Bestia in the round of 16. They knock out Bestia and Solid on their way to semifinals. Like, it's a really impressive run, but unfortunately, it does look like they're gonna be meeting their maker. And Fluxo will now be going on to map 2. They'll be going on to Nuke, their map pick, to see if they can have another comfortable experience and see if they can close this out 2-0. Or do we go to an Ancient? Will Swingers be able to dig deep and delve deep into their strat book and push us to that third map? We are going to be finding out after this break. Well, that was a beat down from Fluxo. I was kind of coming into that first map hoping like, oh, what a Swingers cooked up. Apparently they burnt the kitchen down, because that was a pretty poor performance, all things considered. And I think even getting 6 rounds was more than, after even like the first 4, I was like, okay, this is going to be a really one-sided game. But we forget about Train. We've spoken about that. We go on to the map pick of Fluxo. It is Nuke, and it is a map that Swingers beat Bestia on yesterday. What are our thought processes now going on to this map, Astro?
We forgive and forget on Train, indeed. As we head on over to Nuke, though, Swingers, they're not allowed to cook anything here, because if they do, things are going to start blowing up, and that is the one thing they have to not want to do right now. They are not allowed to let Fluxo just blow up and run away with this map as well. They have to contain and deny out here Fluxo out of all the stuff and all the game plans they're going to be laying out, because they pick into Nuke for a reason, right? This isn't a bad map for Swingers, okay? They go into this map looking at a 50-50. They've won 5, lost 5, and as you say, they did just beat Bestia on it. So they do have a nice couple of anti-strats. They had the time to figure stuff out for Fluxo on this map, on Nuke. So the plan can be there. What Swingers need to do right now is to let Desh kind of get back into his own skin and allow himself to actually find a couple of kills, to get a bit of a pick-me-up, to get into the game and stay competitive. And then, I guess around that, try to really play a good CT side. You need to have a great start on that CT side. And the good part for them is that this is Fluxo's map pick, so they will be allowed to start on that CT side.
What are your 2 cents on this matter, Nexus?
Swingers, pretty good on Nuke last month alone, so I'm saying this is going to be a way more of a closer game than Train. And I'm not going to discount the fact that, or chance that this could still end up as a 3-map series. I think there really is a possibility, a very real one that exists here. But it's also reliant on the individuals to step it up from map number 1 here.
Yeah, I think that was a big thing as well, of like, we had this aggression, and it was someone that I was talking to. I kind of broke it down into the 3 different parts of Flux's aggression, with history, and then also the rifle is doing really well on the extremities. As we go on to Nuke, we're probably going to see, well, I assume so, a bit of aggression from Milzen, especially on that T side. How are we now looking at Swingers to see what's the game plan coming in, to understandably knowing that Fluxo are going to have the aggression? What are we looking in ways to deal with that and make sure that this T-side aggression doesn't take too much advantage of them, Nexus?
To me, Nuke's always about CT aggression and well-posed CT aggression. If you do it in the right quantities or amounts, it looks so goddamn nice every single time. But it's such a tactically diverse map as well that you also gotta be able to do that at the right time, which is a massive issue. Because if you do, let's say, just a simple lobby crunch at the exact wrong time, you've instead given away all of outside, and suddenly you've lost control over secret, garage, and maybe even someone snuck up to heaven. You lose this so much position. You have to be able to do it right, and to me, that's what Nuke really is always about, is the timings and rotations, and how do you play around them, or through them, on both sides. So, that's what I'm looking forward to here. Like, right, let's say these first few rounds, like you put it as well for Train, you kind of felt that beatdown was coming. To me, Nuke, the first few rounds we're going to see is going to be that eye test as well. Are we going to get that game or not?
Okay, well, we're hoping for a more competitive map 2. Will that be the case? We're going to be heading now into our second map of our first semi-finals. Fluxo, they could confirm their spot in the grand finals and look to bring the CCT trophy back to their camp. Will this be the case, or is Ancient on the cards? Boys, take it away.
We've got the setup. We had Freddy here with us, and now we have Swingers trying to get us to a third map series. Now, though, is that going to be the case? Indeed, we're about to find out. Fluxo, T side, Swingers, CT side, of course. And we are out here on Cedar Creek looking at an A main push. And a straight up denial from Ninjas on the first, looking for the second. Dualies do connect, but it's still gonna be Ninjas playing from lobby on a retake scenario, while Fluxo still are trying to figure out where are all these dualies coming from.
How many guns do these guys have? Should be illegal. They've got way too many. That's at least 7.
Indeed.
Maybe more.
Good counting. Oh.
And there's nothing more for him. Dash instead, hey! Almost matching up to his first map statistics already.
True. Yes.
Just a quick drive-by there, and Swingers, sorry. Take that first round. That's the start they need. And at the start that I expect as well to continue to delve into a better and better game here. Slowly over time. All you gotta do, now lose an eco next. You know, that's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah.
Although I've seen that, well, today.
We have seen that. We have seen that many a time. Yes.
Yeah, I saw it today. Not great. That was a bit...
Did you?
Jaw on the ground, wide open, saying, huh?
Was that in EU? Are you? Is that
Yeah,
why you're
that
still
was
stuck
an
in EU?
EU
A little bit of
EU
Sinners,
sort of
a little bit
thing.
of MHL.
No. MHL I haven't seen in a long time. I don't think anyone has. But guess what? Swingers! They've seen just a couple and they've taken all of them down. Now it's just tracers shooting through the smoke, and there's the final one to go.
That is a lot of MP9 kills. A lot of kill bonuses. That's a lot of cash in the bank out here for Swingers.
Do the math.
Fluxo.
5 times 600.
30 brain fried. 3,000. Yes.
We get there.
We do get there. Hell yeah. We passed basic math class back in like general school.
Lovely.
Maybe.
All right,
I'm
Fluxo. Gun round coming out for them. And this is kind of where we get perhaps an idea. Most teams, every single time, they'll have a good idea of what they want to do here as well to start off the games. Fluxo, of course, with this as well being their mapping, they've got their ideas, their game plans, and most specifically their first gun round mapped out pretty damn well, I'd imagine. And for that, we do get to see them take outside control. There's one Vina Beast waiting beneath the secret stairs, an MP9 up close. You know this combination you don't want to mess with all too easily. But they are still pulling back. Away they go. Dash completely away now. Deceased, even
Single player down
call
main.
it.
Mark pushing in by himself over there, trying to open up a little bit in towards main, while the rest of Fluxo are looking towards outside. Pyria, second headshot of the round here, and he's still hungry for more. How many can he snack on? Look at Fluxo. You've got the bomb just waiting for Pyria to actually push through, while you have Kai kind of being the only one being dynamic, and Ninjas just looks away from the guy that's shooting at him mid-spray. worried about the Heaven player. And Vinabeast is the only one who can really do anything about this round. Molotov comes through, off on the timing. Vinabeast forced to go through it. That's the round, Nexus. You have to save. Two to one.
That round feels almost anticlimactic. It feels like it was Kai in the one kill he finds towards the rafters, then immediately just forces out the rest of the swingers to try to change that up. Trade him out, and then Fluxo, they were at that point all in a position. That was the one kill that changes and makes that round pretty much happen. Which, right, I talk about Nuke. Rotations, how you want to play through those. Or how do you want to play them as well. A massive part of it. And one of the reasons I love this map the most, I think this has been, for a long time, like a top 3 map of the game. It's just so damn entertaining, so damn fun to play as well. Especially just like an IGL department, right? If you're calling for a good round, you manage to catch the CT side lacking. That's just that hell yeah moment, no matter what.
It is. It's always very entertaining for you as an IGL, I guess, after you're on Nuke, to be able to call that round out and then seeing it fall in action, your vision coming to life. It's like, damn.
It's that evil smirk, Shrek looking up, smiling.
Ah, the TO live action, indeed.
Yep, that's the one. Actually, that's more of the oh shit didn't work out face, but surprised. But nonetheless, you know, let's see what Fluxo would continue with here, because they've got outside smokes. There's got to be a massive part of the game, nonetheless, in pretty much every single T side of Nuke.
Ooh, Mills in. I have his
The
one
Mirage
there. Speaking of
on
one
A.
ones,
Although, oh
Vinabeast.
my god. Art's the first one to get that kill. Instead shoots down to Art. This still allows MLH to continue forward. Opponent is dead now. An awkward duel, yes, but Fluxo able to reset. They went for this play early on. The smokes have now faded. There's still a minute left on the clock with one more to be taken care of outside. The next one down inside. And one last man beneath their feet. Literally or figuratively, perhaps both.
Both. But,
Both.
hey, that is still Swingers managing to take away pistol, convert against the full eco, and then Fluxo immediately bringing it back. They had 3 guns saved away in the previous, now they'll have 4. Money's gonna start rocketing up, and Fluxo, with these sort of rounds, if they just keep getting away with like opening frags, which should just not be given up by Swingers, seeing as they are on the CT side, they should just be holding these angles. If they continue to go on like this, Fluxo can definitely bring about a half that is at least resembling the one that we got to see back on the first half of the previous map. So Swingers need to be very careful of not giving up too many fights out here to Fluxo, because that's what Fluxo wants.
So it seems. I do like as well here, this round at the pace that Fluxo got to set up themselves, just with that fast outside smoke, while they get themselves into the positions that they absolutely want to as well. So it looks really nice, I think, just simply put. It just looks nice, they get that control. They find the openings as well. Never gotta say no to those.
Yeah. Well, it looked nice, but again, Swingers were like out in the wide open a lot of the time. Either way, mistakes or not, another round, here it comes, and, well, Ninjas just had a surprise package in from an airdrop. Dropped down on his head. Speaking of that, here comes the round number 2. Kai takes down Vinabeast. USP's not gonna do too much. Art on 1 HP. That's all he needs, lads. That's all he needs. There's no flashes to take him down. There is the 5-7.
Up above. Can't evade them forever. A very important trade of Haunter. Here's the problem. Beria still arrives. Right on time. And making sure this round does go the way of Fluxo as well in the end. So, What do we now kind of say? The first few rounds, I was going to say, it's the eye test almost for Swingers and what this nuke is going to be looking like for them as well here. They had it the first 2 rounds, they had that pistol, they had it follow up, but now I am getting a little worried, perhaps. Because this is looking very comfortable for Fluxo.
It is. Okay, well, until we get to see a Fluxo that might make a mistake and Swingers might be able to capitalize, how will this continue? Because Pyria is back to his usual shenanigans. He's back to playing really, really nice, really, really well. Taking a lot of space. Kai has been putting himself in these positions where he's just catching Swingers off guard a lot of the time. And the only one that I haven't necessarily seen play with the team has been the usual Art, just trying to take space, just trying to be the first man in. At some point, though, that surely won't keep working, right? At some point, Art is gonna fall first. It's a 4v5, and Swingers just hold their angles, play slow. Will that be this round? We're about to find out. For now, Mills and Art both outside. Chain smoking, not good for you, but maybe good for Fluxo here. Knife out, and look, Art is gonna do it again, or at least he's gonna try. Ninjas, though, does manage to take him down in main, and does Mills in trade? Yes, he does. Checks for the second, through the smoke, they pass by each other's ships in the night. Nothing found, however, Kai, peekaboo, finds one, and finds the second. Good headshots, looks for the third, barrel spotted.
Oh.
And
Yeah.
Pyria takes him down, okay.
Only a matter of time at that point.
Oh. Hurts the soul. Hurts the soul to be Desh in that instance. We've all done it. We've all missed that shot.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
not a good hiding spot for Venabeast, huh?
Not the greatest. I'm not a fan of it. It always feels like you're dead no matter what you do there. That's like a one and done.
If only it was a one and done. Wasn't even that. Okay, so now again, it does kind of start feeling like that first round, like that first half of the previous map, where Fluxo are gaining momentum, they're taking the enemy team out, and it would have been the exact same map had Fluxo won the pistol. So that's the only difference from map number 1 to map number 2 right now, is that Fluxo didn't win the pistol, yet they still keep going after they managed to find the first gun round. So I presume the big problem relies out here for Swingers in the gun rounds. They look at Fluxo and they just can't really out-aim them. Pyria is 8-2 right now. He is having a grand old time. See, that's what I'm talking about. Guy just goes in, W's through, and finds a pushing Ponter, takes him down. Art on the timing, finds another one, and Kai keeps it going. Like, you shouldn't be allowed to get away with stuff like this, but yet Kai goes unchecked, takes down 2, opens up a bomb site by himself, and Milzen just pushes through a smoke and takes down Desh as well. The round is already over, but Fluxo are just really pushing in the knife into the wound. And it is 6-2, about to turn 7-2. Oh. Aww. Not even that, man. Not even that.
This is already a bit dire. Now I think I had this down to a T almost with the David and Goliath kind of thing, where you had the asterisk of if Fluxo's still going to be a little bit unstable to some degree. Yeah, you definitely got a way in. Train maybe wasn't that way in. This is Fluxo saying, yeah, we've had a time, we've figured out our stuff on Train. So, that wasn't gonna work. Now they have to do it the hard way through this 3-map of a series. And with already this as well saying, or us saying at the desk, if this still somehow does go to a third, Ancient's gotta be a map where Fluxo shouldn't be losing this one either, or at least, you know, that's what the numbers kind of do say at the moment already. It's still an uphill battle no matter how you look at it. So Swingers, I really wish you the best of luck here, and I do want to see that come back on this first half again, right? They had that slow start on train as well here. They had that pistol, at least they've already got a couple. But you're still gonna need a couple more here. 5, 6, aim there. Settle for 4 maybe, but nonetheless you're gonna be in for one hell of a time because Fluxo, like you say, they just are not showing any signs of slowing down at the moment.
Yeah, see, like, I enjoy the whole Swingers narrative, but I got to cast their game against Solid for them to get here, right? And in that game, before they actually met up with Bestia, when they fought Solid, it wasn't necessarily that they managed to win that in a 3-map affair because they were playing so much better than Solid. It was because Solid were doing a lot of mistakes. And I feel like, I haven't seen the Bestia game, but I can presume that that was more or less the case as well. For Bestia, on the other hand, though, like, they did manage to beat Swingers on the close qualifiers of PGL, and then they lost out here on CCT, so that was a bit of a different story. But out here, when it was against Solid, like, again, Swingers were really going to town, but it was Swingers, all of them performing, and for Solid, like, DRG wasn't really there. Tamati was having a slow game, Nathan wasn't having as much impact, like GBB was trying to save the day, and it just wasn't enough because it ended off on Ancient, where Swingers just kind of took in the reins and took them down on overtime. But, like, now in the Fluxo game, even in the pre-show, I think I mentioned it, I don't feel like this is a semi-final worthy game. Like, it could have been, and the narrative was there, and the possibility was there, but that was still a probability of happening, like a 30%er, maybe. And right now we're getting to see Fluxo show the opposite, show that that's not the case, that they are the better team, and that they just want to take it down to 0 ASAP. So, here we are, I guess, Nexus, here we are.
I'm liking this play for Dash. A little slow to get here in my for my liking. Usually I'm up here and getting 2 kills by the 1:45 mark already.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just the way to go about it, because no one knows what to do.
Yeah, when
unless you're that one guy who
minutes.
just realized that's exactly what I was doing like 7 rounds in a row, bought a Zeus and sat on the ladder. Yeah, outread me, all I'm saying.
I wish.
Here as well, Swingers, they were still ready for it.
No, again, Swingers, in this pistol round, in this half-buy round, they positioned themselves actually nice. I enjoy what they were trying to do. Yet again, none of their pistols land, none of their headshots land. Finally, Ponter takes down 1. But, like, those were 3 different 1v1s, which Swingers were poised to win, were in a better position to win, and they just couldn't click the heads of Fluxo fast enough. And that's what it's really come down to. Like, Ponter and Ninjas, they've been trying, but Molby, Desh, they were having a really tough map number 1. They're having a really tough map number 2 as well. Vinabeast now joining in their reigns, and it was supposed to be, you know, Swingers still trying to stay alive with 3 players. Now you've only got 2 performing, and even these 2 pillars, they're starting to crumble a little bit. So, and the reason that I keep on raining at the Swingers is that I want to see the change, but also is the T side for Fluxo here on their own map pick, managing to find a 7-2. You know? Like, if this is the T side of Nuke, how is their CT side gonna start looking after this?
I mean, that is the obvious question as well here. But I just feel like we are kind of looking at a repeat of Train almost to a degree.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, it is a tough one. It really is a tough one here. But not for Fluxo. But that's the... I mean, that just is the case. Sometimes you really just have a good team. A really good team. And despite the... Our best efforts to kind of manifest some of the struggles for Fluxo, they've just said, no thanks, we don't believe in magic, we don't believe in superstition or any of that.
Well, this is another play. Oh god, they blow up in the smoke as well.
So
and it's Milton
confident.
trying to continue. Yeah, this is what Kai was doing before, was just pushing into these angles, trying to find headshots, and actually opening up a lot of space. And now Milzin apparently is doing it for the team. And now they're already down here onto stairs. They're already down on double doors. Kai finds another one, and Ramp is already overwhelmed. I mean, Desh just has to try to hold on, but the Molotov forces him in or out, and the answer is going to be out. Does manage to find Kai. At the very least, that's one. And now, second.
Ooh.
Oh, doesn't trade him out. Okay. Thought that would have been
More
the
like
end
it.
of the round, but actually, this is approachable. And now, Pyria, he's going to fall too.
That's finally something to be happy about for Swingers, but it's not done yet. You still got 2 to get through. And guess what? Oh, this here, they don't even know about him. He's got that first one for free. Molly will put him into the open, but he's still fighting around the flames to take himself another one. It's now just Dash, wondering where has history gone? What's the mystery? Try to lure this one out. But it ain't that
Sticking
easy.
it.
The mystery machine is history on the defuse. Gets him off the excuse me, it gets him off the defuse. A step, a missed jump, and he gets off. With Fluxo around salvaged. Out of the depths. Oh, and that's gotta hurt as well.
Yeah, he could have defused it. I think he had just enough time before the Tech 9 started running at him. Unlucko. Very
Yeah.
unlucko out here, Nexus.
Better gaming
and
socks,
even more
better
unlucko
seat.
is this round.
Nicer mouse. Cooler mouse pad. That's what Fluxo have right now, because everyone's on 8 except for History right now, who's on 7. That is a team effort right now. Even the team is on 8. This is one hell of a first half, no matter how it ends.
Oof. Okay, that's a History with a no-scope, 1v3. History, go make some. HP on Ponter, half onto Ninjas. This round's still possible. Cue the Bond music. Cue the Mission Impossible. It starts with this kill, and it doesn't come through. Okay. Well,
It starts, it ends.
it starts, it ends. Yeah. Ay, ay, ay. Is this another 8-4 split?
No.
Are we?
I hate
are
to
we
say it.
actually getting the repeat? The repeat?
I don't think so. And that's just a very unfortunate reality.
The blob setup T side. Oh my.
I mean,
gone,
it
we've gone this-
makes weirdly sense. And apparently it's gonna keep making sense for Art. He's gonna also make bank. And
Oh my
gonna take
God.
away Swingers. 2 gone, one's outside, Ninjas living up to his name, emerges from the smoke, yes, but guess what, he's not gonna live for too long. There's gonna be multiple trade attempts on his life, one will be successful, but Malby still trades out. Oh, they know there's more here, MLH. His presence, not gonna be what they can quickly get rid of either, so he'll be sticking around for a little bit. And again, look at the time, look at how quick Fluxo have gotten themselves into this advantageous position again.
Yeah, it's just the art calling style. And Molby just
Not again.
again, he pulls the plug on the internet, and I think he pulls the plug on this entire game as well, because this has just been the worst showing Swingers could have had. Everything just piling on their heads, disconnects, not winning any duels. You know, I haven't even seen counter util out of the CT side landing. Like, it's been very rough out here for Swingers, and Fluxo are taking full advantage of that, because this is the easiest ticket they could have had towards the grand finals. Yeah. It starts off with a bang, and then it ends off in Fluxo's victory. And they don't even seem to have a worry on their faces. They're just like, okay, let's just end this. You get to see whenever you take a look on down to the webcams out here for Fluxo's players. It's just like complete. Some of them are locked in, others are just vibing. I think a lot of the time when we were actually going on Pyria, he was just smiling, having a laugh, you know, looking at the scoreline, being like, yeah, this is great. This is the life. 9-3 split. We go CT side nuke on our own map pick. Easy pickings, easy day.
Yep, apparently we're going to be calling this one as well. Back to spawn. Everyone reserved. People telling each other not alive. We're going to be figuring something out here. But yeah, if you want to just tune in here, you see 9-3 CT side. What's the initial reaction you would ever have to this?
Why is Beast 2-10? That's my initial reaction.
Oh,
probably.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, then you. So let's say I'm like a random person just tuning into the stream. I see this. I wonder, like, okay, I thought Swingers were like having a good run. What's going on? I check HLTV. I look at what happened first map. I see Mulby 4-10, Train, Mulby 7-13, Desh 3-15. Like, these are not the numbers they were putting up against Bestia. This is a very off day, a very big off day here for Swingers, and it hits at possibly the worst timing. Right when they were so close to making their probably deepest run inside of the CCT, right? The Swingers roster. Or this core of Swingers, I guess, because, like, they've been together for a month. Anyways.
Yeah, this is a very, very dominant show here. And one where Swingers, same as on trade, right? Okay, let's go back to trade. They had that A4 have, I say that's enough. You get that pistol, okay, that's step 1. You get that second, that's step 2. You lose step 3.
Yeah.
That exact same road ahead of them here. And on trade, that was pretty much where they had the better chance to make this comeback as well. So, it is still very hard to find faith in it. That, however, is 1 and 2 for the CT side to make it 3, price of 1. And far, far away, the last one remains no more. Fluxo, they gotta deny even the pistol here. To Swingers, this is domination.
It is just too much disparity in between the two teams right now. It feels like Swingers are lifeless and Fluxo, they're just going through the motions of the ocean right now. 10-3, they take pistol, they put the final nail in the coffin, and they've got 3 more rounds to take. Furious even looking bored at this. Like, okay, let's finish it. Come on. Chop chop, I have a grand final to attend. Oh, bye! Hoo-hoo, taken out. History, long range. Oh, just the bursts. Exquisite. Fine stuff. Yeah, look at the laughs. Look at the vibes. You know, that is a team that is winning, okay? That is a team that is feeling good. Shooting at each other, bringing out the Zeuses, being 11-3 up. Who wouldn't be? Do you think in positions like this, Art is still calling anything? Or is he just like, go kill lads, have fun?
I think that you do relax a little bit, but you do need to recognize as well if something is about to go wrong, because you need to have people around you who can be like, okay. I mean, let's be honest. You're in the CT side. He's not micromanaging everyone. So, as long as he's recognizing that people aren't just quiet and people have an idea what to do, I don't think he has to call anything too crazy. Especially when you still have history to deliver this as well.
Yep. been a beast. I mauled it on you a little bit. Can you double your scoreline? He doubled his scoreline in a single round. Can you do more? Can you triple it? Come on, 2 more kills. Tap away. Tippity tap. Oh. Well. Still better than getting nothing. There it is. Fluxo, before they had 6 map points, right? To try to finish it off. Now they'll have 9. And an auto sniper. Art is doing it again. No. No. I'm being taken back. I feel myself falling into the rabbit holes. He's actually gonna play it. Oh, what a mad lad. Okay. Well, that is a game. That is a game, isn't it, Nexus?
It really feels underwhelming, man. I wanted to be so much more excited about this one as well here. But we haven't seen it, right? Like, the one great thing, we see Fluxo, yeah, kicking ass, taking names, chewing bubblegum, and they're out of bubblegum. But it's just, unfortunately, such little in terms of the actual resistance, and that just goes to show you add on top of it, Piria will clean it up with a massive 3k.
He already left the chair. He's done. He's went to have his celebratory food right now, because that was maybe the fastest semi-final we've had in South America for a long while, if not ever. So there you have it. I mean, now comes in Freddy. Get your face in here. Let's have a little bit of talk about this, because like this is what happened. What was going on?
Came to play, I guess, baby. What, 9 rounds in total in the best of 3 from swingers, and 4 of them come from pistol rounds. That's also one thing of like, you know, this would have been, again, like 13-1, similar to Train, like a 13-3, 13-1 game if it wasn't for pistol round wins. This was just, it was insane. That like, individually, we saw Art just picking up an AWP and getting like a double kill last round, whatever, of regulation. You have Piria doing that spray transfer in the last round. Like, individually, Fluxo were just on a different form, and it was Milzen as well, as I was mentioning. Like, I assumed we were going to see more of him on the T side of Nuke, and that's exactly what happened. We saw spades more from him, and it was just like Art running down Secret before the smokes even landed. They were playing super aggressive, super in your face, and it was something that was just not something that was anything that contestable by swingers. And Fluxo looked like they want to take their 4th CCT title in South America this season, I think. Oh, sorry, yeah, this season, I think it would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4th title. They won Series 3, 4, 5. They got semifinals of 2, semifinals of 7, and now they're on the road to claim a 4th title.
They are CCT merchants, yeah.
Yeah, you ask me, that's pretty undisputed in terms of who's coming out of winning most of these. And now, for the MVP here, I want to say it's Art, just because of how good that T side really is on Nuke, just how easy and simple it is. You have the individuals, yes, but it doesn't start to get to that point unless you have someone who's able to call for a good game. Thus, I think Art kind of deserves this MVP here.
I feel like we've robbed history of this.
Maybe a little bit, yes, but I feel like I'm still... I think I'm still okay in saying I think Art calls a really good game and then just highlights his individuals from that game, and they elevate that to the next level.
I hear my little hot take. No one deserves an MVP here. Like, Fluxo, all 5 were playing, like, that was literally going on server, clicking heads, getting out server. Like,
they all
no one really...
the MVP then?
They all deserve it, the MVP, and at the same time, like, you can just forget about the MVP there. Everybody was an MVP for Flux, so they just come into the semifinals, boom, like, what was it, an hour and a half later, not even, most of it break time, we're out.
You know what I just realized? If they get this victory here today, they can make themselves 5 little championship like trophies, turn it into one really big one, like a Voltron thing. That's what they're going for here, clearly.
Together.
Yeah, same with that MVP. They're gonna share it into small pieces and make it into one big one.
I mean, I don't know if you guys if you remember this, or if you were kind of as around at the time, but when Season 1 started, Fluxo, I can't remember how many they won, but I think it was like 10 out of 12 or something like that. Like, Season 1, they were the epitome of CCT merchants, and that was actually, as an organization, that was the first time we saw Fluxo and a lot of the players that were on that team actually like succeed. Like they went from that to the major in Paris, for instance. Like they actually utilized CCT like massively to get out of the region, to escape Brazil. And as Art was saying, like this is a long-term project. Those VRS points and winning these tournaments are really, really pivotal. And especially getting the experience from someone like Milza and getting more the reps in. Like he's already playing really well. Get history more aligned with the team. Like he has played on the org before, but a completely different set of players. And it just felt like the firepower from me on this roster right now is just immaculate. Like it's actually scary how good it looks. And when you have Art, you were kind of talking about him on the T side. He plays. There's in different ways you can play as an IG on the T side, but certainly the one he was doing, and it's something that is obviously popular, is being the one that everyone moves around. So he orchestrates the round. He's the one getting into secret, pulling the rotations, putting himself in advanced positions to then cool the other players around him. And it's interesting to see the different uses of outside players, or maybe like one team would have alert and plays a lot more passive, or is then a part of the pact, whereas Art is almost like his own pack and makes the space completely for himself with utility and then calls around that. And I think it's, especially when you're not able to deal with that, a very difficult thing to do. So for this Fluxo project, I had a lot of question marks coming into today about, you know, a lot of roster changes, maybe some instability. It's a whole new core from what we saw last year, but it looks like even those swingers were the David of CCT Series 8. Unfortunately, there's not going to be a big enough stone for this matchup.
No, there isn't. Before we actually close it out, is it fair to say Art is kind of smurfing here? Is it fair to say?
Yeah, I mean,
it feels like it to me.
Yeah. Like it's like watching bloody Jame in a CCT closed qualifier. You're like, what's he doing here? Like Art's played, like I want to say the biggest, the first was semifinals major in Brazil, right? Like in the Rio major, he got semifinals when they lost to VP
Jame?
or outsiders, not Jame, Art. And yeah, they lost to Jame actually. Yeah, lost to Jame, interesting enough. Like, you've got Kai, who was a part of the Furo project, if I'm not mistaken, and was also touted as, like, kind of one of the big next guys. History would have been on the... and then History would have been a part of that Fluxo previous project that would have played at majors. So you've got a very experienced Fluxo team. Then you also look at other sides. You've got Red Cannons, you've got Cold Zero, Phelps, Henny, Drop, Venom Zera previously of Fluxo, losing in the quarterfinals. Like you know, it goes both ways. And also like with Sharks like Arden Zhao, Gafolo, Koala, like you've got these guys who are supposed to be top of the region, unfortunately forfeiting their quarterfinal game, but it's the same sentiment. And then with Beastier, it's like Kaysen, Thomason, Leo Drunken. You've got like all these really big names, and that's the beauty of the VRS in a very limited capacity, where you have a lot of these big names now attracted to tournaments like CCT, where usually they wouldn't be, because they need to use this as a stepping stone into the future. So that's my very long-winded response to your question, Nexus.
I'll take it. I will take it. For the schedule, though, we got 2 more games. We gotta find out who's gonna be facing Fluxo, who's brave enough to take them on. But as you can see here with the schedule, it's gonna be in about an hour's time or so. We make this such a quick one, everyone gets time to relax. Fluxo, they get even more time to relax. But maybe some people don't like that, you know? I think there's some people who have said that they'd prefer to just play back-to-back instead of having a break or whatever in between and make sure they're all warmed up and ready.
I think, unfortunately, stats disprove that one, because the ESL Challenger, whoever played the first... So the ESL Challenger schedule is similar to this one, of the 2 semi-finals and the finals get played on the day. 9 out of 11 teams that won played the first best of 3 of the day, so... Statistics actually suggest that the team who plays the first semi-final significantly has a higher chance at winning the grand finals.
Yeah,
all right, boys, get your tinfoil hats on.
It's not tinfoil hats. It's just statistics. Like it's just a fact.
It makes sense. It makes sense because also those teams are just watching the next BO3, right? All of them staying together, kind of being on a call and then watching what's going on. Yeah, doing prep and literally
food
live making food. Yeah, staying chill, live trying to counteract what they're doing against the enemy on that team, and then they're going into the grand finals being like, okay, we're ready to go, and the other team is just like, can we have a break? Can we have like a 10-minute please? We still don't know what we're doing. We still
do get 10
we
minutes.
had to like.
They do get 10.
They do get 10 minutes.
Yeah. It's not like finish semi-finals, boys on the server in 5. Like get in here.
Next.
Yeah. I mean, I guess Nexus, you do have a point. Like I know when we were at LAN recently and we had like a 2-hour break between one game and another, and it's like you kind of mentally switch off a little bit sometimes, and that is completely fair enough. But now they have like a 5-hour break. Like they've got loads of time to relax and chill out. But guys, there's no chilling out for you at home because we've got our second semi-finals. We've got the grand finals, as we've alluded to, coming up. That's going to be Fluxo. Who's going to meet them? We've got a very exciting semi-finals. Adelia Meagles versus Shinden, and especially Shinden. They have beaten 9Z. They have beaten Red Canids. They have beaten arguably some of the best in the region and uncontestably the best teams in this tournament to get through to semi-finals. They're looking to defeat Adelia Migos and then cause a similar upset potentially to Fluxo in the grand finals, but that is going to take a little moment. We will be having that game in, I actually don't know how long. I guess like an hour and a bit. An hour and a bit. Yeah, so we're going to have some fresh faces on the commentary desk. I'll still be here. We've got our second semi-final of our final series in South America for Season 2. You do not want to miss this. Go get a snack, go get some food, and join us in an hour.
just wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
It's Championship Tuesday here in our final CCT South American series. We're wrapping up the whole of Season 2, and we've got our second semi-final to see who will face up against Fluxo. Adelia Amigos versus the unlikely Shinden. We've got a banger game on our hands, but we've got some banging casters. B-Dog, Exner, how are you boys doing today? Brandon, you go first.
I just like how Cole is just sitting up to get the PA logo all in the frame.
Oh, yeah.
Shot. He's started out a
those
little
dead
bit
teams,
slouched.
baby. Repping those dead teams. We exploded with Twitter drama, but I still have the T-shirts, so we're good.
But it was exciting.
It was exciting.
Is that the one where it's got like the cool design on the back, or is that a different shirt?
It does have the cool
like,
design.
Stand
on
up,
the
give us
back.
a twirl. Give us a twirl.
You see it?
Yeah, basically, yeah, that looks great.
Oh,
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. Production moved it. Yeah, big up, Skinny.
Nice.
It wasn't what I was thinking of, but do you know what,
Yeah.
Freddie? To answer your question, yeah, I'm fine.
I was gonna circle back and be like, so like, how are you doing actually? Cole, you doing well today? You happy to be in the South American region?
Yeah. I'm so excited to be here today. You know, nothing but fun South American Counter-Strike, and I'm so excited to see some surprising teams in the semifinals. Honestly, I didn't expect for these two rosters to make as deep of a run, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's actually kind of the first narrative I want to pick up, because we're looking at the playoff bracket. And there's a lot of big names within this playoffs, and Shinden has taken down the majority of them, and they have a chance to basically make this like crazy upset run through the main Swiss, their first playoffs of the year. If they go through to the finals and beat Fluxo, like, that's crazy. Obviously, Cole, this is a surprise to you. Brandon, you caught some of yesterday. You actually caught that Shinden Red Canids game.
Oh, yeah.
What's your kind of overall thought of this now Argentinian roster and this playoff brackets as a whole?
Yeah, look, to be honest with you, I think Shinden plays some solid CS, but there was a lot of mistakes from Red Canids. Obviously, that's going to be the case with their roster just fully formed as of recent. Drops now taking over a really big responsibility in that team, so it's going to take time for it to gel, and they haven't had any offline because we've had the PGL Bucharest closed quals go on, which is conflicting a conflicting event with the playoffs. That's why you see Sharks forfeit. That's why Red Canids, they didn't want to forfeit. They wanted to play for VRS points. They looked at the bracket and they thought, let's have some of that, and then they got clapped by Shinden. So yeah, I think it's more impressive they beat 9Z, to be honest. I mean, that team's all over the place right now. So I think Shinden have been actually fortunate when you look at the playoff bracket, because yes, these are really hard opponents, but they're also in states of flux. And Fluxo, on the other side of the bracket, see what I did there? They've been doing really well, and I'm glad that they are actually in the final, and it isn't just like a complete train wreck of a bracket. I don't know what the semi-finals is going to be with this Adeli Amigos roster versus Shinden, but I'm here for it.
Nice. We've kind of, I guess we've talked about the majority of that bracket. Now, as mentioned, this is our second semi-finals game. We've already seen Swingers versus Fluxo. That was incredibly one-sided. Like, I think the scoreline was 13-6, 13-3, and it could have very easily been a 13-1, 13-1 because Swingers, they won 2 pistol rounds, so it's like 4 of their 9 rounds they won in the series was a pistol and eco. So that was... yeah, that was an absolute stomping from Fluxo, and I was quite impressed considering their volatility in roster, such like Bestia and 9Z, Red Canids. Like, everyone's making roster changes right now, apparently. But our two unlikely sweethearts, Adeli Amigos versus Shinden. Let's go pull up Adeli Amigos first. And Cole, I'm gonna hand the baton over to you for this one. We've got this team who haven't made playoffs this year so far. They've been double grouped. They get invited to the playoffs for this season, for this series, and made the semifinals. What should we expect?
I mean, I'm always surprised whenever I'm seeing Del Boni and Showtime, and now they're in a deep playoff run. So, I mean, again, they are a huge surprise making it through here. I mean, as we kind of mentioned, the kind of unfortunate circumstances of the like overlaps and the forfeits, I think has given this team an easier path, but they've got a lot of experience to lean on. They've got an older squad here in general. Sometimes I do question on this roster, like what is the future? I feel like I've seen the peak out of Fascine on this team, to be honest with you, watching him in an A quite a bit. So I don't know like who's gonna be like long term the guys that elevate this roster into like I would say like a team that can contend for like actually qualifying for international events. I don't know if that's the case, but if they can start to make a big run here, and then, you know, force their way through some of the inexperience that's on the other side of the server and Shinden, that's going to be their ticket in. I think they got to lean on some of that.
Yeah, because realistically, with like the VRS, one championship victory here completely transformed your whole fortunes. But let's see what they're going to be like against Shinden. You mentioned the inexperience aspect. This is an Argentinian squad with, to me, some not massively familiar faces across the board. And look, they deserve to be here. They come through the main Swiss. They've beaten 2 giants in this playoff bracket. Brandon, you've seen a lot of them in the last 24 hours. Give us the down low.
So you've got Ives, who's inconsistent, to be honest, but he can just pop off like he did on Mirage against Red Canids, and he just owned them. He got like 20 kills. Nacho is the hard carry of this team. Roy can ninja defuse without any utility. That's what we saw yesterday as well. So
Sorry, what?
So on Mirage, final map decider, Henny was in jungle. Phelps was in connector. The bomb was planted reverse triple, and Roy just walked out and just stuck the bomb. Just won.
Oh.
Yeah, so he's got that in his locker. Abiz is one of these guys that you feel like should be getting more kills, and then he doesn't. And BK1, I was really impressed with BK1. So Nacho, Ives, BK1, these are the guys you got to watch out for. But that's the question I wanted to ask you, Freddie, really, about this Shinden team. It's like they're really inexperienced, and it's like, what is this the peak of their heights, or can they actually go further maybe and get to the grand final?
That's a really interesting point that you've brought up there, Brandon. And even though Shinden maybe haven't had the best start of the year, like not making playoffs in Series 6, Series 7, they were able to take Imperial to overtime in open qualifiers. Similar, like take a map off Sharks. Like we've seen flares of some sort of success from some of these other tournaments. And I think especially within this playoff bracket, you cannot deny the fact, no matter the roster changes or the turmoil within some of those other rosters, they've done fantastically against the likes of Red Cannons and 9Z that have, you know, the players of the region. No matter what roster they're on, they should still be able to get past a roster like Shinden. And I think it is incredibly admirable from the Shinden roster. And I'd be elated, nigh over the moon, to see them go through to a finals and beat Fluxo. So with that in mind, let's go take a look at the veto.
Yeah, I wanted to cut you off there and actually bring up the veto, because I think it's important to talk about these maps. I wonder what relevance Dust 2 will have on this, because last time these two teams played against each other, Cole, Adeli Amigos won 13-0 on Dust 2.
Yeah, that's light work right there. That seems like it. They're going to go for the chance to get that one downrange again here. Why not go for it on take 2? That's a definite dominant beatdown right there. So maybe we're looking at I'm trying to run this thing on back. We're going to see Nuke
Come
picked
on!
out. And there it is. There it is.
Be dog gif.
No
Wait,
fear.
they picked T side. That's cool.
Sure.
Like we don't. I mean,
Sure.
it doesn't matter on Dust 2, but we never see that really, do we? Just
Well,
saying.
last time they got 0 rounds on T side actually out of 12, so
Yeah,
they picked it again. Actually, I have no excuses here. I thought maybe it would be reversed. They would have got 0 CT rounds. No, they picked T side last time and then still got 0 rounds, so they're running it back here on Shinden.
Actually, they picked Dust 2 against Adeli Amigos.
Oh
so
my
they
God.
They got given T side
Yeah.
because Adeli Amigos were like, yeah, chill, we'll have CT. And now this time they've been picked into it, and Adeli should go, yeah, sure, we'll just start T side again.
Well, hey, you know what you can't always rely on? It's the Del Boni Showtime powerhouse combo dropping 180R plus. So I don't know.
Once in a blue moon.
Yeah, that doesn't happen all the time. So maybe that's what we're banking on here for Shinden, is that we don't see that level of performance, and maybe Shinden feeling a little bit more confident now that they've been able to take down some of the legends that they have been able to take down. Right, if you're not shaking up against players like Cold Zera and you know Max from 9Z, then you should be good.
Oh yeah, same conversation there. Cold Zero and Max, one of the two. Yeah, same caliber.
I do want to say I actually really like this Nuke pick. Like, I'm gonna try and be serious for a moment.
Because it
I actually
worked
really
last
like
time?
No, not well. Actually, I don't really care about what happened last time, even though we just spoke about Dust 2. Yesterday, Shinden came back from 12-5 against Red Canids, forced overtime and won on Nuke. So I think they're going to be feeling really confident about it, and they were just like, yeah, you know what? It did work last time, but we're feeling really good about it in the most recent iteration of the game we just played, as in yesterday, so we'll just go with it again. I rate it.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the conversation that I don't know if we've touched upon it, but it's the Adeli Amigos minus Kaysen, who has gone on to bigger and better things, and they're playing with Freck in this game.
Wow.
Was
Has
it?
it gone on to bigger and better things? Adeli Amigos semi-finals, best year quarterfinals. Like...
Yeah, but salary not being paid, you know, it's like it's a coin flip there. But they've used Pesadello in ECL, and he's been great. But on HLTV it says Freck's playing, so like, what's going on there? So you know, we have the previous matchup, but is this an Adeli Amigos that have maybe had a bit of a gifted run to playoffs, perhaps?
Oh, so I mean, they're playing with the freak of the week, so I mean, I'm sure it'll be completely fine. I imagine they're just trialing players, or they're just getting stand-ins so they can just play with them.
Also,
I'm not too
ECL's
sure.
like roster restriction rules are.
Yeah,
a
I was
little
about to
weird,
say
so
that. I don't really know what's going on there. So
That might have
maybe
something
it's
to do
just a
with it?
case of that. Probably.
Probably.
Potentially.
I mean, only God knows.
Like God knows what happens in ECL.
Oh god, that chaotic. Adeli Amigos also lost to Florippa Stars on I think it was Nuke. And for anyone who doesn't know, Florippa Stars aren't that good. I would argue they're quite bad, actually. So seeing that as a first pick as well, seeing that as the mapping of Shinden kind of fills me with quite a lot of hope going into this one, being like, okay, Adeli Amigos, not too great of result previously against a much lower level opposition. But boys, I think they're changing server, and
Okay.
I don't know exactly how long we have until it goes live, but I feel like it's going to be a while. We keep talking. I was actually just going to open the floor of like, do you guys have any points to add that we haven't maybe gone over so far, or
We need
anything
to
you
do a
want to ask me?
prediction. We need to do a
Prediction!
maybe.
Brandon, well, as
Oh.
you've brought it up, I think you should lead the way.
3 maps, overtime on
yeah.
Dust 2 from a 13-0.
That's
and
bold.
Shinden are gonna win.
Okay,
Wow.
so they're gonna wait. So who's winning Dust 2?
Shinden. Wait, no.
Okay, so Shinden
No,
are gonna
Adeli
lose their
Amigos.
map
Adeli
pick.
Amigos.
Yeah, okay.
Nuke is going to be won by Shinden. Adeli Amigos are going to somehow throw it on Dust 2, and then they'll recover it in OT. And then Mirage will be a generational classic, but Shinden will win.
Generational classic. An all-timer. One of the best games of all time. That's what they're saying about Mirage.
Correct.
Oh, so Cole, are we gonna go to Mirage then?
No, I think actually Shinden are going to close this thing out in 2. We're not seeing
okay.
Mirage, and then Shinden are destined to be in the finals, just to fall flat up against Fluxo when the pressure's the most.
Yeah, you guys, you simple minds, you're only giving predictions of this series. I'm saying
Not
Shinden
really.
win it all,
I mean,
baby.
Cole just gave both.
Yeah, I know. Shut up, man. All right, Brandon, how many fingers am I holding up?
Probably one.
2.
2, 3, guys.
Aw.
Yeah, got you there, zinger. But Shinden, they're gonna win it all. It's gonna be 3 maps all the way, baby. It's gonna be. Oh, I'm gonna go over two rounds of overtime, split between Nuke and Mirage, and it's gonna be, and then a Shinden 2-1 victory against Fluxo in the grand finals. I'm laying down the law there.
I'd
I'm
like
going
them
to
to
disagree
actually
with
win.
you about that.
Oh, that's interesting.
I just think it's going to be a quick 2-0.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
probably.
Why do you think
but-
it's going to be 3 maps?
That when I look at the past history of Nuke for Adeli Amigos, I think it opens up the pathway for Shinden to get some success. But realistically, if the core is still there from a 13-0 on Dust 2, Adeli Amigos should still have Dust 2 in their back pocket, regardless of Kaysen being in this roster or not, even though he was a massive source of firepower.
Mm.
You know
Yeah.
what? You persuaded me.
Sold!
Perfect. I don't know when the ETA is, guys, so I'm going to throw it to a break.
Bye.
But when we come back, it's going to be me and Cole taking you through map 1 of Nuke between Adeli Amigos and Shinden. See you in a sec. I really hope he was muted throughout all of that. Well, we're here, guys. Adedi Amigos, CT, Shinden. On that T side, going ramp, and no one's there.
Oh, baby, it's showtime.
Oh, he is there.
Oh, he is there. I was just saying it was showtime for this map.
Maps are hard, aren't they?
It's showtime for this map right now, and he's ready to go. And he's going to get some extra help here. Maybe Delboni joining forces here. This 1-2 punch, this deadly duo ready to lock it down in the ramper, man. Delboni out of there real fast. So it was showtime. They're going to give up some space. And the chase is on. Showtime under pressure there. Locked in from Abyss. And some more aggression coming through from Nacho. Taking some names. They can't stand a chance up against his Glock. No more out of Abyss. But they continue to fight through. One more here for Delboni. He's knocked out as well. It is easy as can be. They just get run over by Nacho and Abyss.
That's the key thing for Shinden, and what you're going to see a lot. I don't know how much you've watched them, if any, Cole, but they play some really simple CS, but it's really effective because their fundamentals are pretty brilliant. And they hit hard as well. Like Abyss getting 3 kills there. Nacho chiming in with some important ones. They just isolate Showtime, and then the double doors swing open, but the single door players just aren't ready to go at the same time there for the CTs, and they just get overwhelmed really easily. That is a brutal way to start your campaign on CT Nuke.
You know what a thief's favorite cheese is?
Nacho cheese.
That's the one. That's the one. Nailed it.
You know what Shinden's favorite type of pistol round is?
A 1-1?
Nacho pistol. Our pistol. Oh.
Not a deagle,
Everybody's-
that's for sure. They don't like
Yeah.
those. Get away.
But he's got his pistol.
Far away. I bought into Galil's and AKs here on this, which is a bit surprising, a bit interesting. No Mac 10s or anything. Just gonna run it down into a silent squeaky through the smoke. How are they getting this much space? Knifeable, but no. IVZ gonna take down his kills with the Galil. And a bit of an oversight maybe, but honestly such a risky move to slide through squeaky like
Yeah.
that. Like, it's a bold strategy right there.
I kind of love it though, because when you slide out there, you could get contact from like a Mustang player or a Sally player or like a Heaven player could be looking, but no one was, and they're like, oh okay, well we've not received contact. Delboni's killed us by main. We'll just smoke him off and just go. And they isolate the fights really well. The fact that the only casualty comes out from that headshot of the Deagle and the pistol players don't really know what's up because they just get blindsided by a pure contact play. It is risky, but hey, it works out pretty well.
That's what they say. High risk, high reward.
I'll tell you what, Shinden were game planning a lot in the Red Canids match. It's funny because the only match where it looked like they'd meticulously anti-stratted was Ancient, and that was the only map they lost. But it's clear that they do their prep and their homework, and we'll see the cameras. They are on boot camp playing together, so that's going to be a big boost.
Yeah, no, it is good to see. I mean, I think these younger teams are so effective at that as well. They got so many different tools to kind of play around some of their opponents. Whereas, again, you look at some of these older guard teams, and it's always, oh, we prep for this team the same as every team. We kind of focus on ourselves. But these younger teams, I know, are putting in a lot of work for countering their competition, countering the setups that the opposition's usually bringing out here. So glad to see that's the case here with Shinden, and watching some of these guys throughout last year. You know, watching them rise up here during now the Shinden roster with the organization. I really like Rugo as a coach here, but there's some aggression towards the lobby being answered back. CK Zhao and Vesine able to find some success here. They do lose out on some of that space towards the outer yard. It's a bit of a bold move. CK
What are
Zhao
you doing?
with a chance there.
what
Making
is
it all on
that?
the smoke push. You don't like a smoke push?
I don't when you've just put it into a 3v2 and you split up from your teammate and just go, yeah, screw it, I'll just make this hero cool. I guess he heard one player step towards Secret, but that's not enough. And now you've put Fast in a position where he can't even go for this round. In fact, he just detaches his microphone. He's just so frustrated. He's just taking his mic off.
No, I can't deal with this right now. I'm going silent. He's getting the silent treatment. Unbelievable. Whenever I take my my microphone out, I have to restart Counter-Strike to get the in-game voice back.
Oh, he's sucking it now.
You're
Wait,
hearing every
really?
breath right there with how close
Yeah.
that thing is.
Guys, I'm saving in Portuguese.
Yeah. I mean, you're hearing every last breath. You're hearing all those comms. You know, it's important that he's loud.
If you put your microphone next to your phone cup, you'd be able to hear game audio as well. That'd just be awful. Because then you wouldn't even be able to hear your own comms, because it would just be like a muffled mess just in the ear bit.
That'd be tough. Yeah, no, I mean, I wouldn't recommend doing that as a player or as like a teammate, unless you're trying to troll in matchmaking. That could be like a funny bit that you do. Try and fake
Don't
some
encourage
people out.
people.
I love encouraging a good old troll. But right now it's strictly business here for Shinden. Nice 3-0 start. Smoke spam into the HG. Can't quite make it there, unfortunately. Abiz. Not going to be able to slide down the vents, neither is IVZ. CK is out denying access for some, but not all. So down the vents for a couple of players here. A chance opens up somewhat for this round in the post plant, but they're going to need to try and take some kills and probably take some space to back it up as well while they're at it.
They're not doing that, actually. They completely concede all the space on site. Now they start to work their way around and towards double door. Secret, completely wrong call. Has to be a consideration, and Roy now starts arming himself. They drop into the site really loudly to take pressure off of the Secret players. Oh, but Nacho just deletes, so does Roy. They fake out the bomb, and the spray from Roy is immaculate. Delboni, Lau left all on his own, and he just gets sidelined by BK1 from a 3 versus 5 into a 3 versus nothing. Shinden overwhelmed the odds in the afterplan.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm mistaken right there. They do take some good control and get themselves established into some very quick post plants, right? And I think that's the key difference maker. Being able to move in towards double and coordinate their efforts so effectively here. Beautiful work with that Galil. And they completely shut it down. That is the problem with playing on the B side with those post plants. I do feel like it's super difficult to retake if you're established. Like you saw eventually Shinden were able to get into. This is a cool little boost here. And oh my goodness, just tracking Nachos, Vasine. That'll do. Nice little opening pick there for them.
What do you,
They had
what
a
do you think
couple of
about
those.
BK, what do you think about BK1's view model?
Oh, I've been seeing it way too much to be like. everyone is it's everyone at Pro League. I watched a lot of Pain at Pro League. Like everyone's on this train now. Everyone loves
I'm there
the
with them.
Doom. You're playing on it?
Yeah, you know me, professional Counter-Strike player. I'm terrorizing the low elo level 10 lobbies with
And then
it.
it's all that pesky view model.
Hey, it ain't bad. And this round ain't bad either for Adeli Amigos, because what started off as a couple of hero pistols has now evolved into an AK and M4 and a chance to go for the retake if they would like to. Although with CK's out being pretty loud, maybe you could flash in the player in towards heaven. The issue aware of it, and it just does nothing. Roy is sharp with his shots, and CK Zhao just needs to go and save. Maybe he can find an exit or two, but ultimately that's not really going to upset the money too much.
I'm gonna call him CK Loud instead of CK Zhao. Switch up the names right there.
CK audio cue.
That sounds pretty good, honestly. Surprising amount of words right there, but it kind of flows. That I think might do here. What's not doing is the CT side.
I've just realised as well that they're not even playing with Freak. They're playing with someone else.
Is it BSD?
ESD.
Yeah,
BSD.
that'd be the one. Right, they're bringing him in. Try testing him out, seeing how he works with this squad.
Well, time to get a kill.
I think that would be any time is good. That's for sure. In the near future, off the back of this timeout might be preferred.
Freddie obviously coaches and he doesn't shut up about it, and I imagine that's exactly what he'd be saying in the
Yeah, he'd be
timeout.
rubbing
He'd be like,
their
right,
shoulders and saying, "It's time now. You gotta
Okay,
kill them
you got the
and
ult
check
now,
your corners
Pookie."
better."
get an entry. He goes down towards Secret.
That's why they pay him the big bucks.
I don't know if they pay him.
He gets paid for the love of the game
That's why we're all here.
and his league fees. In the meantime, Shinden looking to pay Showtime a visit on the ramp room here. Is he prepared? A little flashbang, that'll take the edge off of this aggression. But they
Oh,
just
shame,
ignore it.
Come on, Showtime. There we go. Oh, only one. But the AWP's down here now, at least. And there's another rifler, but he just peeks. The AWP just peeks, and Nacho just rips his head off like it's nothing.
And listen to the coach. Coach B-Dog said it had to be now. It had to be with that AWP instead. Nacho making sure it's not his kill. To work with here. Continued aggression gonna roll down. Delvoni. Is he saving right now? Or no, they're moving up the
No,
vents
he's
here.
reading.
and-
He's reading it well.
Yeah, that's a smart read here. Look at the numbers punched in, and it's coverage. Okay, what a quick kill! Does drop down safely. Good dismount. Abyss doesn't really seem like he's aware of the drop here. He's still aiming his crosshair high, but nice jiggle into the swing, and he didn't really have enough ammo. And he's gonna make sure to let it be known that the clutch is won.
Yeah, I mean, in that situation, like, Darboni definitely could have maybe just swung and denied the plant, but I guess he was worried about Abyss faking it, getting off it, and by that point he's completely isolated, so instead he takes the more dramatic approach of falling off the heaven, shooting, so it averts his drop noise, which did work for a second, but Abyss, as soon as he tracks him, he just removes him, having a brilliant start to this semi-final, 10-3. And now shouldn't take a pause, because they're not comfy with how that round ended, and they just want to make sure they've got everything in check, because this is 6-0. This is the money being just destroyed consistently by this CT side. Like, you can just keep on building this if you're Shinden, rolling it into something further. They're already going to be really happy with the fact that this was a 6-0 start. They've done everything they need on this T side, but they want even more.
Yeah, you can say that again.
They've done everything they need and more.
There you go. Shinden. We'll see if they can keep it up. Got the scout rolling out here. It's kind of like an op. You just have to aim a little higher, and it does the trick. That's what BSD's bringing to the table right now. Again, looking to get activated here for the squad, especially important on the CT side of Nuke, positionally being able to offer up some success here with the sniper. He's got his teammate kind of scaling up secret, so this position might be a little bit nullified here, given that info that they're kind of maintaining at the moment. For now, we're playing Knives Out Counter-Strike, BK1 hands-off keyboard maneuver. Gonna have to lock in a little bit.
Hey, mum, look, no hands.
He's just chilling right now in this round.
I like this. This is really deliberate because they know the money is going to be a bit wrecked, so they're just waiting for a mistake to be made. Is there going to be any pushes outside? Is there going to be any pushes towards secret? They've already noted as well that there's some really fast rotates down lower, so you can maybe just drop these diagonal smokes. You put BK1 down as a lurk, or in fact just send the whole squad down, because as long as you can trade, you're going to be absolutely fine in this round. 35 seconds. The only issue with this is time.
I'm gonna move on here. Still got some great utility, despite the fact that this round is so late for the T side, and that's a bit of awkward timing there for Fascine. We'll see if he reassembles on the angle. He will, but it's a peek into BK1 instead of a prepared position. Completely sidelined, and showtime.
Okay.
He's running it down, baby.
Ooh.
Hey, BSD!
Yeah, or as friends call him, big scout damage. Good headshot. Unfortunately, that's going to be the only casualty in the round here for Shinden, unless anyone explodes to the bomb. They play that really well. I mean, Showtime just wildly swings because he's like, oh, look, if I can create some chaos, if I can maybe just get a couple of kills here, then essentially we can stop the bomb going down. Two of his players were still on A. They just had no info whatsoever. And that needs to be the next thing that evolves here in this default for Adali Amigos. That they need to actually just start taking some map control, fighting towards ramp a bit more aggressively, going towards outside, maybe even break the smokes with some nades, because currently they're in the dark about everything that is going on.
Yeah, I do kind of need to see that flowchart get cooking here for the reactions from Adali Amigos. If you are seeing the consistency in the smokes towards the outer yard, and likelihood that space is taken and there's 30 seconds left and you have no rotates, even like the fact that Fascine is kind of unaware of that fact is a little nerve-wracking, right? Because your teammates aren't feeling any pressure towards ramp. There is one lobby lurk that didn't get spotted, but you gotta be prepared for the idea that they're heading in that direction. So I am surprised by the fact that they're a little bit surprised in a lot of these situations, to be honest with you.
It just feels sluggish, right? It just feels like they know what the reaction is, but they're taking like 10 seconds to piece it together, which you'd expect, to be honest, you'd expect probably more from Shinden, given where they're at just in their life cycle, compared to the experience of Showtime, CK Zhao. Like, you could even throw Del Boni in that conversation. Like, why is this taking so long to piece together?
They can find any solutions here ASAP. That's certainly what they need. We did get to see big scout damage get on the board last round.
Hey, you like that one?
I did. That was great.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it sounds nicer than just those very common 3-letter names that we see so often. It's a trend in South America. They like it.
Like Roy.
I'll give Roy a pass. I'll give Roy a pass. I
could have picked 3 players on that team, and I just thought it'd be funny to say Roy.
He's all good. But right now,
Great
Showtime
flashbacks.
not quite good again. You just have to bail on these attacks that we're seeing right now from Shinden. The utility just remains too strong.
Bro,
They
look
get
at these
ramp control
rotates.
free of charge, but that is a good reaction here. If Shinden read into this now, that's when I'm going to start to worry for Adali Amigos even more than I am worrying right now, which is pretty worried.
Ooh. That was a nice shot, and BK1 just outmaneuvers Fassin. Orb rings out for Ives, but it's Showtime still at the back of the site. There needs to be a trade, and Showtime is just getting free reign. Will be finally removed by this nade, but it's a 2 versus 2. Damage has been done, but Nacho just keeps on going, and
my
Ives
God.
just swings out a double like it's nothing. No matter how many players you throw down this B bomb site, Shinden is still going to come out on top.
That is nuts right there. aggression is absolutely absurd, putting the pressure on them on the B side. Even though there was that stack, you still see efficiency out of the lurk from BK1. They just run down into the bomb site. The op entries coming through from Ivies is impressive. And I think Adali Amigos are starting to run out of answers for the firepower that we're seeing on the other end of the server. Don't know how to shut this thing down. Delboni definitely not going to be able to work with that duel. Fortunate to get out alive, to be honest with you. We'll take that. And this is finally some lobby aggression that I kind of want to see out of this Adali Amigos. This is maybe the next step. On top of T-Roof is crazy. It just might work. It just might work. It will. CK's out. Takes him a little bit, but gets the job done.
Oh, come on.
Now trying to chase him down. Abyss gets his pistol out. And he'll win it again. CK's out. Creating chaos.
Are they not going to look at Silo? No? Guys,
Okay.
like that felt really obvious. And you're still left in a really tricky position. Roy finds one, but you won't be ready for the second player that's up Silo. Oh! How has he not died? He's now got the AWP out. No, he doesn't. He's come back to the AK to get the reload off. Delboni has now disappeared, and Showtime will now reveal his final hand. That was messy, but they do get it over the line. Finally, some aggression, and finally it pays off.
That definitely was a goofy looking around right there, but I'm surprised that CK Zhao was able to get on top of that Marsh position and find so much success. Maybe the call-outs weren't really there. Maybe they expected a little more respect from Adali Amigos, but that's them playing like they've got nothing to lose. 'Cause to be honest, they don't got a lot to lose. That's maybe how you need to kind of take this approach here when you're staring down the barrel of a 0-8 half here. Delboni taking up that same space. This time a trade, though. 1 for 1. I'll be able to strike back here in return. Biz dodging out on the spam this time. It's looking good. HE's to blow open that smoke, but again, they just let it resurface, and they'll slide on down free of charge. They know that there's a player down the vents, so the rotates are cut off. And Shinden have put themselves in a great position already.
Absolutely. BSD, the player to meet them. Down ramp. Nacho this time is the one lurking. You saw one player lurk previously, but it was over behind main, and BSD is just getting destroyed. At least Nacho has been removed on the lurk, and Biz is still holding this vent rotate. But Showtime is now being really loud to maybe get the ramp players involved. It's a swing out of Roy, but there's one back from a Biz, and now the entire defense is retaken from one position.
It's just how they like it. Both coming up the ramp side. This T side, though, you're going to look a little bit more comfortable in closing this one out. They don't really know that they're already past the line, but they got to get on that bomb here, which is going to queue up the aggression out of the duo. Vastin just taps it, but it was always a ruse as he runs away. That bomb, I mean, he's dead. So, I like that he goes for the kill. He's not making it out of this round. Bye-bye.
Again, this is really simple Counter-Strike, but it's just so effective. And Adali Amigos in this round, they broke the smokes. They tried to fight through. It didn't work, but they didn't have anyone immediately rotating vent. It's probably a good idea that they didn't have anyone immediately rotating vent because Abyss had already made it down there. And it's as simple as, I've got vents, you've crossed outside, cool, let's just exec B. And BSD is just stood in the open. Between like 4 different angles, he just gets removed. Like this AWP head-to-head is not even close. Even though the difference is 3 kills, the amount of impact that IDES is having compared to BSD is night and day.
Yeah, he's been, I mean, super efficient when they've needed him most. Delboni.
Oh, what a flash.
Oh, he had so much time to clear it right there. I thought he was going to overlook it somehow, but no, he tracks his target eventually. Just takes him a little bit of extra time, unfortunately, with how good that popper was. He had plenty of extra time.
You know that flash is good when you can run in a complete ring around your opponent and still get the kill before he's unblind. Back to ramp. Look, it's just working. There's going to be this lobby push. Oh no! Oh dear! Ives has removed Nacho on accident, but there's no further fallout from it. So, in a weird way, it's all fine. They're going to prematurely rotate everyone down in towards this B bomb site. Rotates are here immediately for Adeli Amigos. This can't go wrong. This shouldn't go wrong. But Abiz has found fast in, and Roy's just deleted Showtime. So, in a blink of an eye, you've lost half your personnel.
They have to plant the bomb on the T side here, so I'm a little confused by the aggression. Swinging open the door, and it all goes wrong. Every duel goes wrong for Adeli Amigos. Nothing can go right. It's starting to feel like they maybe jumped the gun on that one here. It's left to CK's out to save. I mean, I was with you. I thought that one was in the bag right there. I thought they had it lock and key.
How do you consistently keep making these individual errors, though? It's like double door swings open, and 3 seconds later, oh, let me just peek from single. That will go well. It doesn't, guys. Like, you need to coordinate these swings together. And also, number one, as you said, you don't even need to swing. The bomb's got to get planted. You wait for the audio cue, and then you can set yourselves up. And instead, it looks like you want to fight forward because you've rotated down there early. You're ahead of the play, and you think you can capitalize on that. When the way you capitalize on it is just lying in wait and having extra personnel there that Shinden aren't ready for. That felt silly, but it's another showcase of how good and sharp these players are. This was even with a team kill. This is even with a team kill, and Shinden still win.
Yeah, now it's a team kill that you can just laugh off here and have a good old time with your 10-1 scoreline, watching the save come through there. Yeah, it is very shocking. I don't think it's a bad idea to take those fights early. It's just, again, if you're in a 4v3 and the bomb is yet to go down, and you're hearing them run into the bomb site right there, swinging open the door is going to give them all the attention they need
Exactly.
to look your way. So at least try and swing both doors together here, but swinging for the fences is Fascine, and just a quick dismissal out of this last round here. 5v3, good start, great start even. And Shinden are having no troubles dismantling Adeli Amigos right now. They're prepared for this outer yard push as well, if it continues. Trades coming through here. They do have a double up. Oh, it doesn't last long. I was going to say, in position, on the scene, doesn't matter. Shinden, dominant half here. This is beyond expectations here for them. They were looking for their revenge maybe from that 13-0 at the beginning of the year, but only one stumble in the half.
Yeah, and it came out of some miscoms, but aside from that little anomaly, you just want to call it, everything else has just been so brilliant. Adeli Amigos just looked so lost on Nuke, and Shinden looked amazing. And it was their T side that they were able to build back in on against Red Canids. Well, here, I mean, they've done more than that. They've basically just won the entire map outright. All they need is a pistol, and we're chilling.
Yeah. With how good their aim is looking right now, it's tough to imagine they're going to do a whole lot of missing in the second half as well. Confidence has to be flowing for this young Shinden squad. Preparation seems like it's worked out in that first half, and all the Amigos don't know what hit them. Playing a slow play, though, for this pistol. Into the ramp room. Double up. Biz, IVZ. Nicely done to start things off. BK1 has to close it potentially there, and he comes through just in time. Lovely flashbang. Catches all three of them, and he just feasts up some kills there while he's busy.
Oh, look at Roy. Yeah, there was no chance Showtime was clearing that anyway, and Roy just pressed the dual Berettas into his head. Up close and personal. 12-1. You gotta force this. It's gonna be Tech 9s. I don't even think there's gonna be a Mac 10. No, there isn't. GG, go next.
What if Roy told you his name was ROI or ROY?
Your?
What if he just said it's like acronym for? You have to say all the letters individually.
ROY. Make a chant out of that though, so I don't mind it. I think it'd be silly, but who doesn't love a bit of silly?
You love a little bit of silly. That's a good point. It's a good point here.
It's better than BK1 saying that you got to say his name all in one. It's book one.
That's true. I'd do anything for BK1 though, that's for sure. We're gonna see some ramp progression here. Abyss, he's able to offer up some resistance. They do kind of overwhelm him a little bit there. Prepared though is ROI. And Abyss continuing to fight through ramp here. No questions asked, he's keeping this round in safe hands.
I will say, this is the best Abyss map I've ever seen in my life. He's been so unbelievable. 20 and 9. And CK Zhao is dead. GG.
That's crazy. I think our game time here was like a total of 20 minutes here before it was over and done with. Shinden speed run map 1 and are looking on their way to the finals. The good news is I'm gonna speed run this one on over to the good old-fashioned Fredward and see what he has to say about this map.
Fredward, thank you so much for that just fantastic intro. Funnily enough, the only person that calls me Fredward would be my ex-girlfriend, but she left me, so thanks for that reminder, Carl. And so, as we now focus in on this best of 3, that was a pretty fast one. There's entirely not much that I don't know, there's not a whole amount for me to say. It was 13-1 victory, and I think Brandon put it very eloquently a couple times of just like nothing that special is happening, and Adele Amigos just simply don't seem to have any like contestability. And in so many different rounds when even Adele Amigos had the advantages, it never felt like enough. Like what they Shinden team killed in a round and then still somehow kept like 3 alive when it looked really dire. Like how is that happening? And we're actually gonna I'm hoping we see it on the replay, but it was like round 9 give or take, and it was like a 2 versus 2 retake, and the player with the kit drops the smoke on the bomb and then doesn't go to the bomb, and the player without the kit diffuses. And I'm just kind of watching that being like, isn't this Counter-Strike 101? Like, isn't this literally the whole thing is if you have a kit, you defuse the bomb. This is the round right here. It was 8-1. So whoever that is drops the smoke. He has the kit, doesn't go for it, and I'm just like, okay, I can't understand what the premise is of this. Shinden, they were playing very simple Counter-Strike. Adele Amigos, they weren't ever really instituting any aggression. They weren't really doing much, to be honest. They weren't hitting their shots. And Abyss, fair play. That guy had a fantastic series. And what's really impressive is that he's probably a win potential in this roster that I don't think we really anticipated. He had a very bad and very rough series against Red Canids. It was actually Nacho, who was naturally kind of the main forefront of that. It was BK1, who I think had some really good lurks as well in this game. But it was those two to basically be the main winning point. Oh, my headphone's running out of batteries. So we're probably going to have to wrap up this analyst segment pretty fast. But today you had not only Nacho doing well, which we anticipated, which we highlighted as a key figure for Shinden, but it was Abyss having the 20 and 9, like 130 ADR. What more do you want to say about that? Or on the duality, it wasn't a Showtime Dalboni show. They actually had 12 kills combined, which is a lot less than 20. And it was the AWPing head-to-head as well that Brandon brought up. Yeah, Cole, you didn't bring up anything important, it seems. But it was BSD who against his opposition AWPer, like he didn't. It's not like the AWPer on Shinden had a very good game. BSD, but he still got impact frags, opening frags. BSD just did nothing. And he did play in their game against Elevate, and like he was alright. But Adele Amigos right now, I think Cole very, like he mentioned in the pre-show, Seiko, yeah, you got your point in there. But he was talking about like what's the next step for Adele Amigos, and I'm sitting here kind of wondering myself that question, like outside of CCT, outside of this tournament, what is next for Adele Amigos? Like, is this a roster that's going to do more? Probably not. They seem to be in like pretty weird roster turmoil. And I look at this semifinals run, and it feels very bizarre to me of like beating a pretty easy Elevate and then getting the forfeit win against Sharks. Feels like they've kind of snub their way to semifinals, and then if they capitalize upon that and beat like Shinden and got their way to the finals, it's like fair play. You know, you got dealt a hand and you did really well with it, but they've been dealt this hand and haven't really done much for it. They haven't made playoffs this year in the previous CCTs that they played in, and I'm very surprised by the semifinal run. I feel like it looks a lot better than it actually is. And now as we go on to Dust 2, sure, it was a 13-0 last time for Adelia Amigos, but if you take a look at their results on that map since that result, it hasn't been very good. They've actually lost 4 in a row. Sure, 3 of them are actually against Imperial and Tropper to VSM, who are now at Flamengo, so very good results and very good teams, and they were very close. But I think with this latest edition of Adelia Amigos, I feel like Shinden, if they continue to play like that, it's going to be a pretty easy occurrence and excursion for them. So with that in mind, we're going to head to map 2, and we're going to see if Adelia Amigos can withstand anything and potentially force us to a Mirage and potentially keep their contention for the finals alive, or will Shinden just add another scalp to their tally? Well, that was a pretty boring first map, but luckily these guys made it exciting. We've got Dust 2 coming up next. It was a 13-0 for Adeli Amigos last time. I've got a feeling that's not going to happen again. Cole, I know you've got some very strong opinions on this.
Well, we might see a 13-0. We just might see it for Shinden here. After what we just watched in map 1, why can't Shinden just pick up the pieces here on Dust 2? I mean, that was a complete domination. It looked like we didn't really have the cohesion there. There was just one hiccup, and it all, like Brandon said, there came down to miscommunication. Other than that, Shinden really had all the details knocked down, and every time there was a mistake from these experienced players, which I said would be their asset playing deep into the semifinals, it was capitalized on.
So, that's pretty depressing. Well, the match is live. My job's been very easy today, and I'm sure that the CCT gods are going to give me some more games to talk about. Boys, have fun. I bid you farewell, and Dust 2's live. This could be our final teams for the finals decided.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah,
He's not wrong.
those are the stakes. I agree.
Cheers, guys.
Unfortunately, the game is not live because
roll it back,
Shinden
roll it back.
I've got some loss, so maybe we get Freddy
No,
in
I think
anyway.
Shinden's actually winning right now. They're doing pretty good at that, I'm pretty sure.
Nice, and we can just play.
So we don't have to go back to Freddy.
Oh, thank God. We'll get him in later.
Yeah, he'll be able to close us out there. Good news is, to open us up, it's going to be some aggression. Delboni peeking his head around the corner, and he's quickly shown as to why that wasn't a prime idea. Scared off.
Yeah, but you still got Showtime over at mid. You've got a molly to go lower just to clear out all these close angles because Delboni was pushing really aggressively. Flashbang forward, and it gets a jump out of Nacho, but it doesn't get any bullets fired. Showtime now sees at least one, maybe a second on the cross, but can't make the most of his opportunity. So Shinden scaling short. This info should be relayed over, and the Adeli Amigos should be ready for the short push.
Fully prepared here. They're starting to bring those numbers on into the mix as well here. They still only have the duo of pistols ready to go, but they're still keeping their distance nicely. And Delboni and Showtime, they're so back here on Dust 2. And they're looking to relive the good old days of when they were up pretty big on this map.
That was clean as hell from Delboni, considering he got dinked and he still gets 3 kills to kickstart that. Showtime chimes in with one more. It's that duo, it's that powerhouse that you know and love, Cole. And for Abiz, at least he started the game off with a kill. The issue is I don't think he's going to be ending this round with a win. 25 seconds, has to progress to grab this bomb, but there's just so many players. You've already got Showtime just ducking his head down, playing off the contact of Delboni. And Abiz swaps to a Glock, and then back to his own Glock, and whiffs.
And that's a round way earlier than it took on Nuke. Get that job done on the pistol. That's big time for Adeli Amigos, able to step up here in the early stages of D2. It's a positive sign for them. We'll see Force Spy come out there. They're looking to keep the pressure up, as Shinden want to continue their winning ways.
Farson's moved his camera angle now. It looks like he hasn't got any arms.
You rocking with the white tee, though?
Of course, you can never go wrong with a simple white tee. You just got to make sure it fits. And the good news is that where we sit down all the time, I don't have to worry about that issue. Because as long as the top 25% of my top is looking okay... Hey, you don't know. I could be wearing a crop top right now.
That's a good point. Are you wearing a crop top?
Maybe.
I've already shown the back of my shirt, so I think the audience knows what I'm wearing. It's party astronauts. Have unfortunately been ejected in space. They're lost. Meanwhile, here on Earth, here on Dust 2, it's looking like Belly Amigos are so back here. It's an interesting smoke pop there, and Showtime plays in between the smokes. So this forced by a bit of a non-starter. Can't break past this early hurdle here of aggression. Can't break through the bomb site, so Belly Amigos looking so back right now.
13-0? Question mark?
They're saying B-Dog's crazy for saying this, but what if they do it again? What if they get another one?
Back to back?
The back-to-back 13 zeros. I
I'd
did
mess
watch
with it.
in this Swiss stage a 13-0 on map 1, and then a team go up 10-2 on map 2, and then lose the rest of the series after they're up 10-2 in the second half. It was madness.
You know what
Shout
that
out to
is?
Game Hunters.
Unsurprising, to say the least. Abiz made the decision to try and scale to blue bin, and while his efforts were rewarded, he then gets dinked by Ives, and CK Zhao says thank you very much for all of these kills. Just the Tech 9s, no armor, short work for the MP9. They even upgrade it to a FAMAS. A FAMAS.
You liking the FAMAS right now?
To be honest, it's
The
actually
buffs?
pretty good. I'm not really a believer on it, but it's one of those where it's like I don't mind having it.
Yeah. I still kind of rock with the MP9 myself, but
Yeah, they
I
nerfed
can
it though,
see the
didn't they?
vision.
They nerfed the crouching accuracy, which everyone uses.
They say they nerfed that, but I ain't feeling it. You know?
Well, no, because they nerfed the crouching accuracy, and everyone just runs around the corner with it.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
still
you
100% accurate.
I think they forgot to nerf the jump run accuracy of that gun. A little more crucial for that power.
I think you need to make all SMGs the same power level, because then you'll get a variety in what people use, and that's more fun. Make them
Need to
all.
see more MP5s.
Yeah, more MP5s, more Bisons. I could rock with that.
I'd like to see a little bit more PP Bisons. That could be fun.
If you made all the SMGs the same price, apart from the P90, we just get rid of that out of the game. We pretend it doesn't exist, and you make all the SMGs the same price with maybe a little bit of better jump accuracy on one of them, and then the crouch accuracy is better on another one. You actually balance them properly. We'd like diversity in our SMGs. That'd be really fun, because it just means that like more people would buy like an MP5 or a UMP or Bison. Please buy the Bison more. I want to see more Bisons.
We do need to see more Bisons, I think. Not seeing enough of those. And they've got so many bullets, it's got to be good. You know, some of them got to land eventually. You know, it's all about quantity over quality.
Oh.
One
they
quality
see
bullet
each
from the
other?
AWP could be good from BSD, but must have had an idea here. Didn't quite get a chance to pop the shot off, so can't stick around forever.
Oh, the smoke lands at mid doors. That means the boost is going to be unaffected by it. BK1 might be... Oh, die in. Instead, it's Showtime that just randomly shoots through a smoke for no reason, and Ives just shoots him right back.
He had an MP5, he would have been golden.
Yeah, silence bullets. This fight at long that determines an awful lot. CK Zhao doesn't get affected by the molly, so he's just going to chill. And Abiz will greet him, and CK Zhao wins out the fight. And that means that BSD can remain on short, and he gets rid of BK1. So what was a player disadvantage here has now turned to an advantageous position. Delboni, you do not need to push this smoke, or maybe you do. Just kidding. Nacho punishes. It's a 3v3, and the B-bomb site's open. Hydra crazy. Okay. 2v3. You got no smokes, you got no health, and you are...
Oh, no!
getting team flashed!
What?
And Roy makes no mistake. So now CKZao and BSD need to piece this together. Roy is now spamming out CKZao. BSD moves in with a no-scope and potentially has turned the fortunes back in favor of Adali Amigos. Roy hits the nade, but it's BSD with the flick, and that is some big damage out of him. And finally we get to see that AWP in action.
I tell you what, there's everything going wrong right there for Adali Amigos, and somehow they win. We talked about how they put themselves in positions last map and didn't quite close out on some advantage situations because of mistakes. We still see those same mistakes over and over again, including those crazy team flash. That was a perfect flashbang onto your teammate, but BSD bails them out with those big time shots.
I'm not surprised you call a pause there. You had the right read, Shinden. You get rid of Delboni for him just pushing for no reason, but then Ives just stays in mid. Feels like he wants to jump off Xbox and get a quick shot off on the players at short, but that comes back to bite him. Oh, gosh. The fact that relies on a bailout from the sniper is a warning signal early to Adali Amigos. You can't be doing that. You still keep the slate clean, but for how long? Because Shinden are now knocking at the door.
That they are. I think also, I mean, on top of that, Shinden looking to tidy up as well with some of their advantages. You get a little 4v5 action, but then trying to work from that point forward. You know, your long lurk is instantly shut down.
What was that jump spot? It's just... They're showing a bit of leg, and then there's the whole thigh. Out from Roy.
Showing a little bit too much shoulder. Getting scandalous.
Double mid smokes. Thrown in a break on the door, trying to reveal BK1's position, but it should be CKZao that they're more worried about, because between him and Delboni at any moment, they might just push this smoke, and Nacho's got to be on high alert.
This is a difficult job here.
Showtime.
Oh!
Oh, what?
Must have been trying to walk out of that angle right there and got blocked by something. Realized there was a wall in front of him. BSD falls with the op as well. No cross smokes just yet here in the mix, and their mid lurk dealt with.
Okay,
there is no smokes to work off of.
Sure. Run boost over. That's the way in.
Is that it?
No, they missed it.
Oh no.
This is now getting awful. And now they're just going to try and cross-try. It's the tag out the scout. It's the headshot from Ives. CKZao now placed into a 1 versus 1. And he will pick up the pieces again. But my god, how are you able to cross long with no smoke, no utility, and still nearly walk away with the round?
I mean, that's unbelievable right there. They try and run boost, they try and flash, but they're so disrupted, they're so discombobulated. I mean, the bigger question for me is, how do you have 3 players alive right there, none of which have a smoke for the cross?
Yeah, I don't know.
Nobody has it available. I don't know how their utility just dwindled so quickly, but that's unfortunate oversight right there for Shinden, and they're starting to feel a little bit frustrated with how this thing is going. What do you do to recover? Tech 9s?
Alright.
Good.
You bang out Delboni. That's challenge 1. Oh, no. Delboni bangs out you. 3 quick kills. In towards middle. He's now got the support in from short. It's BSD with a sickening headshot, and then they break the nade. They break the smoke with the nade, I should say, onto Fasin. Easy peasy. That's 6-0.
That'd be quite the matchup here. We're seeing both teams looking dominant. Map 1 to map 2, just different teams showing up here. Again, some of these rounds looking a little bit dicey, but that last one there coming through from Delboni, keeping things nice and tidy. Not losing too many bodies. That's a round that you can definitely lean on here for the defense. Fast towards long, though. Early aggressive duels. CKZao winning overwhelmingly. And a couple of kills offered up right there. struggles to make it out the long doors early on. They got to play it in a 3v5.
And at this point, you probably start questioning why on earth did we pick T side? Because these rounds have looked really disjointed. This is the first time we've seen really any early aggression take shape from Shinden. And it comes almost just as a desperation play. We're just going to take long, we're going to fight forward and see what we can achieve. The only thing they achieved is just hitting the floor, being sent back to the spectator screen. Nacho just watching on. As Delboni looks to get close. Oh, he won't make the most of the opportunity, so Nacho will at least trade. It will be a dink in the process, so it isn't blemish-free for Shinden. They now group in towards middle. They might go in towards short after removing one of the long players, and understanding that probably Farsin and CK Zhao, at least one of them, will go and plug the gap.
A whole lot more here. Up the catwalk, hoping that we find some sort of vulnerability, but I think this positioning right now coming through is good enough to at least slow down, get the one. He's out, flashbang forward, beautifully placed. He does fall quickly. And there's another player coming through on the flank. Showtime looking to slow this one down here. Will do just that. Knives the headshot and a bomb plant. Utility to force him off, but he goes for the fake. And Showtime not fooled.
NT. That's a really nice push as well, coming in from the upper tunnels players. I think it was BSD and Showtime. They both walked together in towards upper B. They clear that out, and by that point, CKZao can start dropping his utility in towards short, the nades, and then the flashbang just to delay, just to guarantee that Showtime lurk will actually be relevant. So a good showing. Radeli Amigos, they are still in the driver's seat. This is still Shinden without a round, and we are in number 8.
Oh yeah.
So, we're gonna get a change of pace here. Okay.
Catwalk here. This could be the route that they need here. Chasing down that kills Abiz. Eventually able to track the duel that he's looking for here. But fast up catwalk once again for Showtime. We've seen this one before. Shooting every which way, but eventually locks in on target. Abiz gonna be leveled out. There's a lot of damage onto Ives. Gonna put the pressures on in the post plant there. No utility for this T side at all to operate under. They gotta continue to remain elusive right now. These are the sort of rounds that are so effective at closing out on the T side of Nuke as well. In the post plant, trying to work some magic, but Delboni slowing their momentum there. Roy eventually able to step up, but now it's just him left standing. Low HP for both these players, but one tap away. Looking to get the stick on out, but no whips his USP. Can't find the kill. Roy doing good enough to draw out the attention, and he catches him as he's in the air. So no back-to-back 13-0s. Roy, you will ensure that.
That was a really well-played 1v1 from Roy, because he realised when he was in the open and he wasn't winning it, that he can just hide. And he hides, he just plays the clock, he waits for Farsin to peek him, and as soon as he sees a little bit of Farsin, he just wide swings him. He plays that so well, because if he commits to that fight, Farsin's probably going to win it out. Instead, he plays to his outs, and he gets Shinden this round. Can this be the start of something, or is this going to fall flat? Very similar to what Adeli Amigos provided on Nuke when they got their first round. It's a big set of utility damage coming in the form of BSD and Farsin being knocked down to similar health pools. And Farsin is still remaining in the mouth of tunnels. They've got good top mid control as well here. Shinden need to make a move now.
Gotta get going.
Oh,
So much map control.
All pin lower. What?
Yeah, he's gonna be able to keep their choke points held out right now. This is just absurd control right now. And flashbang. Just pop a shot off there on a timing, but no connection. Oh, but this Delboni play here spots them out as they're trying to throw an execute in. And they're gonna be so nervous now that they see that, knowing that if they turn that corner, it's gonna be so many targets ready to go. Nobody hiding behind the car. Oh, barrel spotted! Oh my goodness! That's a absurd shot right there, but again, knowing that that flank came through, you don't want to ever chance running into that B-bomb site, because you know you're walking into a stack.
So what's the play then? You go back towards long, you try and fight, but Showtime's got a really good angle. There's no utility. for him to work with, and you got 30 seconds. The only real control you have is over towards tunnels, so you think, well, damn, we kind of have to go into this. So that means you're going into these 3 players. Roy, just on the edge of this smoke, will get rid of Farsing, but there's still 2 more players on site. BSD in the window, can't see a damn thing, but it's his coverage that sets up CK Zhao for absolutely nothing. Shinden are in the site, but here comes Showtime round the corner, and he's able to deny the bomb and get rid of Nacho. Adeli Amigos will continue on their winning streak.
Yeah, so it ends up being a great move from Adali Amigos to continue winning ways, to make sure it was only a flash in the pan for Shinden. That's that hyper aggression that we see in that last round, keeping them contained on the B side. It just so happens to be the perfect read reaction coming through on this defense. Shinden, instant timeout called, chugging on through these timeouts as well while they're at it. Starting to feel like nothing's coming up in their direction. They're happy that they just got one locked in. Because right now, Adali Amigos suffocating the competition. Suffocating the map control. The one time they do win a round, it's up catwalk. And it's quick, and it doesn't allow for the setups to get assembled, but how do you replicate that success now that we're seeing Adali Amigos even come up with the next solution?
You got to hold for aggro. And that's it. The fact that they flanked you so quickly is something that you need to put a stop to. And the fact that they're up 8-1, you imagine that this is still going to continue. He comes in the form of Long. Another one of these flashbang desperate plays to get out here, but Showtime just denies. There's a break on the smoke as well into mid, and BSD just sets himself up to grab another kill in a blink of an eye. Within 10 seconds of the round starting, Shinden find themselves in a 3v5.
Not all that unfamiliar territory here for us, watching these rounds so quickly set up, shut down. So trying to meet all the Amigos where they are. Shinden just not able to find the opening success here. Pick up the pieces with a couple flashbangs on a molly. I mean, what do you do at this point here, Roy? Just hoping for some sort of mistake, but at this point, it's just turtling up on the bomb sites here for Adali Amigos, making sure that they don't give them any openings here. No more mistakes in the mid-round being made. They've cleaned those up big time. And this catwalk setup, again, is perfect for only 3 players to go up against.
I mean, yeah, just you counter flash and you swing. It's really as simple as that. How many times have we seen that mirror move? CK Zhao can now deal with the Mac 10 on a Biz, and Showtime just wants to take matters into his own hands. It's that combo. It's Showtime, it's Delboni, and now it's CK Zhao all getting in on the fun. You know what, this map, it's also over, and we're going to go to a third.
Yeah, I mean, this is wild to see right here. I mean, you get that potential third map roll, and if it continues to go through here like this, and then you're just so quickly into a decider for all the marbles. You wonder if that decider could be a little more competitive here. If we're going to see a little bit more back and forth. Both teams looking so confident. And Shinden, this is a Adali Amigos pick, right? And Shinden picking the T side. So yeah, both teams looking really confident on their own map picks, crucially.
Look at Showtime. Blood's just pushed upper tunnels, just for no rhyme or reason, and he's just going to get 2 kills here. He's punishing them so hard. Like, there's no way BK1 expects this. Delboni's now putting pressure in towards Shaw, and between the 2 of them, again, it's a 5v3. Where are the opening kills coming in? At least there's a trade for a Biz, and now Shinden start to accelerate, but the long smoke has missed. There's a fat gap in it. There's players already rotating over, and Showtime will commit to his lurk again. Oh, this is just horrible. You're just being suffocated.
Delboni already on the scene here. Does get a little bit overwhelmed there. Overpeaked by a whole lot of resistance. Showtime, though, and Fassine are already on the scene. And there's just no way to get past this. Too many players ready to go for Adali Amigos. Too much map control again. And Shinden are getting snuffed out.
BK1 living up to his name. All the ones.
One in the name, one in the game. That's what they say about him. It's a different type of one.
Alright, another one of these long plays. Surely this time it's gonna work. Third time's the chance. The charm even. I guess it is a chance for Shinden.
You're gonna need a chance, they're gonna need some good luck charms, you're gonna need anything at this point. They will take anything.
I mean, look at the rotates. Like, they just know. There's been no pressure elsewhere. So you got 3, even 4 players already on the scene. They drop this smoke. Boost up over it. That's a nice idea out of BK1 and Abyss. Finally, opening kills falling in favor for Shinden.
Okay. Right now, they will find it. Abyss and BK1 out there to seal the deal. Offer up Shinden a little extra room to breathe here, but it is not a whole lot. I feel like that was
another
huge...
20-minute half.
Yeah. I feel like that round right there, that clutch is a huge turning point as well, because it's sort of the rounds in some occasions, not in all, that we did see like those mistakes just be punished, even though it was good starts from Adalia Amigos, and I thought that was going to be another example of it. You know, we just fumble in the post plant and can't close, and it feels more like Nuke, but instead BSD bails him out, and we get a much different look as to what can happen when you do have that presence in the server.
Yeah, to give BSD some credit, he's played a brilliant game so far on D2. Way better than Ives. But Beers is the only one that's got double digits for his team compared to all 5 for Adeli Amigos. This is a real team effort. Well, to be honest, they've just been brute forcing them, and I fully expect them to apply the same amount of aggression on T side. They're grouping up. They're going to head towards B. There are 2 defenders here. Roy up close with dual Berettas. Maybe he can spark Shinden into life. Okay. Alright, Nacho. Oh, it wasn't the dualies, it was Nacho.
There you go. Just when you think it's the dual Berettas, it's the USP the whole time. Nice bait and switch setup there, but the bait ends up just taking it all. No dualies necessary, except for one. You got his. And will that be the spark that ignites Shinden in the second half? Do you think there's going to be a whole lot more life left in these guys as they did get dominated, but they got a pistol.
True.
Got a chance to start to call things back. That's 2 rounds in a row. They're on a hot streak.
Come on. Maybe this is the overtime that we prophesized about.
Yeah, I had no overtimes in my cards.
This is the overtime that I prophesized about.
Oh my god.
Bye-bye.
What?
Unlucky.
Someone's looking to flip the script right there, it seems like. He said no OT tonight. Wants to close this thing out.
Here. Big fight in mid. BK1 and Fasting. BK1's looking at the edge of the smoke. He should be looking at the little cubby. Flash. Oh, it's brilliant. Oh, it's brilliant. Onto a Biz. And now Fasting starts to make his move, but Nacho is holding. That's a really important kill. That denies a lot of map control here, but you can see that Delboni's going to take the space off the back of it. Nacho needs to find this kill when he's run out of bullets. He sorts the USP and makes it look like light work.
Closing that kill out with ease. Smoke's going for mid to B, though. It's not the end of the road just yet. More to do right now. He's going to look to take an active fight in towards middle. Beautifully handled. One peek coming through, but then the separation from CK's out. Takes him a little extra time to trade, but he will find it eventually. Bomb's dropped in the middle of mid, though. That's the first kill that tumbled the bomb down. And it's a smart move from BK1 and Ives to try and swing past that smoke together and land the finishing blow.
Damn, shout out Nacho's got 8 kills in 2 rounds. He's single-handedly just given Shinden these rounds and has broken Adeli Amigos. So getting the pistol, you went out the force buy, suddenly that is 3 rounds just injected back into you. There's a bit of wind in your sails now, perhaps, for Shinden. Just don't get deeged.
Tell that to Del Boni. Call him Deeg Boney.
Yeah?
What they call him.
Oh. What do they call... Oh. What do they call Nacho?
A good dip.
Yeah, he's dunking on him.
That just sounds so good right now.
We should order some for the final.
Yeah. Might be the move there. That is only if Nacho makes it, though. If not, we go hungry.
We would go on a fasting.
Before the
Right.
showtime?
Yeah. If you say his name fast, it would be the perfect anecdotes to all of these jokes.
That one went over my head.
It was trying to be like the... It didn't really work.
Okay. Sure.
Well, at least he opened up.
He
He
did.
opened up on Ives.
He did.
Let's move on.
That's a big one. That's a big opening right there.
Uh-oh, you're going into Nacho, though. Oh! Okay, it went a lot better this time for Adeli Amigos. I love this change-up. They are sprinting in towards mid to B. BK1 needs to be flashed, and instead, he just walks through the smoke. Because they didn't have a flash. Oh dear. All of Nacho's hard work undone.
Just one foul swoop right there as well, right? I mean, we did see Shinden with one of their few effective rounds be fast towards the mid control, be fast towards catwalk, and that's kind of how they got the ball moving for their first round on the board. Similar idea, fast in towards middle, getting active on the duels off the back of a PSD opening pick as well. And it is
Oh my god, how many flashbangs!
That. Hold all those flashes.
Bro, that was like 4.
Saw the sunshine. He saw the light. Actually, he saw a whole lot of nothing. But I'm starting to think of Dolly Amigos seeing the end of the tunnel here. Ready to close things out. BSD boosted. And beautiful.
Oh, wow.
Just pockets. Ives and shuts him down. Another fight given. Nacho wants to pick up the mantle, and it goes continuously well for them. Eventually a trade comes through, but Showtime gives them an uppercut, and they are so prepared for this. It's falling to pieces. Call it 12. And right now it's
Called it
looking like
over.
call it... Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
No, I'm
Finish
sorry.
my punchline.
Surely that makes us a good duo. We're finishing each other's sentences.
That's a good point, yeah. You know what? That's good chemistry. But, you know, sometimes I just feel like, you know, you're stealing my thunder.
Oh. Sorry, Pro League B streamer. I'll cut it back. Let your ego have a little feast.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, I think the only ego we're having is kind of being balanced out here for Shinden. They came into this map with some big heads, and those have been shot off pretty consistently.
It's a real shame that they didn't have a game plan to this, because going on to T side, I was like, okay, well if they've picked this for a reason, they knew Dusty was going to come out. You don't want to start on the defense, you want to start on the offense. That feels great. Like maybe you've got something up your sleeve that is going to catch Adeli Amigos off guard, considering how good Nuke was, right? And it just was a bit awful. Nacho will continue to deliver, and he wants even more. Nacho with BK1's flashbang will find 2 quick kills, but Showtime looking to remove them further afield. There is a long flank, but it might not even be needed, as Abiz finds one in towards mid. Roy will deal with Showtime, and now BSD. He's going to lose his life momentarily. He doesn't expect this lower push. 35 seconds for Shinden to extend play. There's a double up in towards short. The lower player has now stopped swinging, but BSD isn't ready for BK1. That got close. OT.
Calling your shots right now. You feeling it?
I call it like I see it.
You know what? It is always those pesky 5-7s, deagles when you're on map point that flare up and it becomes a problem. You know, we've seen that 1,000 times before, right? So you might be on to something. You might be cooking. You might be
Nacho's
cooking. He is, yeah, he's frying, man. He's playing unbelievably well in these last couple of rounds on the CT side. Keeping them alive here with his multi-kill ability. And keeping me hungry with his name. He can do it all.
What's going on here? It looks like Control wanted to go towards B. Showtime ran in towards tunnels eagerly and then dispersed, rejoined with Farsin over towards short, who chucked the bomb over. A lurk smoke over B, countered by Util. They're doing a really efficient job at draining all of this Util out of Shinden. That was the last smoke that has now been used.
It's just not a lot of utility on either camps. Definitely a little bit more to work off of for this T side to get an execute with around 40 seconds left. But it does look like effectively Shinden are looking to collapse in on middle. Join forces here with a bit of that CT presence for BK1, but they peek in one at a time, and that allows for one trades. And into the B side they go. It's Roy who had to make an active move. Had to get aggressive there in towards Tons. Ives looking to save the round from the brink. At least the bomb gets in towards tunnels right there. As a small saving grace, Delboni put into the clutch will shut it down versus Ives. And he ends it off in a fantastic fashion. 16 kills to his name and a 1v2 clutch to close it.
Yeah, what a moment there for Delboni, because he picks up the bomb that gets thrown inside, and I'm like, okay, well, he can just plant it. Instead, he just takes the fight. He hears that second player towards the doors, and he decides to hold. Ives gives him the swing. He gives him the headshot, and that is Adeli Amigos making a really big statement on Dust 2 after being banged out. 13-1, they go ahead, and they sweep the map aside with, to be honest, quite a lot of conviction. We've got Mirage as our decider. Before we get there, we need to have an analyst breakdown. I'm going to throw it over to my ex. It's Fredwood.
Your ex. Your ex. Okay. Yeah, just like how you left me. The casting. Just like how my girlfriend left me. Oh, it's just all coming back to me now, isn't it? But I do want to start this off by saying, Mr. ESL Pro League B stream over here, so it's going to be a 2-0. And, well, that's apparently why they paid the big, because he's wrong. We're going to a third map. Yeah, he doesn't watch his noob teams. Well, welcome to CCT, brother. Adeli Amigos, they turn up the heat. You almost sit here and wonder of like, what went wrong on Nuke so badly that they got one singular round, and that was like a round as well, where it's kind of a freebie. Apparently Delboni and Showtime are the best Dust 2 players of all time, because they also, both of them were absolutely fantastic against Shinden when they 13-0'd them. And even though this wasn't a 13-0, and Shinden got a few more rounds, you could make such an argument for this to be like a 13-1, 13-2. You know, like this wasn't even remotely competitive. The first round that Shinden get on the board is this clutch from Roy. It was a 1v2 technically, but it was a 1 versus 3. And it was like Adeli Amigos, that whole... also, yeah, like the Roy clutch, as we just kind of saw come back on the screen. Like this whole map, BSD, he had such an uptick. I think he had more kills within 4 rounds than he did the whole of map 1. And they were also impact kills. Like, he was doing superbly. Showtime, I don't know where that performance came from him. That was immaculate. A big striking kind of issue I found with Shinden was that Adeli Amigos would just be aggressive. They would just be dynamic. Like, you know, they weren't doing anything that crazy, that special, and yet it was always catching off the T side. Like, no matter what was happening, Shinden were not covering their bases. They were allowing for this aggression to be set up. And then when it was instituted, they didn't have any reaction to it. It was a rather disappointing map of Counter-Strike, all things considered, for Shinden. And the only reason why they had any saving grace was because of a second pistol win and then a victory on the 5.7s. You can see as soon as it goes back onto the rifles, you go back to this pandemonium of, oh, okay, we're going to fire an angle, we're going to swing, but we're not going to really do it together. And yeah, it's BSD not only on the CT side getting good impact, but also on the T side with that opening kill that we just saw. And honestly, this was a very disappointing affair from Shinden. I really had a lot of my eggs in the basket for Shinden's success for it to be a 2-0. But these semi-finals, they've been too quick. So why don't we extend play a little bit? Fluxo is going to be the team that they are looking to receive. Fluxo are looking to receive either Adeli Amigos or Shinden. And it will be this Mirage as a decider. I think we summed it up as this is going to be one of the maps and one of the Mirages of all time. That was also actually the first Dust 2 that Adeli Amigos had won in 5 games. So, you know, congratulations. There were some different in that concoction. But now, as we turn our attention to Mirage, Shinden in their melody against teams also have some pretty decent results. You know, when the only time they're losing is to teams like Legacy, to teams like Sharks, they're beating Red Canids, and they're dispatching of teams on a lower level in Brazil at a very easy rate. And Adeli Amigos did play with BSD against Elevate, and they did do very well. And it was the map pick of Elevate. Adeli Amigos started on the CT side and had an 11-1 half. So this is actually going to turn out to be, I think, a very exciting Mirage. And it will truly be that Mirage of all time. This is going to be a pretty fascinating game of Counter-Strike to watch all in all. And remember that there's high stakes. We're in the semi-finals of CCT South America Series A. It's the final CCT South America edition of this season. Fluxo is waiting in the wings. They are waiting in the grand finals. Who will be strong enough to stand up and contest against them? Will it be Adeli Amigos? Will Shinden be adding another kill to their tally? We're going to be finding that out after this break on Mirage. the semifinals are delivering. We go to a third map. We go to Mirage as a decider. Whoever wins this will book a spot in the grand finals. But another thing to know is, well, we've got Mr. Cole Exner McHenry. He's come from the Pro League B stream to CCT. How's it feel to be back, sir? It's good to have a legend in our presence.
Oh yeah, it's good to be back here. I mean, again, you know, obviously, seen a lot of these guys in the Swiss stage, so it's
You're familiar with them.
These guys we are familiar with their game. I was predicting a Shinden 2-0. I thought the Adali Amigos path was going to be put to an end. I was sorely mistaken. We go all the maps as you know, B-Dog loves to do so well. And now we get the decider. It's going to be an all-timer of Mirage. What a great way to end this series.
Brandon, you're very well versed with a 3-mapper. How excited are you for an all-timer Mirage?
I said, look, generational classic when we first gave our predictions, and currently I'm right, Albozo. So it'll be good to see how Mirage will shake up. Pardon?
Get him on Pro League. He's right. Cole, get
I mean,
off.
I have worked one, so
Yeah, okay, guys. Fuck you. But as we can't go to map 3, what are, like, how are we looking at this? Because it's been two just, like, absolute stomps, right? We had Shinden and
this is
especially...
the OT.
Is this the OT we're thinking? Because we had Abiz go, like, 20-9 map 1, and then we had Delboni Showtime being, like, a minute. Well, kind of like everyone on Deli Amigos, especially BSD, really stepped up. I think that was kind of my takeaway of like someone who went from doing literally nothing to then getting a lot of opening kills. What is our thought processes, and like how do we think Mirage is going to align itself now as both these teams have been very volatile in the series?
I'll do it. Ives is really good on this map. He stepped up against Red Cannons a lot, so I expect him to sort of be there. It's weird. Whenever I watch Ives, he's mid. Map 1, map 2, and then map 3 he's goated.
Okay. So, Ives goated map 3. We're going to Mirage. Adeli Amigos, they beat Elevate with BSD. Shined, they beat Red Cannons, which is probably the most like kind of remarkable or like notable recent results. They've been here before. They've been it and done it against Red Cannons, against a much tougher opponent. Can they once more serve a defying blow to Deli Amigos? Fluxo's waiting in the wings. Shinden seek to match them.
Oh, I can't wait to find out right there. Who's going to be meeting Fluxo? And who's going to be taking on that challenge here? For map 3. Calling Ives Mr. Fourth Quarter, seems like, here for the third map decider. See if he can step up on the map.
No one knows what that means.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Third Mapper? Mr. Map 3 here, maybe? Well, right now, he starts it off with the only kill that this T-side has on offer. The issue is now he has no teammates left except for PK1. He doesn't last long. So Adali Amigos stepping up to the plate here early on.
Yeah. Get out of here, your American isms. The fourth quarter. Is that basketball or is that NFL?
Well, it could be both. It's the worst combo. It is both, yeah. For you.
Nice. Alright. I'm glad I got it right in both instances,
yeah.
I suppose. Yeah. That was a really clean pistol out of Adeli Amigos as I tried to figure out what fourth quarter meant.
It's like, you know, the last half of a play, of a map, right? You go into the second half there of map 3. It's crunch time, all on the line, and that's where Ives steps up.
That wouldn't be the fourth quarter, though. That would be the 5th, 6th.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, that sounds great. Look at this aggression. Like, again, we're seeing so much aggression. Like, BSD is just revealed, and it's like, okay, cool, CK's out. Why are you in our back lines? Easy does it. And this is what I love out of Adeli Amigos. I think they've realized, as Freddy was saying, breaking it down over there on Dust 2, being aggressive, getting up in their opponent's faces is probably just going to win them the map. And this is now something that Shinden need to come up with answers. And maybe they didn't expect this on Mirage, but you're going to have to now deal with it. Delboni just removes BK1 with ease. Now you've got the guns out. What's your game plan?
I mean, sometimes it kind of feels like, you know, you highlighted this early, but sometimes it's like a lot of preparation seems to be doing from this this Shinden roster, and you do wonder with the lack of aggression in towards like lobby for Nuke from the camp of Dolly Amigos to what they look like on Dust 2, where it's a completely different story. They were really in their face, really aggressive from start to finish. If they just had to switch up the game plan completely to step into this map, change things up, try and figure out what's going to work for them here, and I think they found those solutions pretty quickly.
Yeah, for Shinden, you saw against Red Canids yesterday a lot of BXX and just a lot of executes in general, that they kept it really simple. They didn't do anything too overcomplicated. And to be honest, we got that a lot on Nuke. And on Dust 2, it felt like they were taking map control and they didn't really know what to do with it. Here, they're just going to explode B, and they're going to hope that they've got the utility to back themselves up. BSD is caught and nearly dies. Big nade thrown in response, and that sets up Showtime really nicely. Flashbang from Ives will at least bail out his team for now, because you still got BSD operating over by Van. Ives and Natro both chime in with kills. Fastin finds one, but he's so far away from the action, and this 2 versus 2 can heat up if Delboni gets moving. Oh dear.
He gets moving to the grave. But we do still have Vaccine giving this one a bit of a look-see. He's interested in making this happen here. Not calling it quits in the 1v2. See what he can do up the catwalk. Still unidentified right now, but should be seen. There's a low HP bar target. Ives yet to reveal himself, and the element of surprise comes up his favor. Unexpecting of him to still be tucked in the back of pillar. So it's a pretty comfortable close there for Shinden. As they look to get on the board, they do so much earlier.
Yeah, good flashbang support from Ives, and the fact that everyone just goes off the utility is what wins them that round. Really good trading as well from Shinden, just coming out of B-apps, especially when they got mauled by that nade. If they didn't have that flashbang, that's Showtime getting a multi-kill. The round is just dead in the water there and then. Instead, it's them overwhelming the odds and getting their first round on the board. This can't just be a flash in the pan, though, very much like it was on Dust 2. We need to see a level of consistency that both teams have shown that they can have in this series, but we need to see it on map 3.
Maybe that would lead us to a little bit of back and forth here in this fairly one-sided sequence of rounds here. Delboni gets a free walk, push through the smoke. It's not a bad trade, but there's just way too much resistance there. Flooding in to this A side. Well prepared, but BK1 range, managing to make some good work here with that MAC-10. Ives brings it back as well. This started out overwhelmingly good for this squad here, and now another quick headshot. And they've got the round right there. BK1 and Ives fight through it.
Brilliant mollies. One in towards Palace, and it just shuts the Palace player out of the round. And then CK Zhao gets mollied in jungle, and he decides to fight forward rather than going back. So by him committing forward through, it just means that Shinden can get the kills. And they still know about this player in Palace. They isolate the fights really well, and then they have that 2-on-1 in both instances. One in jungle, one in Palace. It's smooth sailing for Shinden as they make their way onto the bomb site. Roy DCs, we get him back. We have to match medic the round because he's left. But once we do that, we can get going again. You know what's crazy? This is the closest that a half has been to start a map so far in this series. 2-2.
So wild. These teams here. I mean, so easy to separate for those first 2 maps here, but then you do kind of get into, you gotta imagine a little bit more neutral ground. Both teams willing to leave this map to a decider, and that's where we finally get to see some back and forth here between these 2 teams. Dominating on their map pick, knowing what was next. Heading into this crunch time 3rd map, Shinden able to take early advantages here, and crucially doing so with now weaker weaponry to play up against here. Go try and claim a lead.
Yeah, go get BK1 in on the entries. That's exactly what he does. MAC-10 overwhelms Delboni. We know how good he is with the Deeg, but he's just been dinked by the Mag-10. And now they just drop all their util, they go in towards A. It shouldn't be a problem, especially up against the weaker weaponry. Delboni gets a boost. It's been quite cool if it works, and it doesn't. Instead, Abiz just deletes both of them. Clean.
And it's a whistle. Able to close that one out. Shinden off to their nice 0-3 start after losing the pistol. They don't lose a single round when they get those guns out. But there are guns back out on the other end here. No AWP included in the mix, which could be a bit of a problem early on. Ives does have his on the other end, and we talked about him being Mr. 5'6", as we've said. late map player.
That sounds so awful. Do third quarter. That sounds way better. I'm sorry. I accept your Americanisms.
You were close. It's Mr. Fourth Quarter, but we'll let it slide.
Yeah, Mr. 75%.
You need him on 100% right now, that's for sure.
Wait, so it wouldn't be 5th, 6th then, it'd be 6-6. Util being lined up for middle. Nacho needs to look into ladder. CK Zhao starts shooting at him, but it's Nacho on the adjustment. At least Delboni will trade, but they're just straight in B. Look at the site, it's compromised. Showtime distracted with the short play, and Roy puts him into an early grave. 4 versus 3. Retake potentially on the horizon, but there's not a lot of utility. There's no kits. Adali Amigos will just save.
Just able to overwhelm some quick success. That's the impact of having that catwalk presence coming through to help out your B attacks in a big way. One less gun held onto as well with the parting gift offered up right there. And this is painful right now for Adali Amigos. They're starting to look dominant on the other end of the server. Shouldn't get these rifles out. They just take this map control so effectively, even if it requires trades in some situations, even if it just requires entries in this round here. Nacho, see what he can do when he's able to level up.
So that was a really nice adjustment to the mid round, because they still wanted to end B, but they put enough pressure on middle. They got the opening through Nacho to the point where it dragged Showtime into the fight, and Delboni's committed in towards connector, so Showtime needs to step in towards short to help out his teammate, and that's where they strike. They know exactly what Adali Amigos are up to, and Shinden punish. This has been a great sequence of rounds in a row. Pause now being taken by the CT side. They can't really buy into this, so they're hoping through BSD and Delboni they can scavenge around out of basically nothing. I want to see him get aggressive again on the extremities. We saw CK Zhao already push through ramp in towards B. You could definitely implement that. There are gaps in the offense that can be exploited here. It's just whether they want to take that risk, especially being in that third map, especially where grand finals are on the line. Are you brave enough to take that risk?
It does become a little bit more difficult. Watching them do it on Dust 2, though, when they're up against elimination, it has to hint that this team shouldn't be feeling that pressure. They can't get active, that they can't get aggressive, they can't get in the face of this opposition. Not bringing that out yet. And these are the sort of rounds where you can so afford to do so as well.
They've used all their smokes. The bomb is going to make its way over towards B, so it is going to be another crunch potentially. BSD boosted, blinded, but still remains on the booster, and BK1 might not be expecting this, and he isn't. BSD can only go 1 for 1 though. That's an important trade out of Shinden. Showtime tucks in with Delboni for this crossfire, and it's the 5-7 that finds purchase first, but Nacho does not overlook the corner. It's still this player advantage, it's all the rifles removed, and it should be Shinden with that 5th round.
He will be covered here to try and hold on to. They got the 5-7 turn of the corner looking for more. We could best dives if shot goes awry. Again, efficient trading coming through here, offering up this young Shinden squad a lot of relief. The fact that we don't see that aggressive map control once again. Looking good, taking it up into the B side once more.
Oh, that's in. Careful now. It hurts way more if you lose the weapon than if Shinden do.
Do like a nice T-side AK. Or CT, I should say. Especially when things aren't really going your way.
Another pause. 2 pauses used in 7 rounds of play, and to be honest with you, 2 pauses used in 3 rounds of play. They are not happy. This is the first time we're going to see BSD with an AWP this half, so maybe he can offer up something a little bit different here.
Yeah, I think that can offer up a lot more aggression, right? With the AWP, it's easier to make those forward moves. It's easier to establish mid-control. Things of that nature. But it does require connections. It does require shots to be landed here. That's the BSD we have to see in this map.
I have 6 and 2 out here. Call him the Argentinian Jame. And look at this now in this round. They're really anticipating that Shinden are going to get aggressive. So you've got a deep ramp hold that has been in play, to be honest, every single time since CK Shao pushed. And you got one hold in Palace. And now they take the space. And it's a Biz onto Fasin, and Fasin will win out the fight, but that means the activation will come through connector. BSD gets an important one, but are you ready for BK1? And then BSD tries to cross a deal with him, and Ives just pokes his head up from ramp. Again, you speak about the trading call, that is exceptional.
Yeah, they've just been so quick on those trades, just providing them so much coverage. BK1 now hunting in this situation. Able to knock down some kills. Extra there. Even, I mean, CK Zhao at this point when the round's already gone. Jumping into window. Looking for some fun, but none to be had. And Shinden are just on a spree at the moment.
They deserve this. They deserve to be in the grand finals. Honestly, they're playing the much better Counter-Strike out of the 2. The 3rd pause being used already? What on earth is this? They are stressing. They are really stressing that this half is going to end up like what we saw out of map 1 and map 2. Daddy Amigos do not want this to turn into 10-2. They don't want this to turn into a position that you cannot recover from. And they're all in with the weaponry. They don't have the utility on everyone. Showtime's even been relegated down to a FAMAS. BSD's AWP. We have to see it get a multi-kill now. We asked for something. He got 1, and then Ives traded them out immediately.
So you can have a little bit more long-lasting success here and now. Back into the swing of things. There's a tag already from CK Zhao. Tries to just make the cross safely. Instead eats so much of his health because of it. Yes, he's in a position here. Maybe he could thrive. No, not a thing. I mean, caught by a flash potentially, but sticks around just to get leveled out by BK1 of the entry prowess. There's that op to the floor.
That's a good pick. But BK1 has found and dealt with CK Zhao, and Nacho's just in the window. Showtime at least is giving some resistance here to this B bomb site. And Fasin will be aware of that Mac 10 now of Nacho. This has fallen flat on its face for Shinden. And do you know what? Maybe it still can be possible because Fasin is low. And Ives does have a Tech 9, but with 45 seconds and the nade not going as deep as he would have wanted, he gives the audio over now to Fasin, and Showtime just vacates. He completely leaves the position. He wants to try and relocate in towards shore, and Ives is now clearing out absolutely everything. Fasin doesn't anticipate him, but now Ives, certainly, you'd assume, would not be anticipating Showtime. Oh, maybe he is. Oh, he
like
really
it.
is.
Ooh. Didn't get a visual, though. There's still the element of surprise, but a smoke. Top of the plant. Is he going to spam it? No. Not quite. Wait for the crosshair to turn the corner, and Showtime keep the round in safe hands despite the scare. Will be converted. And that's going to be a bounce back that they desperately needed here. They don't have a lot to lean on, but that clutch factor, something to wield. Try and get their heads back into things.
Yeah, I mean, he did brilliantly here. This was a 2v4 that they're just able to scavenge. The fact that Fasin here is able to get this kill on Nacho because he is being hounded. And the timing just, unfortunately, eludes Ives, and it means that Showtime can get out the window and deliver the headshot, give that AWP. First-class delivery to BSD. They can keep buying here, Shinden. That's the issue, is that it's not going to be a long time before they eco. They've got multiple gun rounds at their disposal. This aggressive play in towards mid again. Nacho might go back in the window. This has to be anticipated. Surely gets anticipated. And Showtime just deals with BK1 through the smoke. And again, caught by Nacho. And that turns Delboni's attention for a split second. And Roy goes through the con smoke.
Oh, that's how they wrote it up right there. Flashbang's in towards CT as well, so trying to recover this one is Fasin. Oh, and he swings desperately. And he's so well prepped for nothing working. Everyone getting destroyed. Nacho to finish off the last as well. And that just looked way too easy throughout the entirety of that round from the very 4v3 that we saw. Waiting for continued aggression and closing out aim duels without a question.
And now your money is just gone. It can be this 8-4, 9-3 half out of Shinden, which you didn't expect really after it was, what, 2-0? It goes 2-2, you think, okay, game on, and then Shinden just take matters into their own hands. And there are no pauses left. So if this runs deep, if Adali Amigos are able to have a little bit of a bounce back, when it gets to crunch time, it has to be at the leisure of Shinden to call these pauses in. 4 players lean on A right now. And Showtime continues to deliver, but B is where you should be worried, because once again, it is a Beers opening up the site, and they've got all the ground. It needs to be another retake effort with no U2 and no weaponry.
Looked good for a split second there until they take that control back in towards B. Mission recovery here. Abiz does not allow that to even stir up conversation. Fasin left with just a 5-7 outside looking in on this retake, getting hunted, chased down out of the round. Roy looking to cap this thing off here. Will actually be bested, but again, it's not a huge concern at all for the CT side losing names and numbers. They'll even drop the AK at the end of the day. And they are just on the tear. Shinden not letting anything up. As you said, there's nothing to slow this game down. It's just going to be non-stop Counter-Strike here that Shinden are running over you with from this point forward. Unless they want to call the pauses.
And why would they? Because they're winning. Like, there's no reason to stop. And they might just end things here with an A exec. They're going towards B so much. These splits through middle. This time it's just going to be forward facing, all through ramp, all through palace. Another one of these rounds in which Adeli Amigos, this is the one round that they start to put the pressure on mid, and it is a false sense of security because here comes the A-pop.
Just a perfect read here. You totally tossed out. There's so little resistance here with so much around connector. They will be able to quickly rotate. It's about how much impact you can have transitioning into this round, but for now, smokes mean it's outside looking in. Smoke spam is what they hope to lean on. There might be a smoke pop here for the P side to try and activate. Maybe a flashbang to go through it. They'll hold off for now. You need to get that aggressive here. Play a 5v5 retake, in which now you're missing out on some shots. BK1 able to provide a whole lot of damage to make this possible, to make this doable for his teammates here. Roy chasing kills now in connector. They're all swinging connector. Everyone's going for these fights. Nacho delivering, holding the line with the rifle. Showtime looking to do the same, but a missed op shot. Pistols whipped out. Nacho bested. BSD able to do enough damage.
Do we have burst fire on? Like
The Glock burst fire?
looked like, yeah, Glock burst fire on, yeah.
He might have.
Wow. The issue you've got there for Shinden is where they don't actually see any resistance on A, they just think, huh, well, they're gonna push us. They have to do something, and they didn't. They just played behind these smokes, and by the point of you getting the bomb down, you're planting in the open, and you have to swing all together. It wasn't until two players went one by one, they then decided to swing together. If they swung together in the first instance there, they've got more than enough players to trade that one out and get that over the line. Instead, it's, you'd have to call it a lifeline for Adeli Amigos in that last round to make sure that they've got at least something. And 8-4 halves, that feels like the new Zonix law, to be honest, because you lose, you win the pistol, you win the force, suddenly it's a one-round game. You're right back in it. MR12, baby.
It's a pesky 4 rounds right there. Adeli Amigos might feel like they're right back in it. They would like that pistol, though, to confirm those feelings. I'm gonna do it on the T side here. Nacho starts it off well, but again, it's those trades, and they just might have what they're looking for. Access into the B site. CK's out, continuing to cut off. It is desperate time here for BK1. Finds one. Trying to recover this. There's a kid as well to play off of, but a crossfire to deal with. That's not an easy task. Peeking into the duel. Looking to dance with his opposition. Still scaling. Still looking to isolate. Spotting out even more presence here. Now back of van, but the P250 does not allow for BK1 to get successfully into this one. It's just a Biz left standing with a kit and a smoke, but he has to get on. He's slowly running out of time.
And bullets.
Waiting for him to fall, but yeah, there's no chance. No time. Del Boni will have the easiest kill of his life.
Simple split from the T side straight into B. You get the trades, you play the 2v1 perfectly, where you just waste as much time as possible. Easy does it for that T side. And hey, maybe there is something. It's going to be a full eco. They're not actually going to force into it. Shinden realize how scary this prospect is. Now that they gave Adeli Amigos that 4th round, now the pistol. There's no flashbangs. They might just dry swing short here, just all these players. But no. I've only seen one.
A bit of a cat setup here. A lot of teams do like to hit up the catwalk up against the anti-ecos. Make your life a little easier, so that's where the CT side stack their presence for now. But with the one in Palace and the one in A main, it just does feel like Upcon is the move for them. Oh, there's the pistols firing up there. Maybe some late mid-control protocols here in play. One kill in from Roy. Is that going to create any panic right now? Oh, it certainly is.
No.
More chaos created. Nacho and Ives find some success on the frags. And they are panicking right now. More from Ives. He's going to do it all. Finishes the job with just USPs. It is just a disaster.
Freddy's going to be loving that one. That is 5 USPs, no armor, and they have completely destroyed Adeli Amigos. I don't even know what they're doing in towards connector here, to be honest. And then they decide to take the fight, probably because the bomb's dropped on the floor. But no, the bomb was right on the last player that died. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know, that might be the biggest whoopsie ever.
Definitely of the semifinals here that is slowly being slipped away.
God, that
is
brutal.
A huge gut punch.
Look at their buy. Look at their buy. They have 1 M4. They got 2 Galils and 2 AKs. That is how many players survived, by the way, on only USPs, no armor. 4.
Uh-oh.
4.
Yeah, they just made a donation to the bank
AKs.
account.
Against 2 AKs and 2 Galils. 4 survive. Oh. Pack it up. I've seen enough.
I'm with you on that one. It's starting to feel like they're looking to call it quits right now. Shinden forcing them into that position by force. Without a force buy, I guess. So more like without force.
A little tiny push.
Yeah.
Oh.
Small little nibble. And they're not looking to make the same mistakes here. Smoke spam on the line, and that is already disruption for the B execute they were so ready and prepared to get away with. And they just don't have the luxury of 1 extra player now.
Hey, maybe it could still work. I mean, you can overwhelm, you can swarm with these techies. Roy, to be honest, Roy on this angle feels really dangerous to Adeli Amigos, because he can grab one and then just fall away. Is there going to be any powerful flashbangs here to set them up? Yes, there is, and actually, he walks away with nothing. Nacho now just hiding at the back of the site. The spray, it's good for 1, but he can't translate on the second. This is now getting a little bit out of hand, but all the rotates are here, which is the most important thing. And they know about BSD, but they can't remove him. BSD has found even more kills. And suddenly, it's a Biz thrown into this 1 versus 2. And CK's out is low. And they swing together, but oh my god, he's got the tiniest pocket of space, and he just removes BSD. That's the high HP. CK's out, needs to swing into him, and he hits the headshot with the Galil. Adeli Amigos win it right back.
Not even a reaction out of CK's out either. Such a monumental clutch. And there is no reaction. Just business as usual. Maybe just relief here on the faces of Adeli Amigos. I mean, just seconds ago, we're talking about the stakes looking so bleak here, and they've just been bailed out. They've just been given an opportunity to bounce back here, in fashion which I didn't think Shinden were ever going to give up, especially in a 4v5, but they overwhelmed. Successful on the B side now. There is still such good money because of the win in the USP round that it's not completely out of cards for them to get a buy back into the mix, even an op included into the mix. But it's still opening picks here offered up by Delboni to start off this round.
No Yuta was the sticking point here for Shinden. Is over in short, the only B defender, but he might be rewarded here with his patience. Delboni just walked straight into him. So we're now honors even. There's no real map control. But because you see the AWP over at B, I think the right idea here is to put a little bit of pressure in towards mid and going towards A, and that's exactly what they're doing. And it's a bizzing con with a 5-7 being baited in. BSD will fall victim to it. And now the rotates are here out of BK1. Oh dear.
Where they need to be, and no one protecting the bomb plate. Still gets the numbers punched in. So survival here, but it's not thriving. Fissine is going to be locked into Palace at the moment. Good luck. All eyes on his location at the moment. No mistakes about it. Defuse going to be stuck. 10 seconds, but not a concern. Plenty of time here for coverage, and never going to make the move here for Fissine. Shinden will answer the call once again, and we'll see the Force by Wars play on.
That was a nice design on that round from Shinden. The fact that you've got Ives basically just maintaining all of B, it frees up the rifler to be an extra flex point. You then got that little bait and switching towards the connector. And then BK1 immediately just reposes towards CT, gets there in time. This has got to be such a damning feeling. Maybe this aggressive move in towards ramp, it's not going to pay off. BK1 just gets removed, and Ives actually provides a lot of cover there for Abiz. Flashbang good out of Adeli Amigos, but Abiz is that much better. And with Ives swinging back through the con smoke, it just leaves BSD, his AWP counterpart, all alone in this 1 versus 3. He has got the bomb on his back. He can at least stick the digits in. But trying to make a round out of this feels a little bit futile. Creeping closer to these smokes, but as soon as they fade, it's going to give Roy a chance, and BSD nearly lines up at least 2 kills. He makes a good go of it, but it's Shinden that hit 11.
Yeah, just too much of a task right there for one versus the world. And Shinden will survive the scare that was that post plant. Right now, all they have to do is nurse a lead to the finish line. 11-6. Money's going to be into half-buy territory for this T side. They're going to try to get some pots and pans out, but for the most part, Shinden looking to, despite the rocky start and the rocky back and forth, close things out and recover from those trials. AK is given over and trusted into BSD. Smoke goes down, and they are still fighting here. It is not a concession from Adeli Amigos right now in this game. 2 opening picks for them. Just when you think they're out of gas, they have something left in reserve.
Abiz can still play spoiler. It was Abiz last round to get an important double. It could be Abiz this time. He takes the first kill and actually gets the second. That could be enough. Because there are still players in hot pursuit here for Shinden. Ives will give a little look in. Oh, and just remove BSD. This was a 3-on-5. And now it's a 2 versus 2. There's so much damage being inflicted, but at least it's information. Ives still hits the shot on Delboni. And CK Zhao, with his location known to Shinden, has to try and clutch up big. Everyone is low. But it's this AWP that is still doing all of the damage as CK Zhao peeks out of stairs. Ives moves back to a much more passive line. He's trying to bait Roy in perfectly. I like the idea here out of Ives. CK Zhao will have to swing wide. Or even just maybe smoke them off. That's the missed shot. He now knows about Roy. He goes around the corner, but Roy lives on 1 HP. 3 is the difference, and Shinden hits series point, grand final point against Adeli Amigos.
Yeah, and what we get right there out of CK Zhao is frustration there, and understandably so. Last time he won a clutch to buy them a little bit of extra life, it looked like it was not even a relief. And now it is frustration that Adeli Amigos face here, up against 6 chances for Shinden to make it into the finals. Play up against Fluxo, get that opportunity to shine bright as a young team, as a young org. It's been able to cause so many upsets in the history of this court, in the past, and already in this CCT right now. Ives to open it up here, to start proceedings.
And what did I say? He's 22-7. And he's just pretty much just put Shinden in the grand final. Delboni hoping to at least find something on the edges of these smokes. Maybe you can spot a glimpse of BK1. He does. We can't get the kill. Nacho is still waiting in the wings at short, if required, and he's going to be. Because BSD hits that headshot. Oh, okay. That is insane. And here comes Ives. 3 kills locked up for him. Fasin left alone, and there's no way you expect this player with the MP9. Now you become aware of him, and those are some sharp shots. Maybe we still got around, but Ives is under, and Abiz is in mid. The last player you're gonna expect the AWP to be in is under.
Oh, they're joining forces here. Could be a quick adjustment required. Never gonna turn. Never gonna get a chance. Shinden to close right there. They will be our next finalist here After a long fought map 3 with a little bit more back and forth here from the dominant first 2 maps, it's still looking strong for Shinden in the closing statement. And they will complete the mission here. Next stop is going to be Fluxo.
Let's get Fredbert in here, because that was an unbelievable way to sort of close off
What's up, boys?
the third map. What did you make of that one, mate?
I was sitting there and I was watching. I was like, I've just seen a full USP eco win, and then the next round they lose. And I was sitting there. I was like, what's going on? But ultimately, Shinden, they do prevail. I think that kind of contention of like the eco victory that made it one of the maps of all time. And Brandon, you mentioned Ives, right? It was Ives that you said was gonna, like, he's a third map player. Yeah, apparently you're just like, you have this little crystal ball, and apparently you rubbed it just the right way. But from start to finish, ultimately, that felt like a very dominant game for Shinden. And the fact that Adelia Amigos win both pistol rounds, they felt very disjointed, and it felt like a lot of the same issues that were arising on Nuke arose on Mirage here. It just felt like on their CT side, they were completely unprepared. And I think Shinden did have, I would say, quite a crazy T side. Like, there were some rounds where, there'd be like 5-4 kills all across the map, all different areas. And it definitely took Adelia Amigos off guard, but it also felt like they weren't completely like clocked in. They were, as in, not clocked in, but they didn't have maybe the protocols down, because it does feel like this team, obviously, it probably is a team, it probably does prac, but new new fifth, it doesn't feel like it's 100% there yet. And I think that really showed on Mirage, and then obviously as well on Nuke. But lads, that was really enjoyable, and seems like you've got a grand finals to prepare for. So to be honest, we'll have an MVP actually before we go off.
Mr. Fourth Quarter himself.
Bang. Fourth quarter, Brandon. Yeah. I'll give you the floor for this one, because this was your prodigy.
My God, you just played really well.
I think your mic died.
Unlucky. Look,
there we go.
I didn't hear. We didn't hear anything of that, by the way. So run it back one more time.
No worries. Look, you talk about the impact that BSD had on map 2, but map 1, Ives was way better, and then here he just took the game into his own hands. Maybe he's just a Mirage demon, but this guy was getting so many of these multi-kills. Last round of the game, he gets 4 kills, like it's absolutely nothing. Most of those kills out of the 37 came in Mirage, which is funny for a free map series, but fully deserves player of the match. And if it wasn't him, then it had to be Nacho. It could have been BK1 for the amount of opening kills he was getting as well. There's so many players that you could look to and say they fully deserved that MVP for Shinden. A map hasn't played out in the grand final.
I was going to say, there's not like a forfeit. The script's been leaked, boys. Guys, don't feed into it. No, don't feed into it. No. But Brandon, you got you got sidetracked a little bit there because of you got thrown off guard. Have you said your piece about Ives though?
Yeah.
Boom. Perfect. Cole, any closing remarks about the series we've just seen, or the bracket as it's unfolded and the grand finals that's about to take place?
It'd be cool. I think this is going to be definitely some of the biggest proof of concept right now for Shinden. If you look at their run right now, 9Z bested, Red Canids bested. Now Fluxo, their last targets right now. If they could, actually complete this for first place, it would be up against like the toughest competition right now that are currently in South America, playing and competing with some of the like best teams away in Europe. So it would be one hell of a run for this young squad.
I think you set it out perfectly. Shinden have come in as a total dark horse. They lost to Swingers in the main Swiss, right? Like, they didn't even have a flawless main Swiss, and they've come in, they've been punching, swinging out left and right. You've got all these names already taken down. I feel like it would be poetic to have Fluxo as the final boss. And alongside that, it's like kind of reiterating a lot of the sentiments that I threw in with the Swingers Fluxo game, was that Fluxo are volatile. They have these roster changes. it's a long-term project, which has been stated by Art. They're not looking to win each like tournament as it comes. Evidently, when you're in the final, you have those expectations against a team like Shinden, but this is not a Fluxo fully fledged and fully ready to combat against like kind of the best of the best. And I think when Shinden are coming in as an underdog, this feels like they have Fluxo exactly where they would want them if there's ever an opportunity to best a team like Fluxo. And well, they've done it twice already this tournament. A third time would be magical. But boys, I'm leaving you for the grand finals. You've got Paladin coming in to replace me, a real analyst finally. So I hope you two enjoy your cast. I hope you send out our final South American series of Season 2 in a blaze of glory. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a grand finals you do not want to miss. You better be sure, make sure that you tune in, because there's probably a high chance of an upset if I know anything about Shinden. So with that in mind, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for having me on the broadcast. And you guys enjoy the finals. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you in 20 minutes. The end of South America in Season 2.
Finally, everyone, it's time for the grand finals here at CCT South America Series 8. I'm joined by B-Dog and Exner here for what should be a very exciting grand final, and honestly not one that I was completely expecting with the names given when I looked at the round of 16, but I'm very excited to deep dive into both of these teams and see who comes out on top. VRS points, a lot of money on the line as well. Reddit, how are you feeling after that roller coaster of a best of 3 previously?
Yeah, that was a fun one, but I think Shinden definitely deserved to be where they're at, especially after taking down 9Z, taking down Red Cannons. If they had fallen against Adali Amigos, I think that would have been pretty heartbreaking for them, so it's good to see them make the final. And you're right, and VRS points, but also wildcard opportunities. You win a Tier 2 tournament, such as CCT, you get eligible invites for wildcard. So it's really important for all of these teams. Imagine if Shinden do it, that would be amazing for them.
Yeah, well, we can look at the tournament bracket and start to get into that conversation as to what we've kind of seen go on. And I mean, as Brandon mentioned, Red Canids, 9Z, Sharks actually having to forfeit loss. And, I mean, even Audic, Bestia having a huge, tough time in the bracket. I don't know what was in the water, Cole, but it definitely felt like one of the most unpredictable CCTs we've had in quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm shocked to see some of the the results here. Like you said, Shinden has just such an unlikely path. I will say, I think the top-heavy competition that we're seeing has all been shifting up, so some of these results are, I think, more so as a result of not having as much time to build in with new players and new rosters. But Shinden, a team that has been able to build up a little bit of steam, that has a little bit of reps underneath their belt, have capitalized that in full force all the way through and are starting to reap the fruits of their labor here so far in terms of their playoff run, in terms of what they've been able to do here. Now, Fluxo is the last little line of defense that they have to go up against, and this is a team that has been able to stabilize, that is looking quite nice with the roster that they're bringing to the table here. They've been making a lot of shrewd moves, but they're also pretty fresh, bringing in MLH and seeing what he could do with this roster, taking a bit of a chance on kind of this like old academy guy from MIBR and seeing what he can bring to the table. So I'm really excited to see the head-to-head here.
Yeah, Art has done a really good job with this team in terms of taking chances on players that are a little bit more unknown. I think one of the hardest parts for Brazilian roster construction at this point is just finding free agents, finding reasonably priced players to pick up. And yes, they've spent money where they needed to, but it seems that they are turning a bit of a corner. It seems like history is feeling a little bit more comfortable on this roster. Pyria is a bona fide stud who has really deserved a good roster for quite some time and a good IGL, to say the least. And to have Art as his leader is a very exciting one. And even the conversation about players like Kai and MLH are also slowly starting to turn. Brandon, is there any specific player here that you're kind of looking towards to kind of break out? That's not Pyria, because I know how much you love him.
Yeah, I'm happy that you said that about him though. But to be honest, like I am interested in seeing Kai's progression just in this team, because it obviously brought into Furia. You could tell that it wasn't his fault, the way that Furia has been managed recently. Probably the less said about that, the better. But he was brought in, expected to deliver results, didn't deliver results, got scapegoated, and it wasn't fair. And I'm really glad that he has now got this chance on a team, because his potential is so good and it's so high, and he started out on this team playing really well, playing some very solid Counter-Strike. I'm excited to see where he develops. The big question mark actually for me in this team is history, and I'm not really too sure the direction that Fluxo are going in with history, but he's been pretty solid recently, so I kind of want to give him the benefit of the doubt. But that was the big sort of page turner for me. I look at this roster and I think, history, really? But fair enough. I mean, he's earned his shot and he's currently trying to deliver as much as he can, and he seems to be doing a pretty okay job. So why judge him at this point?
Yeah, I'm completely with you. I think there's definitely some question marks, at least earlier on in his career, but yeah, this CCT has looked a little bit better from him, and he's got some stiff competition on the other side of things, where we can talk about Shinden. And I mean, highest rated player in the last 3 months is Ives for Shinden, and although that may be the case when you look at this roster, the crazy thing is I actually feel like this rifle core is so exciting on so many different fronts, from the games that we watched yesterday, Brandon, to what we saw from them today, where you've seen players like BK1 have some very solid lurk timings and a lot of effective play in that sense on the T side. Nacho's versatility in terms of his aggression, in terms of finding some really key clutch rounds as well, a huge proponent of why they were able to come back against Red Canids. And then most recently, Abiz today, who has just had a complete turnaround after a quiet game, a couple of games yesterday. So, I don't know, Cole, what did you make of the semifinal from Shinden? Do you feel like this team is a legit quantity?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think this team can make it happen here. I think most of all, this is a team that it has kind of a core that's been working together here in a certain sense. Like, this roster does have a lot of potential to develop, and you know, you mentioned all the players here and what they bring to the table. We definitely did see a lot of that impact. We saw the third map coming through from Ives and what he can bring to the table, but I'm always most impressed with the coach aspect of this team here. Rugo's a guy that was pulling off big upsets at the beginning of last year, and he's been able to transition a bunch of these young players into pieces that can compete, you know, at the time with like 9Z last year when they were hitting their stride. So I just think what he does with these young rosters is consistently develop them, and that's definitely something he's bringing for Shinden, given the resources, given the faith of this young Argentinian squad. So I always like to give that guy a lot of credit when it comes down to this roster and what he's been able to formulate with this team.
And what makes me so excited is it just shows the additional depth of Argentinian CS. It's like Bestia are actually finally breaking away from that conversation of a full Argentinian team, but there are still kind of pieces here and there that are really coming together, and I feel like we finally got another roster to kind of hang our hat on and be excited about. So yeah, for sure, things look very good in that sense. But we'll get into the veto, where the battlegrounds of this best of three will take place. It seems that very obvious as to what these first two bans are. I'm expecting Train to be out of the pool. I'm expecting Anubis to be out of the pool as well, and Fluxo do just that. They take out Anubis, and yep, there's the Train ban. Interested to see where Shinden want to go with their pick here, especially considering the depth that a team like Fluxo can have. Fluxo decided to opt in for Inferno. It is one of the more untested maps in the Shinden pool. And wow, yeah, so Shinden will just ride out the Nuke momentum that they've been having over the past few days. Brandon, do you agree with this pick in this situation?
Shinden's one fine. I'm actually more surprised about the Fluxo one, to be honest. I mean, you've got a 100% win rate over 7 maps played on Ancient. Do you not want to play Ancient in your grand final? Like, that's the... Yeah, I understand the unproven quantity thing, but at the same time, you are 100% win rate on Ancient. Surely you pick into Ancient here. Shinden, it looked like they did the most amount of homework on Red Canids on Ancient, and that was the map that they lost. So taking it to Inferno, I actually think it's a little bit of a risk here.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to follow up off that and talk about like the game planning for Shinden. Maybe not expecting an Inferno pick at the very least. So if you are doing your research here and you're Shinden, you're probably looking a lot into Ancient, like you said, given that it's Fluxo. But I don't think that's something that Fluxo should worry about in the grand final versus a young team like Shinden, right? So I'm definitely with you on that one. That's a huge surprise for me to see that sort of decision making. Closing it out on Mirage though, for the decider, and most of all, you know, I want to see Shinden feel some resistance on Nuke and how they bounce back from that form here. Can they get away with what they did just one map ago here when there's a little bit more stiff competition on the other end of the server? It felt like everything was working for them. It felt like they capitalized on a lot of mistakes. I don't think Fluxo is going to give you that same luxury here in this matchup. So, you know, even more challenges in that department.
I think they've gotten a really good veto, to be honest with you. I think their Nuke looked very solid, at least in terms of how their T-side protocols looked. I really liked what BK1 was able to do with some late mini wraps. And even Nacho with his versatility, trying to get down at that lower side as fast as possible, things like that. I think there is a lot of potency to playing into that. But look, man, Art has made his career on that map as well. So if he can get his ducks in a row, that's going to be stiff competition, as you said. But getting away with the chance of playing Mirage as a decider, which is a map that they've quickly, very quietly built a little bit of a reputation on now over these last few days, makes me very excited that they've got that in the chamber if they can get there. But yeah, curious to see what the game plan is on Inferno from both sides, whether Shinden has any game plan altogether. Now, I'm going to be honest, I don't think they necessarily need a game plan. I think when they focus in and hone in on a strategy that they have, I think they kind of get led astray. Brent, you kind of touched on the ancient game that they had against Red Canids. They lost, and I mean that came down to what? A conditioning again and again and again. Didn't necessarily work out, and once that initial game plan was out the window, they kind of looked lost, and they just crumbled on that T side. So, in all honesty, I feel happy that they can get a map like Inferno where they've got some reps at least, and can potentially just play their own game without any pressure.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think Shinden play their best Counter-Strike where it is just the most simple because their fundamentals looked very good, especially just in both games of Nuke that we've seen, in the Mirage game as well. Like, they're able to bounce back and have a really comprehensive T-side against Adali Amigos who are pressuring every single area of the map. You condition them into thinking, okay, well, if we push, we're going to get punished, and then they're able to adjust and reflect on that. I agree. I think they do their best work just sort of in the moment as it's happening. With that being said, though, you are playing against Fluxo, and I know we've probably said this against 9Z. I said it yesterday against Red Canids, but ultimately you're going against Fluxo, you're going against my main man Pyria. It's going to be a really, really hard game.
So are you telling me that this is the end of the road for Shinden? Is that what we're kind of leading towards?
Yeah, this is Fluxo taking it home.
Cole, any echoing of the sentiment? Might be muted.
The one thing I do know about the Fluxo camp is that they're grand final CCT merchants, right? So
True.
That's exactly where we're in. This is their domain. This is where they thrive. Shinden, it's been one hell of a run. If they could complete the Cinderella story that they're on, it would be the best, proof of concept of this roster and what they have built. But I also think it's the end of the road for these guys.
Any head-to-heads that kind of jump out to you here, Brandon, when we kind of look at what we're getting into this grand final?
Probably Pyria Nacho is the obvious one. I think Ives versus History. Again, you got to talk about the AWPers. That won't really be used on Inferno, to be honest. I'm interested to see how MLH Zin does under pressure in a grand final environment, because I genuinely think that Art and Kai and even History will be fine. It's up to whether Pyria can deal with the pressure, can deal with that, whether MLH Zin, after being thrown into this roster after a really short period of time, has he got the chops now going to a grand final and just own? Like, that's a lot of pressure for someone who joined the team so soon.
Yeah, well, it looks like the game is ready to go live. Grand finals time here in CCT South America Series 8. Brandon and Exner, take it away.
Well, thank you very much.
I got
Ready to
my
hop on
government,
into the action.
and you didn't.
What's that?
I said I got my government, and you didn't.
Oh, did you call me Exner? That's
Yeah.
crazy. It's because we're so close.
Aren't you guys
can call me
boys?
by my in-game name.
Yeah.
He knows top pros or casters, something like that.
And you're both.
Yeah, he does it all. Ready to hop into this map of Inferno, though. Close us out strong. We'll see. We'll be coming out on top here. Is Art solo fighting right now on Bananas? Got a couple of teammates behind him, but he's just trying to bait out this banana utility here at the moment. And that's exactly what they get done here. Art calling up the flashbang, and it's really well read into the setup.
Oh, a counter flash in from Fluxo, but BK1's just now waiting. I really like this, I was going to say commitment from Shinden, but Art just reads into it. He then gets elevated and spots two more players. So they can just now go back to A because the advance app...
Oak into the full rotate rolling out here. Area able to offer up some kills, and he jumps past him. Roy just doesn't have a chance. And a Biz left scratching his head. Left behind another smoke, this time on the other side of the map. That one from Kai, a little bit eager. It shouldn't cost them. Bomb is planted in a weird spot where all three T's are remaining. They're just going to fight him, though. They're giving him duels. They're giving him a route into this round, but he has to connect the headshots to do so. That doesn't come through. Fluxo, comfort on the opening pistol.
That's a really good sign for Fluxo, in my opinion. The fact that you are playing so meticulously, you're leaving nothing to chance. It isn't like Art is solo fighting and then just progressing in towards B. It's all with purpose, as you rightly said. And Pyria gets immediately in the first round of play a BS kill in the air on the balcony player. But hey, it's one of them. A full eco out of Shinden, no utility this time to be baited out. For Fluxo, they can just start going through the motions here. This is where it gets the most scary, by the way. If Fluxo are able to build up momentum early, if they're able just to get into the swing of things, there might be genuinely no way back in for Shinden.
Yeah, I mean, other than... It's such a weird series last go-around because it just felt like absence on, you know, map 2 for Shinden more than anything. Looked like they were never really allowed to show up on that map, but, you know, being able to bring in a little bit of back and forth here, having to play up against Flux, who already look like they are well understood of Shinden and that opening pistol. It looks like they know exactly what's coming. This time, Art doesn't know what's coming, and that's 5 players over there towards the B side. And the chase down's interesting because the bomb is dropped on the bottom of T steps. The AK used against them. But Kai looking to keep this one in safe hands. This time, he gets to catch players running through a smoke instead of vice versa. AK hanging in there for a little while, not for long. We'll capitalize on the last kill. Eeks farmed up a couple bits of damage with those USPs, which is definitely something you'll take with a smile, but Fluxo handled business despite a little bit of a scare.
Yeah, it gets a bit scary when the first USP kill comes out, because we saw on that decider map that Shinden won a full eco with just USPs, and the fact that Kai was trapped, history comes over and doesn't really do too much off the back of it, but fortunately Kai is there, and he gets out of dodge in a big way. So crisis averted. Ives glass cannon AWP immediately going for fights early. This is spicy. This is something we've not actually really seen at Shinden all that much. The heavy prioritization of the AWP early.
It's good to see. I mean, he just had such a great map. If you're trying to ride the waves of what he just did in that third map of Mirage, trying to take that into the CT side of Inferno, you only get, 12 rounds in the first half of this. And that's where you have to have the majority of your impact with that AWP. So getting the maximum rounds with it is what they should be prioritizing here for sure. I like the direction early from Shinden.
It's a bit of a bodged nade over towards Car. Supposed to land towards half wall, so Art says, thank you very much. I'll just take all this space. No follow-up behind it. Nacho did run over to drop off his extra utility for the banana players. It's interesting because in these first few rounds of play, there's been no contestment towards the apartments. Pyria and MLH Zin have just been able to take all this space for free, completely uncontested, and off the back of gaining all that space, Art says, do you know what? We're just going to go for this again. We're going to run it right back like we did in the pistol. They're playing very far back on the bomb site. 30 seconds left. This crossfire needs to hold.
Hold up. Oh, re-aggression into apartments. There's Feria already able to step up to the plate. Even more impact out of his apartments lurking, and now a lot more to do. It does set up Nacho, interestingly enough, into this position, and Ives has coverage with the AWP. They need to wrap into things here, and Art tries to adjust, can't quite in time, but the access in just enough time to plant the bomb for Fluxo, so a pose plant and an Abyss clutch required. 1v2, trying to make his way through the porch side right now. Guy has his eyes on the prize. Allfingle maintained here. It's going to be difficult for Abyss to, with no utility, get into this bomb site. Has to break up this crossfire, and no one budging whatsoever. Both players kind of identifying an Allfingle here. Spots the head of one, knows where the other player is. Now back against the corner here. It's still history that comes out on top. Abyss shut down, and Fluxo, they close out a very tense round.
Yeah, the tense is the best way to describe it, because if there wasn't that kill coming in on the library player, you look at this and you think, what are you doing, Flux? So I really like the idea for Shinden to push really aggressively, trying to get this space back away from them. Nacho and Ives hit really good shots, and the fact that Art nearly spins about on that library guy, it's actually just so unfortunate for Shinden, because you feel like they've done more than enough. I really like the turtling actually towards the back of the site, because you know the pressure has to come in over for the T side. Art has dealt with Roy, but he's not ready for Nacho, who Roy was trying to set up. Unfortunately for him, he just gets sideswiped by an AK. There's a lot of aggressive posture in here on the other end of the smoke, but Kai is holding for it, looks back, and then turns forward once more, and now a Biz. Last player known, goes straight into the AWP. It's Fluxo with a much cleaner go of it than that previous round, and that should be a mood settler. Especially how chaotic they deliberately made things in that previous round. This one, there is no turbulence, there isn't anything too paranoid about for Fluxo. It's all good. It's 4-0, and Eyes back out again on the AWP. We're hoping for more impact.
I was able to do some work within that last round that he brought it out. Just really good trades available from Fluxo onto that A-bomb site, finding some openings as well.
4B.
He started off heavy in this department here. Good HEs targeting Kai. That will actually be a kill converted off the back of it as well. So good start. Gonna open things up here for the CT side, and Art going for some risky maneuvers. Some acrobatics right now. More HEs here. Starting to feel the real resistance right now, but Art holding up against it. The chase is in from BK1, and he does offer up a kill back in return here, an equalizer. Pretty early into the round despite the good start.
It's like it's difficult because Fluxo got to make a decision. How many players do they think actually rest on this B bomb site now? Again, you've got this late lurk out of Pyria all the way in towards the apartments, and he's normally always getting a kill. But I think for Fluxo, the decision has been made. It will be this B exec. It will be another attempt here at crunching one of these sites. The first time they've headed in this direction of Biz. Drops the incendiary. But in fact, it doesn't do anything. It's extinguished immediately. There's no swing in from the Dark player in Nacho. And MLH Zin is just going to clear him instantly. No resistance offered up until Ives finds one through the smoke and just pummels Art. Pyria's already rotated through Banana. This retake, it's got legs to it, but it has to go fast.
MLH right now does have a op in the back of the site, though. That's just such a good position to play from in the post. There's an HE. Well placed for a kill. Not quite. Boost up, though, could be nice, and it does find the kill instead. Roy holding off this retake here, diving into the fight, though. It's a missed shot from Ives, and it's punished in a big way. The area able to strike from Banana. History has his back as well, and Fluxo just keep up winning ways. Art has been a effective tool in Banana right now, giving them space, giving them access, making a lot of those good decisions and how they like to play this B-side. And it's capitalized on in the post plants as well now.
Give a big shout out to Pyria, not only for that double kill, but actually go into Banana to grab an extra smoke to replenish it over at CT. Because if the smoke's not up there, there wouldn't be that jump in off the boost. There would be a completely different story, you'd imagine, on that retake. So his extra piece of utility that he scavenges off the floor is enough. Double nades on Art, this time leave him wounded, but not removed from the equation. Shinden finally put a little bit of pressure in towards the apartments. It's MLH Zin to apply the squeeze over at long, but it is double layered. And Pyria still doesn't know about this remaining player that is operating in towards apps. Ives needs to be cleared. You imagine he might be, but probably not after that smoke's dropped. And between him and Nacho, they are able to get one. Roy, still an unknown quantity, and Pyria is caught looking the wrong way.
Yeah, the first time he's had a tough time in apartments. Been so successful in that department. They escape out of, also it looks like they do, history. Still being able to scale up, hiding behind the small shroud of the smoke here, but too much to ask right there on the long-range taps. It's Art now with his AWP in play. It's picked up here and used effectively. Two defenders known on this A-bomb site still. And it still looks like that's where Fluxo want to head into.
Just smoke pit. That's all you need to do if you're Kai, but instead he just goes pure contact. Art is still being a little bit of a nuisance, and yep, smoke will be deployed, and that creates a lot of space, but the spam is brilliant out of Roy. And now you got Art left all alone in a 1 versus 3. Time's ticking, he gets jump scared by the chicken, and he still needs to deal with a player in sight. It's just too much. And I don't even think he'll be able to get away, because as he retreats, he goes back around the corner to fire off a shot, and by this point, the second mid player is already in hot pursuit. He dies after time. Art with no money. Art being given over for Shinden, and that's their first round.
Yeah, that's the best way to win right there for Shinden. Take that op back. If Art walks away with that AWP, it's a lot of value even in a lost round. Hold on to. But now he dies after time and he gets nothing out of it. It would have been a nice shot, to be honest with you. That would have been a clean shot and a very dead chicken. So at least we know Art's accurate, but unable to escape in that last round. Money's still good enough to get him an AK though. And MLH, shout out to him on the sacrifice. As the, you know, the new guy, maybe just something you have to do right there.
Yes, sir. Have my AK, BK1. Isn't helped out by the flash, and he takes one tick in the molly, and that completely burdens his escape path. And now Art says to MLH, here, bro, I've got you an M4.
Yeah, it's a well worth investment right there for him, and it's still a little lackadaisical. Biz just doesn't anticipate this level of aggression. He catches 2 players with utility out in this round, doesn't capitalize on the kill, but MLH will then say, thank you for the gun, Art. I'll use it against the enemy team. And it is an absolute dream.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing here for Abiz, and that's a lesson learned the hard way, is you need to anticipate aggression against Art. Art loves pushing. He's the most aggressive player we've ever seen in pro level. And that's just going to be the round over. This time it will be a retake that they don't attempt. This is a good decision, in my opinion, despite that the cash balances are on the likes of Nacho, on the likes of Roy. You can still reinvest, sure, but your other teammates cannot. So this is a good decision from a new team that have been together a while, but they're still young. I think that's the important thing, is that you could easily, in the South America region, we see it all the time, just go for these retakes on and on and on again. They actually pull the plug on this one. They don't give it a chance, but Fluxo will continue to skyrocket in rounds collected on this T side. They're now up to 6. They're already feeling like this is a very competent half a Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and looking like it was a decision well made here on this T side already in terms of, you know, the direction and the veto, right? I mean, right now we're seeing overwhelming success on the B side for Art, and if that's, you know, the direction that he's going to be able to thrive in, and you're, as the leader of the team, you're willing to pick into this map and, you know, come in with this good of a game plan here. It looks like they're making a fantastic decision in playing up against this one. Like you said, having to anticipate Art's antics is something that they need to lock in on. Art in this tier 2 scene has been able to thrive with his aggression, because he still, you know, maybe it struggles up against the top level of competition, the upper echelons of teams in tier 1. He can very well take over the server with opening duels when the competition isn't tier 1, when you don't anticipate the aggression. That's where he can really level up, and that's what he's looking to do here once again. But this time an op on target. Ives able to find the kill despite being blinded up here. Set up nicely for Kai, but he does get flashed up. Will be leveled. So much damage done, but it's kills converted on the other end of the server right now. Shinden shutting things down at every facet, opening up nearly another avenue here for Pariah, but Furia rather. It is leveled out. History now into a 1v4 clutch. If he gets this kill on a Nacho, it's doable, but he doesn't. Misses out on that opportunity. Nacho will shut it down, and Shinden looking to bounce back.
And they're reaping the rewards of that saved, like, trifecta of weaponry. Because they are able to drop, and then they allow Nacho just to have really good trade spacing. And I think what's really clever here is, as soon as Roy dies, he swings, and he swings back again. He's not scared in these fights. The banana attack this time falls flat for Fluxo. I need to call them Furia because of Art and Kai. But they do a really good job here at shutting this one down, Shinden. I'll tell you what, they're able to get...
main... Oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, you're good. I was just going to say, look, they get this one, they break the economy, suddenly the half looks a lot more contestable than what it would have been, or what it potentially could have been. This one decides a lot.
Yeah, it does. That's for sure here. That's when they kind of get back and active here. Back to the banana fights once again here. This time, are caught in the smoke. And it's a Biz being able to bounce back with a little more preparation this time. Not caught with utility in hand, but this time rifles ready to go. But Kai elevated above the smoke. BK1 bites the bullet. Chance to drop back into this one. And again, Pyria looking to make moves out of apartments. He has been such a nuisance for the CT side. Fantastic flash. Does Pyria ever move, though? He could have backs turned. He has to make a move right now. Everyone flashed, but the aggression punished. Pyria still not activating his window of opportunity. Still wide open, though. And hearing that op roll out from Ives is certain death. It's an opening. It's the A site confirmed.
And you go B.
Full rain.
Oh. In fact, you're going to bring it back towards A, but Pyria can be able to hear all of this. That's the thing. The rotates are already here before the bombs even down. You smoke off long, you go apps, you know that's safe.
Yeah, but Moto right now is a vulnerability, and he used the smoke that he could have used for Moto on towards Arches, which could be a problem. Oh, that's right. There you go. That's a good point. Shout out to Kai.
It did look scary. I think he actually picked one up off the floor. So we are entering into this 3-on-2. There's no utility to get Shinden into this fight. But it's one of these where you feel like you do need to go for it. A boost over the smoke, but a missed jump cue from Nacho. That would have been heard by this T side, and I think they know now. No kills are presenting. Whilst we do have a kit, we're still prioritizing our weaponry. Maybe this can be a 7-5 half, but I think that's the absolute maximum that Fluxo would allow you to get into this. 7-5 would be fantastic, but that would require an awful lot from something currently that Shinden are providing is bare minimum. And the fact that Fluxo are just consistently able to win the round after Shinden convert is so damaging, not only just for the CT economy, I mean it's Inferno they're saving, but just the psychological. It's like, yes, we got one. Oh, no, we didn't. And now we have to go and try and build back into this again.
100%, yeah. I mean, that's what I was going to say here. Is it's never two in a row for Shinden, and, you know, as you mentioned at the start of this round, it does paint a pretty picture if they can get those rounds. But every time Fluxo have been called upon, they've had moves to avoid the economy being broken. You know, last time it was in that position when Shinden got on the board, it was Art that broke through. It's still Area in the apartment side of things, providing so much impact here. He is really devastating this A side, because when he gets kills, when he gets access, it's completely disrupting the setup here of Shinden. Lots of utility. Oh, that smoke faded away, and I don't think they were really prepared for that smoke to disappear there. Nacho capitalizes, but Ives misses twice, and MLH opens up back opportunities here. Roy, Pyria down, knows he can strike here, and two backs turned. Keep this one in safe hands for Shinden. It's going to be tough for Kai to have impact now with the bomb down and 3 players on target.
First round, Pyria doesn't go in towards apartments. First round, Roy's ahead of everything, and he can act as a necessary trade. Abyss is just spraying desperately through the smoke, but enough bullets connect, and then the fatal blow on towards Kai is his reward. Great round out of Shinden for just having a triple app set up. Nacho getting the second kill here. You think it might be all said and done when Ives misses this shot, but Roy is a safe pair of hands. And why on earth would you expect Roy here after you've just seen Ives relocate back in towards Boiler? It's an essential little bit of deceit that enables Shinden to get that third.
Here's their chance. Here's a big opportunity to try and close this half with some extra credit. Get themselves more rounds on the board here. They have to get 2 in a row, though. It has to be now. 2 AKs maintained, and AWP still in play. All valuable tools here for the Shinden camp to operate with, but Art and Pyria, those 2 players that have been really difficult to work off of, once again have that firepower here and now. Four players on this lean towards the A side as well. This is a lot of resources right now and a lot of faith that you're placing in this B side defense. Trust in a business at the moment. Smokes though, I mean, they'll still keep players camped over. Ives repositions. He has archers under lock and key at the moment, so it allows for a lot of resources to be put holding off this pit position. There's one of the rifles fallen. Are going to be taken care of here, and now kind of a last-ditch effort towards the B side, but that's where they can start to put their pieces into play.
Oh, a biz. Brilliant. Just gets right ahead of that smoke, and Ives looks in with the AWP, but can't make the most of it. Maybe he'll be given another opportunity. Bomb being planted, but there's a lot of friction. Another missed shot out of Ives in the no-scope. He's panicking, but he swaps to the 5-7, and there's a bit of composure, and a biz is there to back him up. So now you've got Pyria in an ultimate test with the bomb nearly halfway ticked in a 1v5, but he can't win out the fight on Nacho and Banana. It's all okay in the end, and shouldn't get their 4.
There's a huge round right there. Surviving with 5, not allowing for this Fluxo camp to get away with much, even despite the missed op shots that maybe should have caught Ives if he wasn't up against P250, right? That's a big game changer right there. Able to whip out the 5-7 and use it up against him. So Shinden, one more chance on the defensive. And one more AK for Art here to play off of. Oh yeah, I like this idea though. Your Ives, you know, get in their face with the op that you know is not on the other end of the server. Art though gonna make some fast moves. It is only a duo here operating on the A side. And they've got so much real estate. Into spawn already. Nacho with his knife out. Gotta get the guns rolling. And he does in time for at least a single kill. Threads it in. But it is still worrisome signs for this defense. Oh, that's a huge pressure relief though. Ives with the long range duel. Deals with Art. This T side now very separated. You still have this apartments lurk from Pyria, but what do you do with it? Because right now the bomb over towards B.
It's nice though, because he's still applying pressure with the smoke, and he gets out. And he knows by walking down top middle, no one is peeking top middle. So they're going to be a little bit in the dark. Well-timed incendiary. There is one smoke. Kai can drop this smoke in towards CT, but he's actually working on finding an opening kill. He's just going to swing dry. That's crazy that he just does that, and now he's removed, and now there's no safe passage for the rest of the players to get on over. Pyria will have to fight his way through, but it's a biz that locks it in with the trade. Shinden will find that 5th round.
A great close right there for the rest of the half there. Shinden fighting back in a big way with a couple of rounds in a row, finally strung together. Getting a lot of problems here in that first half in between Pyria and Art in the early stages, but figuring out ways to slow things down towards the tail end. Finally able to offer up some rounds in a row, and that's going to open up the door into the second half for them. Building up a little bit of faith here. We'll say that the way that Fluxo operated around Shinden's pistol makes me think they're doing some good reads into what the setups are looking like, so we'll see what they have in store for this next one.
Well, history is about to be tested here. Oh, wow. Okay. And now... Oh, MHL's in with the deletion. It's Pyria up high from balcony. Why are you not turning around and dealing with Pyria? It's like those dual Berettas have got silencers on them, but he is loud. 2 kills from him, 2 from MLH, and the pistol... it just disappears as quickly as it arrives.
Yeah, there's just so much resistance here, and it's so much early success. They're still, I guess, worried about someone on the site, but like you said, it takes them so long to react. Ives is hunting for someone on the site. It never comes through. It's just Pyria with free reign. Now both sides of the half, he has been able to impact the server in apartments. Looking like beast in his position right now. And it is going to be fun to be had in this round here. In fact, let's just go and hunt those Glocks down as soon as possible. History not even buying into primary. The tool bread is maintained, and it's for good reason. He's got the better weaponry without having to spend any money. With Head Kevlar and the dualies up against 4 more Glocks and a Zeus. A Piz as a Zeus. They're all going to push to the smoke here. And that might overwhelm Art. He's got some assistance, though. And it's quick on the draw right there for Fluxo as they dominate up against the pistols.
Yeah, I can't lie to you. Like, it's actually really interesting just watching the development of Pyria and the fact that he's now moved away from an aggro entry role into a lurker and into an anchor player on towards the apartments. It seems to be serving him quite well, but I feel like you're not getting the most out of his playstyle because you stick him on the entry and he always gets 2 opening kills, but it looks like in this team for Fluxo, he's going to be taking on a new responsibility, and to be fair to him, he's been doing a pretty damn good job of it. It's history now with the gazing in top middle, and he will be rewarded for his patience. And then look at middle again. You have got this aggro push out of both MLH and Pyria, but they back out, they drop the utility, and they keep Shinden penned in.
Yeah, with how some of these like anchoring positions require a lot more aggression, a lot more activity, I've been noticing a trend of very aggressive players taking anchoring roles as a trend here in South America in particular. And it's beautiful aggression for Art off the back of a flashbang. Coordinated attacks on Banana. And Abyss, there's not a chance. No, he's trying to operate around the smoke. Can't get anything going. Art just running them down. And Fluxo, another flawless round.
Yeah, this CT side is just looking brilliant, and it bears a lot of familiarity to what Adali Amigos were doing to Shinden, but Fluxo can do it in a much more coordinated manner. The timing of this aggression, and also just knowing when to disengage. The fact that History gets that kill, there's a slight shot off back at him, and Pyria and MLH don't commit to the fight down middle. They don't get traps, they just back up, they drop their smoke, and then they can be on a quick rotate for the B players, which isn't even needed in the end, but it's good discipline out of this team, and I'm really enjoying watching how malleable this CT side is out of them.
Yeah, and with the vulnerability of some of the like current teams right now in South America with so much influx with the roster, you really think that, you know, Fluxo, if MLH is experiencing this success and if they're able to enter into a bit of a honeymoon period with that newest roster change, whereas a lot of teams are not at all experiencing any honeymoon success, they're actually like just losing a lot earlier in these opening stages of playoffs, and that's not the case for Fluxo off the back of this change. They are in the finals, and they are looking like the communication, the coordination is just instantly flowing with this new guy. Art, a big piece of that puzzle. Pyria on the other side of the map looking good as well. And my god, he didn't even have his hand on his keyboard when he found that headshot. He is just leveling out the competition. Low on HP now. Tech9's do overrun. AK recovered. And crucially, Kai offers up a little extra resistance. That's actually bomb dropped here in Banana. Going to be recovered by Abyss. Small detail here, but it could provide some extra time for them to succeed. Nacho has coverage for the bomb plant here. Smoke spam. Not connecting. So it's going to be a 4v2 retake, and we're going to need to see some big-time plays out of Nacho here.
Come on, Nacho. You're set up in the good position. The issue is, look at all the utility. You can molly everything. You can smoke banana. There's one of the mollies. And now you smoke banana, and you just get on the bomb. That's it. Nacho, they'll know about his position immediately. In fact, he's already been spotted by Kai. Not even smoking him off. Pyria mollies him out because Kai jumps on it. Of course, there's enough time to defuse the bomb. A little bit of shenanigans. MLH is locked in. He don't even care that there was a team kill.
Yeah, I was going to say, a little concerning right there if the bomb was planted for coffins and that smoke gets deployed. But I didn't realize the bomb was planted on oranges. And that means that round's pretty much nullified from that point. A little bit of a scare, a little bit of fun times here for Flux. So, I mean, you can afford a couple casualties with how clean things have been for you. There's no concerns whatsoever. Great retake. Now juggling some utility here to be dispensed on Banana. Drop a little cash of that there right on face of Abyss, but he avoids the brunt of it. If he were to walk up any further forward, he would have been taken down by those 3 HEs. Did you see all that utility towards B? It is queuing up for a little bit more pace on the apartments plays here, and maybe trying to take some brackets control. The issue with that, though, is now you do have a trio. Passive setup. Area on the balcony once more. the smoke to try and buy out some time so he can set up some flashes here. That's going to look good for a peek. Oh, it's beautiful.
Brilliant.
Wonderful coordination there once again. It's what we've been highlighting all the way through. Pyria with no smoke for the molly does get burnt out. The Kai has coverage. Every asset of this site kept in lock and key by Kai and MLH. They do it as a duo.
Unreal. Absolutely unreal from the two of them. The fact that Pyria drops his smoke proactively. The fact that Kai drops his smoke and just dissects long in half. And then he gets that flashbang assist. So you have to come through a grey screen and you have to be full blind to challenge him? Nah, no way. And you've even got the arch support as well. Everything is just done fantastically by Fluxo. Pyria's even picked up a second orb. And you feel for Shinden, but they have walked right in to Fluxo's trap card. An aggressive play up. Banana BK1 will at least deal some damage. And Nacho has also caught out another rifler. So it's 2 orbs who are most definitely saving. So Shinden at least survived for one more.
So hang in there. Brought to you by BK1. Have it your way.
Nice.
They'll be able to survive for another round.
Bet you're proud of that one as well. You little giggle after that. Like,
Listen, I'm more happy that you giggled. But yeah, I do make myself laugh.
That's an American slogan only. They don't do that in the UK.
There's no Burger Kings in the UK?
No, there is, but like, they don't have that slogan like that. I don't really know what Burger King's slogan is in the UK.
Right now it's just Whopper, 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 Whopper. That's what they're doing nowadays. I don't know if you
really
ever had. Yeah.
No.
And let me tell you, it plays in my dreams.
There's actually in the UK there's a lot more like regulation about what you can and can't advertise. So there's actually a lot less like fast food ads that exist in the UK on TV. I mean, who watches TV anyway, right? But
usually I only see BK ads on sports. I mean, that's probably where I only see ads in general, but it'll be right after the Sixers lose terribly in a very sad last second 3-pointer.
Do you want to know the good news? Is that 2K from BK1? That was a whopper of a round.
It was. And you know what? If it works last time, try it again here. This time it's not BK boosted, though. This time it's a Biz, and he can't have it his way. Art's in between them, and he's not allowing them to pass. It has to be BK that finds the success. He's got to do it himself.
Yeah. Any more for BK1? Can he serve up something a little bit tantalizing for Shinden? And yes, he can. Another multi-kill and an Ives with the immediate adjustment on towards history. Bacon double cheese XL, all of the garnish for Shinden as they take the speed bomb site once more. Pyria and MLH will have to sit on the sidelines and save for another 40 seconds because this back-to-back aggressive style of play from Shinden is working out wonders.
Yeah, and it's maybe going to force a little bit of adjustment here from Fluxo, to be honest with you. There are a couple of lost rounds in that department. I mean, again, it does feel like BK right now in these last couple of rounds is kind of willing them into these round wins with the multi-kill entries that he's been able to find. But however you get the job done, you need someone to step up here and be a hero, and right now it's looking like that can be BK to open up access. We've been talking a little bit about his entry prowess here in the pregame. Wasn't able to really bring a lot of that into the CT side, but now looks a lot better. That could be the difference maker. Still a long road ahead, and with all the saves that we're seeing pretty consistently out of Fluxo, it's constant gun rounds that they have to play up against.
Alright. Can they do it? It will be hard, but this aggressive play towards Banana has been working. They're still looking to apply the pressure here. It's a trade out of U2, and it's Pyria getting dunked by either a spam or a nade, which forces him all the way back. over towards balcony. Retake util being deployed. Another flashbang being set up. Mayhaps for Art. Yes, there is. He just keeps going this time. He fights in the smoke. There's a boost up for BK1, and he is being relentless on Banana. He gets the trade. Roy's got control in towards Apps. This is looking like a Fluxo round.
Yeah, it is. They're winning on all assets here, all fronts. Taking up control here all over the place. It is Kai with a very active move to confirm that there's no motion past this smoke. He will fight forward. How much of an opportunity right now with this deep positioning here. The area taking an aggressive stance here, containing all of this A side, cutting them off at the seams, is going to draw in another rotation. A molly still for MLH with 30 seconds left. They got to get a move on here, and they got to get past a pretty deadly trio right now. That's not going to be an easy task. Molly goes down. Some flashes could be set up by History. It's got to be good. Avoided right now by Abyss. He instas on the entry. Roy follows up. My God. They cannot lose. Not just yet. History fighting for his op. But that's just fighting for survival here in this round. Shinden fighting for survival in every last one of these rounds here. Staying afloat.
I mean, phenomenal, really, from Shinden. I'm really impressed with how many different layers Fluxo have had on Banana. They've had 3 players start there. They get neutralized. You've got Art swinging out even more aggressively. He gets dealt with by the boost. And Fluxo, all they need to do...
Wait.
Oh, no way.
No, not like this.
Not like this.
No!
Oh my God, he's got it. He's
It's
got
over.
it. He's done it. Oh my God, wait.
No! Is there time? Oh my God! Oh, History almost made him pay.
He completely cut me off, and you know what? I'm glad he didn't injure it, because that would have made me look like a right idiot. History nearly makes them feel like right idiots. There's a tech pause. What is going on? Who crashed? Art crashed. Art didn't bear witness to that near ninja. That was milliseconds away.
Art probably thought it was over. He just disconnected.
I didn't even see him on the map. You know, you always look at the mini-map for ninjas. And I looked at it and I was like, oh, he's not there. And I look back and I'm like, wait, he's on site.
History has to go. You got to get back on the server. I actually didn't have time. I know it looked good. It looked like it was over. But Art's like, oh, you didn't win? Got to keep playing. Must play on here. Time just barely. Not enough right there. I mean, if he started moving a little quicker, that would have been the difference maker, but what an attempt. What a surprise. Shinden, just a massive relief as they watch that round 1 as well, as they watch the bomb go off, because the sinking feeling in your stomach when you hear that stick. Oh, you can only imagine what was being talked about in their camp.
I'm glad they heard it. I'm really glad they heard it. But, I mean, it didn't matter because there wasn't enough time. Oh my gosh. That has to be a horrible feeling for Shinden, and then they can laugh it off, but you will never ever leave the bomb site again.
Until the next time, of course.
Yeah, until the next time. I mean, they ninjured Red Canids. That was nearly ultimate revenge. Can they do this? 4 rounds needed in a row without mistakes, and the Beers has eaten a load of shrapnel to kickstart round 21. Art now being really aggressive in towards Apps. Roy needs to clear it. And he spots MLH in, but he doesn't spot Art, but the adjustment is phenomenal.
That's incredibly quick right there. A little bit discombobulated on the setup there. On the side of Fluxo, cost him severely. History, I mean, this one is looking like curtains already being called on the round. A-site captured. Shinden, no mistake in this round. Just another round win. Just another punch back in. These rounds starting to be landed consistently. Fluxo starting to feel the pressure, I'd imagine. History gonna be wishing you could have got that defuse off to make it easy. like History was looking at us for a second. It felt like he heard me.
Yeah.
It was a nice try, History, if you're listening. Great effort.
Only these rifles can be removed. That's now the next question. Pyria boosted. Roy. Oh, meets the same fate as Nacho. Nice little kills. That is, I'd say, a mood settler. And Kai only loses an MP9.
Yeah, he's going for the grand prize of a AK to be recovered. That's well guarded. And the ops just continue to roll out here for the CT side. No timeouts yet for Fluxo. Not feeling the need at the moment, but that tune might change here if this round goes awry. Art with the secondary right now positioned over towards B. Bit of a change here in the setup.
Double orb. Okay, so that indicates no aggression. Oh no, instead it's aggression in towards Apps, and Nacho falls. That's a really big scalp to take. Heaviest hitter so far for Shinden. Removed early. And another redeployment of an incendiary leaves Pyria with an escape path, but he's got to get out of there quite quick, because there's a lot of players trying to compromise his position and his dwelling in Apps. Ah, now mollied.
Oh my.
Get out of there! They double smoke it. That's a worry, but unfortunately for Shinden, no one is there to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, could cause concern, maybe should cause concern for Fluxo, but Art moves past his own smoke and he has full coverage down Banana. So much information in this 4v5. You're not seeing the rotation just yet. Finally are. They're going to be in time here. His History.
Oh, I love this.
Symbols on the line here. We'll bait and switch setup on the back of the site here. History offers up another kill, and it's a shutdown in the setup. Right now, they still have the late activation in the back of the site. Unknown. Pieria set up for the round win. He's going to jump up, deny the bomb plant here. Oh, but just one left here away from closing out map number 1, but it's still Roy. He's still kicking. He still has some fight left in him, but the smoke spam putting pressure continuously. Almost catches Kai with that headshot through the smoke, but not just yet. And Bomb still needs to get punched in right now. They've got him boxed in on the site. Coverage and a stick. Kai, the smoke's going to fade away, but he doesn't swing in time. At least a bomb plant here. Roy, is he actually going to make this happen? Art couldn't afford a miss right now. He's gotten up. He's slowly scaling into this fight here, but Roy not giving them any duels just yet. Oh, but his back is turned just in time. Art gets a freebie. Art to close out this map 1 victory. It looked a little labored there towards the tail end, but Fluxo with the foundation get the job done.
I like this, because now we've got a competitive map 1, and it means our analysts can break down more than just, yeah, it was a stomp, and Fluxo played really well. Well, I've got to say, before we hand it over to Paladin, what a phenomenal setup, with Pyria playing head down, History standing on the box. The last thing you're going to expect there is Pyria just raising his little head, jumping on top of the box and denying the bomb. They get it done in the end, but Paladin, we've got to give a lot of credit to Shinnen, because they put up a valiant fight towards the end there, didn't they?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely think that was the case, and I was thinking that, you know, this is one of those situations where we get what was supposed to happen against Red Canids and against 9Z, and it was supposed to just be an utter stomp, but they proved me wrong again, just to make it a very competitive game altogether. I have to first talk about the positives for Fluxo. When I look at the way that they were able to manufacture so many T openings on that offense, it looked so good. And I mean, even in the sort of coulda, woulda, shoulda rounds for Shinden, like that whiff that you had from Abiz, I believe, in that 1v1, that's when you start to think, okay, Fluxo are going to kick the door down and they're just going to completely dumpster Shinden. And they did for the most part. I honestly thought that that first couple of spree of rounds looked very good from them. And everything that Shinden did to claw back, it came down to significant individual plays. I think you had a couple of rounds there from Abiz specifically that I'm just scrolling through. Nacho had a couple of key multi-kills as well. But overall, it was just a very well orchestrated T side from Fluxo. And it really came down to, I think, just unorthodox timings that Art is very understanding of, where he's swinging out on timings where players have got their utility out, where they're considering maybe a much more slower pace to the game. And he really bucks the trend as to how to approach Inferno, where the meta game is to really be methodical with how you're taking map control, how you're taking brackets, how you're showing banana presence as well. But Art finds a way to completely eradicate all preconceived notions and try to jump the gun a little bit more and not let the CTs be any bit prepared in a lot of these situations. Not to mention that you also have Pyria doing a lot of work on the apartment side of things as well, where he's getting so much space in that sense, cutting the map in half for Art. And I mean, the mid rounds just become so easy for these guys to work around with, that Shinden were always going to play a little bit of catch up, regardless of the score line, regardless of the time in the round. So credit to them though, to kind of claw it back in that sense, even with some of the hampering in terms of the impact from Ives. Still need a lot more from him, to be completely honest. I like the confidence in how he's approaching these situations, how he's playing far ahead, how he's trying to really assert his dominance against History. But as far as that head-to-head goes, I did feel just a little bit more impact from History in that sense. So unfortunate there. We switch halves. We move over to Fluxo's domain on that CT side, and just chef's kiss setups there throughout that defense there from Fluxo. Art just doing so much to lock down that B bomb site. I think just so much work that he does individually, fighting forward in terms of banana presence, fighting behind as well, defending the site proper from CT spawn, as you see there. Many multi-kills to speak of in a lot of different sequences in terms of that defense. And that's where I kind of think that, they go back to that A site, MLH, Kai, they've got this beautiful sequence right there, actually. The flash setup there with Pyria and just locking down that site. You think, okay, this is a done and dusted affair. There is nothing that you could hang your hat on if you're Shinden on this T side. You're not finding any sort of opening to really kick the door down. But then BK1 has that quick double. And Abiz has a little bit of damage done in the following round. And BK1 gets another quick double. And it starts to look like maybe they found a little bit of conditioning that they can work off of, and that they can try to work this game back in. And yes, there was that sketchy situation with the History Ninja Diffuse potential, but still a lot of great work done. But as Brendan kind of mentioned, that beautiful final setup on that A bomb site, a little bit of attention to detail from Art to re-clear Banana, get a little bit more attention taken, and gets that fourth rotation in. Everything is done for them. Roy can't get the job done after all is said and done, and Fluxo take it home. And so overall, you can see why I think our panel has suggested that Fluxo should take this map very comfortably, and this series comfortably. And that is, yes, they can play in sort of chaotic situations, but they know how to play on these off timings and really play like favorites. I think that is one thing that both 9Z and Red Canids had a real issue with, is where they would play these very static CT sides. They would be very scared in playing in certain 3v3s, 2v2s to make a risky decision. And in this situation, Art would say, look, I'm going to take the bull by the horns and do it myself. And it really did make Shinden look that much more of an underdog within the context of this map. Now I look towards what's coming next, and I see the good work that Shinden has done on Nuke. BK1 is still having his impact, at least towards the tail end there of that T side, and I hope that he can have the same sort of mini wraps that he has so far. Nacho also had a little bit of a kickstart of a game. Again, a lot later for a lot of these players in a lot of ideal situations, but Ives, that is the player that I am looking at to be the deal breaker for Shinden, right? And if he doesn't show up to play, I mean, outside's going to be a real world of hurt for them. They're not going to have enough potency to hold down and lock down that position. They're going to be starved of information. They're going to have to be forcing their anchors to produce a lot of key kills. I'm looking at Roy, I'm looking at Abiz, and yes, they've provided in series pass, but I'm a little afraid that when you've got the firepower on the other end with players like Art breathing out your throat, players like Pyria, even Kai having his moments as well, things will be very difficult on that defense if they can't have Ives step up. I will say, though, he's still showing that confidence. That's what makes me very excited about him. The fact that he is showing that confidence, that willingness to take these opening duels, and I'd like to see that a little bit more from him. That same level of confidence. Hopefully the accuracy can have a little bit of an uptick, and if it can, they're back in business. Their rifle core is still available for action, and I think that they still got a shot in this best of three. They're not done just yet, but Fluxo having that first strike within themselves, already putting the pressure on Shinden, makes me feel as though Fluxo are very closely knocking on the door here, making sure that they can button up the CCT, claim themselves those VRS points, and continue their dominance within this tournament. We'll see you guys in just a little bit with Nuke hovering around the corner. Backs against the wall here for Shinden in our grand final between Fluxo and Shinden, and I don't necessarily know if they've got enough in the tank, Brandon, but if I had to talk about Nuke and a possibility of coming back in the series, what am I looking towards here to cause this comeback?
You're looking for simplicity, genuinely. Like, the rounds that look good for Shinden is when they're putting pressure on one area of the map, and then they just bounce on it. What I've really been enjoying from Shinden is just how simplistic the rounds look at times. And obviously, there's a lot going on, but it's their most efficient way of playing. And you get Nacho, you get BK1 on these good timings, and suddenly the round, it's really simple. And we saw it towards the end there, or on Inferno. BK1 being set up for really good positions, Nacho still top of the board and finding these multi-kills. I really do think there is a chance here for Shinden. It's just one of those where if their backs are against the wall and they have to try and work their way into a game again, that's where you start to struggle. And you think, do you really have it in the tank? Do you really have it in the grand final to do it again and again and again? Because they proved us wrong before, but when it matters most, when it is all on the line, you start T-side Nuke, it's going to be really tricky in my opinion. I'm really worried for them, I can't lie.
Down 10-2 against Red Canids, they came back. They came all the way back to overtime. They win it in overtime 16-13, and they completely embarrass Red Canids on that entire run back. And you have the Adelia Amigos win as well with a 13-1 victory. And so you think about those and you think, okay, the map pick is warranted, but as you kind of mentioned,
BK1 and what he can bring to the table here again, he was one of those bigger bright spots. Roy able to provide a lot of coverage for some big multi-kills, so maybe he can get more involved, and that could be something that they lean on there potentially, but it's not going to be an easy task at all.
What about Fluxo? I think that was what I was talking about specifically. Any bright spots there?
Yeah, well, for Fluxo again, they were able to use Art and Pieria as the 1-2 punch there. That seemed like both sides of the maps, on the T side especially, were kind of converging. So you're talking about like those two kind of rolling together, working very well off of each other, opening up really easy calls for Art off the back of the impact. So looking at maybe that duo to keep things rolling for Fluxo for sure.
Well, another chance for Fluxo to notch yet another CCT title for them. This would be their potential fourth. We'll see if they can get it done in a 2-0 fashion here on Nuke. Take it away, Cole and Brandon.
Much love, Paladin. Very good analysis, as always, in between these maps. And let's dive into this, because I think you're right, Cole. I think Art is going to be such a pain in the ass for Shinden to deal with. The amount of aggressive plays he's going to go for. This triple setup on ramp. They already know what's up here. This is always going to be the intention here for Shinden. And as they go around the corner, they are running into trouble. But History gets dinked. And now they look for an avenue out, potentially, onto this A site.
Yeah, I mean, they spotted a lot of presence towards ramp, but I don't know if they're quite in time to pounce on the amount of presence that they did spot there. They do have some good utility to back this one up, and so much damage provided right now. There's nothing connecting on the side of Fluxo, and it is so overwhelming on that A side. Utility to back up the play here, only in towards heaven. No chance to really route back into this round here, so I'm thinking Art and History gonna look to maybe just hold on to what they have here at this point.
Just realised that it's Art and History. It's a shame that some of the other players don't have like in-game names as like Biology, Chemistry. That'd be quite fun. But instead, it's just going to be History grabbing a kill onto Ives, making him Ancient History. Any more? Not quite. Roy delivering the damage. I really like that disengage from Shinden. They immediately see one player with dual Berettas up close. They get the dink on History, but they don't go on it. They just go, do you know what? Screw this. Your rotations are going to be all out of whack. Art was down secret, and they didn't know about that. But he was so far away. He has removed BK1. There's a few damages here or there, but whatever. They don't care, Shinden. They got the round. It was really easy to get into towards this A site, and this is exactly what they did against Red Canids. Paladin will remember this. They targeted Venom Zero on A again and again and again. And if they spot weakness, Shinden, they will put pressure on it.
Yeah, I mean, it looked really good for them in that last map as well. On the T side of Nuke, where, like you said, I think it's more so, it wasn't weakness in that last map, but it was again, a very simplified setup there. Right there, you can see on the pistol run, 3 players on ramp. Guys, that's good news for us. That means, you know, A is going to be a little bit lesser in the numbers. And be able to pounce on that before Fluxo can really get back into position. So you're liking the early looks out of Shinden on the pistol. The force bite comes back in response, of course. Continued pressure applied. 4 players scaling down, maybe 3 players? No, it is 4. Down and towards secret. No tags. No spot. So Kai has to rotate with his MP9. It's a well-placed smoke for him, but it does mean here with all of this presence that he's got a lot on his hands.
At least he's in the right mood. He's in the right position, and Art is here. The issue is that Art's got a scout. So Kai up close on the corner. Ives potentially boosting a player? No, instead he just tucks right into this corner. So Art's going to take first contact, and that contact is going to be felt in a big way, and Kai finds one, but Ives trades him out. Really good spacing for Shinden. 30 seconds left. They've run down the clock brilliantly. There's even a kill to keep these players contained in towards lobby. History's now worried about where Abiz has scuttled off to. In fact, he's just in the corner, and he lets them know. And that gives even more space to get this bomb down. Abiz just keeps on going. Imperial will eventually trade him. But again, round done and dusted, and it's Shinden off to this good start. That was the forced buy out of Fluxo, and now they need to eco.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the value of getting down secret with 4 players, and there is no resistance, there's no damage, there's no smoke spam. HE's to blow open that smoke. Obviously, you know, Fluxo not really given that luxury, but you can see how effective it can be when you just need to play the trade game. The lack of weaponry coming up against Fluxo. Save on the Galil attempted here, but Ives is pretty aggressive on the home. Man, he will capitalize. Wow, tough adjustment, but some extra damage done. Nothing held on to here. It's going to be a full eco, and Shinden will be off to a fantastic start on the T side here. As a bonus here to trying to bounce back in the series. Talked about this team. They're going to need some serious endurance right now. Does Fluxo have that nice long break in between the series to play up against? And right now, this is the 5th map in a row that these guys have played with, you know, 20 or so minute break in between. Maybe a little longer, but still, that's a lot of Counter-Strike to be played out there. Nothing that these guys aren't used to, but in this tense environment now in a grand final, and that's kind of new territory for this squad.
Oh. Alright, Kai. That was sharp. Art's got an ump. Which is a little bit exciting, considering he's over towards top hut. It looks like they're going to be diligent. Art getting ready to swing, and he's able to not even grab one kill. Abiz and Roy combined, they dissect this A defense. And whilst history is still elevated in towards Mustang, how much damage can a USP really do in this position, especially with Pyria now being caught off guard in towards main? History drops onto top hut and is quickly disintegrated. A brilliant round out of Shinden. They only lose one player, and that was Nacho, who died early to Kai at top silo.
That could have gone very dicey there as well. That ump and play is the next point of contact. You're talking about a potential 5v3 fairly early on in that round. And that could have led to a lot of hesitation. Instead, no one else falls. And another ump pile by Art. He's sticking with his guns. Something I remember, like, pretty late into Fury is just always buying SMP. So interesting to see him going back to that approach here, but out fast A right now. Lots of damage done. It's BK1 with low health, threading in a kill still.
What?
And Art, in the most ridiculous fashion with that UMP, manages to find impact here. Only one left in Roy. Able to recover the bomb. Could actually make it down the vents. Yeah, that's mission accomplished. A B-site plant. A real chance here to work off of right now. No.
That's a shame. That's a shame. I tell you what, Pyria does brilliantly. He just stands in the molly, he doesn't give a damn about it, and he gets that second kill. And then you've got Kai that's already on the ladder, just waiting to sort of take his place. They're just waiting to make sure they've got all the guns before locking in the defuse, because Art does have that kit. They get an AKs or even lob in extra pieces down there. Come on, guys. There we go. Got it all. Look at them, they're little
tossing
scavengers.
utilities. Yeah, they're tossing utility to Art right now in the assembly line.
Lovely. You know what? I got a lot of respect for that. They're making the most of every single dollar on the floor.
Yeah, on CT side economy, that means a lot. Wanted to see it in motion. There was so much time on the defuse, you can just go hunting all over the map for it, but...
Could we just talk about how Art got that jump in UMP kill in main? That's 2 jump kills that have gone against Shinden in this best of 3 so far.
Yeah, that one was almost even more ridiculous than the opener from the area on apartments. Just jumping in is the random inaccuracy through the smoke manages to connect a kill. That is definitely a little bit of fortune favoring Fluxo, but we'll take it. Whatever they can get here. Now for the CT side, very similar story to what we talked about on Inferno. It's about Fluxo being able to string rounds together. Otherwise, Shinden can just keep winning ways rolling. Okay. That's a lovely lineup, and a little bit of a head spotted around that smoke. It is a collapse from all different avenues here. Everyone given a duel, everyone coming up in their favor. Tough fight for Ives. Thought he might have had a chance there, but instead just eats more damage in return, and it looks like Art wants the whole thing. What an adjustment onto Roy. Crazy kill rate there. And Ives left last man standing. Just trying to stay alive at this point.
There you go. Poor Ives. You think about the round he's had where he was just being like destroyed through the wall and the hut spam. There was also a player just shooting him at heaven, and then suddenly it feels like there's gonna be a fair fight over towards lobby, but no, it's another player just hanging off the top of the roof. So many different angles of elevation, so difficult to adjust your crosshair. And that is an example of Fluxo being really aggressive, and this is what they will look to do, especially outside through Art. Art loves to get right in your face, be problematic to you. And Shinden, we're going to go back to remember their game plan, especially against Adeli Amigos. It was going through the smokes, going down secret. There will be unrelenting pressure there, and you will need to adapt or die. Speaking of adapting or dying, it looks like it's going to be the latter, as Art, yeah, it's just against pistols, but he is having fun with it right now. Another one. Really? You are taking the Michael.
Oh my god. He wants it all right there. He's just having a field day farming up these ecos. Doesn't even allow them to, you know, sit back and discuss what's going to go on next round. Takes it by stride. By force. What do you do against that there? That's a bit of a statement being made, and like you said, it's up against pistols, but knowing that Art's going to run you down like that and still not being able to do anything against it is a scary feeling for these young guns. Speaking of running it down, LH making full space towards lobby, and yeah, I mean, it's mission accomplished here. How far do you want to press this advantage? They're spotting out nothing. Absolutely nothing in lobby. Abyss playing a bit more of a passive line, but with all that information now and Art sticking around with the only MP9, all these other rifles are going to have some fun towards the outer yard because they know exactly where you are. There's no question about it.
Abyss should have calmed that over, but it feels like it was too little too late because you've already got MLH, Amperia down here. There's good utility that they can deploy. Looks like Piria's going to take first contact, and yeah, it works absolutely perfectly. They go straight into the blender. Shinden, MLH is now just biding his time, and the bomb delivered to him on a silver platter. And Abyss, who started off the round at the top lobby, has worked his way in towards Squeaky. It's a nice shot on towards History, but with 40 seconds left, with the bomb not in his possession, it's going to be another sinking feeling for Shinden, as they've just been toppled by Fluxo's aggression in the early round, them not having any players to deal with it, and then not having the appropriate response. It needs to be instinctual,
No way.
And that's instinctual from Art. He finds his prey, and he destroys him with the MP9.
His instincts say hold W and mouse 1. Maybe a little bit of scroll wheel in the mix there while he's at it. Get some jumping involved. Whatever buttons he's clicking right now are pushing the buttons of Shinden. It's got to be frustrating to play up against this level of presence here. Not only on map 1, now carrying into map 2. Whatever game plan you have is being disrupted by the confidence from Fluxo. 4 in a row. Well, utility to try and maybe get down the vents. Be good, but there's a lot of spam on their direction. And it doesn't allow them, man. It's too good, too effective. They're now trying to push past a smoke that's tossed in deep from the area.
What a great angle he just took up there. Just right on the edge. They just run straight past him. They're now going to test History, but they jump around the wrong corner. And History, these are easy shots for him to claim and add to his collection. Now up to 5. Art has got the knife out in the vent. You horrible man. Fluxo are now feeling like they're in complete control.
Yeah, this is just flow state from the man. That's... I mean... No damage taken on all those duels. Smoke spam to deny. It looks like every, next step from Shinden is met by a reaction from Fluxo. I mean, the smokes to try and get down the vent are then constantly spammed. So even though it's that delayed approach and attempting to do it off the flashbang, there's no access. And then you think maybe Hut's vulnerable because of that. Maybe I can make a move and try and save the round. And you push a smoke and you look a little bit silly because the area's waiting for you. And then you're thinking, okay, well in that case, ramp's open. Nope, there's an op. Ready to go, and it's easy pickings.
Look at this. Again, you got the orb starting towards ramp. You've got Art and Kai outside being a nuisance. This fast pop can work. Double flashbangs, History, completely affected by it. But the most important thing is that he's got out of there. And he can duck out. Art's now gone down the vent. You've got so many rotations that can be here. It's just whether Shinden want to commit into this site. They did this last time in the semi-final. They decided to go down in towards the lower bomb site, and they were able to get all the kills anyway. This has created a bit of space for BK1, and Kai gets caught in transition. That's a really big find for BK1, because that opens the map right back up.
Yeah, so many more options now afforded to them. It's a huge pickup. Put on notice as well. Oh, but MLH gonna shut down the re-aggression from Roy. And the area in between this site defense right now, gonna get overwhelmed inside the hut. There's too many targets chasing him down. And with the amount of success here, Art could actually pull this one back. A little bit of a quick flank here rolling out. Spotted though. Don't notice. MLH taking some damage here. He has a molly to try and flush him out of this position. That goes in front of Art instead. Cutting off his access. Probably going to be a save if they can survive. If there's no peaks here, there won't be. Art might stick around here to just try and do as much damage. In fact, that's what they're both doing here. Bomb damage does quite a bit. So it's about exits here. Which they only find once, so not all that bad for BK1 and Ives. Walk away pretty healthy in the round, all things considered.
Yeah,
The
but look
money
at the
stacked
money.
up so high.
Yeah, it's just so big for Fluxo. Art's now going double orb. This goes completely against what we were saying about him being meticulously aggressive outside. I mean, he probably still will be. With the orb,
Yeah,
but
it might just
double
work
orb
into his
setup.
hand.
We'll see. Maybe he starts down secret, history remains on ramp. But a good little response there from Shinden.
Yep. So, stepping in his own molly. On
That's
the
it.
ramp aggression, that's what he's looking for right there. Nice find from Nacho to take care of one of those ups. But now Art has taken lobby once again. Could be a squeaky door lurk given this position with the AWP, but with all of that information, it's about now rotating down and towards that lower side, in which we don't really see that mobility from Fluxo. They're so focused on ensuring lobby control here, and that's going to be a pretty pricey decision for them. It's going to be guaranteed B access for free.
I'm not really sure what the tell is, but Shinden are able to so consistently get down secret without any rotates from the opposition. But Art and MLH Zin have both found kills. Ives gets an important trade back, and Roy uses his nade to good effect. Suddenly, we're in a 2 versus 2 from what was feeling really compromising for Shinden. They've turned it into a story of success. Kai and Pyria, though, stand forward. Kai delivers, but where on earth is Pyria? He's just made it down the vent, and the double door is open. So Roy now just has to try and play time. There is a kit in play. Pyria should be swinging and confirming the kill. There is more than enough time to defuse for Fluxo. And just by taking their time, they are able to make sure that 4 versus 2 is converted in the end.
I mean, even in that situation right there, you do see the impact that the lurks can have. I mean, there just was peaks in the post plant that maybe were a little over aggressive from Shinden, and it is punished severely by Fluxo. And they make sure to capitalize on it. A brutal loss for Shinden, all things considered. That was one of their better looking opportunities. Getting down secret again, it's how they really lifted off in that opening gun round success, but it's a big wake up call. You know, we close it out here, putting more pressure. Kai already down in towards secret at the moment. There's a lot of utility that could flush him out. But they molly in front of this, so might bait you into a false sense of security here. This time, the silent crawl in towards secret is met by one Kai, who deletes 2. It's not so silent anymore, you don't get it for free.
Gotta be ready. Oh, and Roy is. Unbelievable. And Art jumps down the vent and now hangs on
Oh
the
my
ladder.
God.
Goes back into the molly to find more success. But a bit is lurking to good effect. Art removed, and now if you want to, you can bring the bomb all the way up towards this A bomb site. But History has also ascended the ladder, and he's being a pain, which frees up Period to start working. But he's been loud. He's dropping utility. This becomes a complete mess.
Oh. Laying towards heaven as well to provide that security. Oh, some desperate spam through the wall right there, not connecting either. And they at least establish themselves in the post. He coming through, Pierre. Yeah, Molly's out of biz, doesn't allow him to sit in position. Ives now left into the clutch here, off behind him. Can he avoid the shots? He can, but a pistol whipped out from History. It's gonna convert the round right there. Doesn't stumble out of heaven. 6 HP, just healthy enough to get the job done.
I like that Ives has got a smile on his face after they nearly worked that round back again. I love that these rounds are becoming increasingly more challenging for Fluxo. Like, it takes a big team effort to get them over the line. That's why you're seeing everyone raise the floor. Art's got an auto sniper, really, dude? Like, come on. What are we doing here?
Their opponent's head right now. He's just having his fun in this grand final, man. That is insane. Finding auto is wild. These, young players on the other side of the server, you're gonna hear that rat-a-tat there and feel like they're getting disrespected. Right now, exactly what's happening. A couple opening picks, but it is answered back from Nacho, trying to force some respect on his name. Down secret again.
Alright, come on, Art. Show us the auto sniper.
No.
Swing open the door. Oh, and Roy just deletes him. That's what you get. That's instant karma. And yet again, Jinden, from a place of disadvantageous position, have now worked it back into something a little bit more tangible. MLHsin has now revealed his position. The molly is good to force the fight out of Roy. And he's trying to bait in his teammate who is in dark. MLHsin knows the position of both of these players. He swings out wide, but he's also affected by his flashbang. They're playing this so well, and the swing from Ives is enough to get Shinden that 5th.
Yeah, great play right there from Ives. Great positioning. And you know what? The best punishment of that auto sniper you can ask for right there. Doesn't even get multiple shots off before he's tapped out of the round. And a little relief here for Shinden towards the tail end. I mean, solid half put together here. These T sides have been really strong for Shinden, but seeing what they're able to show in this one. Despite the run of rounds from Fluxo, it could be good enough. See what they have here. Double setup right now in the ramp room. And instantly dismissing him.
Beautiful.
Oh, it's just dominant. A Biz with 3 kills as they jump around the corner and they can't make it past the first hurdle. That is a statement. And Art still having his fun. He is still getting in the heads of his competition with the Deagle. What is happening? He's not missing. Except for with the auto sniper. But not with the Deagle. Gets a couple of headshots there before bested.
Apart from that little Art double D fiasco, that was a very clean round out of Shinden, and that's how the ramp play is supposed to look. Great work out of Shinden. Is that both pistols for them again? I'm right in saying? Yeah, because Fluxo forced them, they lost, so it is both pistols again for Shinden. They're making the most of this opportunity here, and they've been really consistent with that, actually, all through the playoffs. Art has found Nacho, so it does put a little dampener on things for now. But there's only, well, in fact, it's only the scout. Everyone else is on Glocks.
It's going to be tough to make that work. But you do have an opening pick, like you said there. You know, Art gave him one. He's looking pretty good on the connections. There's nobody on the ramp side. One player towards lower. At very least, if these Glocks can overwhelm the solo B defender, that could be the ticket on end. BK1 really can't make the case to continue to fight here. You got the flanks coming through. There's taking control towards single, and it will overwhelm, but they can't get the numbers punched in. It's a fast flank. Chaos created. The bomb is recovered, and oh no, it's still on the site. I thought maybe they would try to take it up the vents, but 1v2 now. Pierre, 30 seconds left to operate, and he's danced his way quickly towards double and towards control. Jumping up though, Ives will cover him. It's decent damage right there for them. They'll take that with a smile. Shinden close out the round and tie us up.
Yeah, well worked. but that was just a scout and Glocks. And the fact that that was so expensive is a little bit worrisome for Shinden. Fluxo can now have all AKs, all armor, a boatload of utility. And we saw how good that T-side was on Inferno. I expect it to be the same here on Nuke as well, just because you have got these aggressive pieces that can get up closer in your face. And I think where Pyria's gained some confidence, where MLH is definitely gained some confidence to go for these fights, they'll be, again, encouraged and incentivized by Art to make these plays. And what you want to capitalize on right now, if you're Fluxo, is the fact that yes, it is 7-7, but Nacho is having a stinker. And this is Shinden that normally rely quite a lot on Nacho. So if you can capitalize on this right now, you don't have to worry about Mirage, where potentially he can redeem himself. And you have to worry about final quarter, fourth quarter Ives.
Mr. Fourth Quarter himself.
There you
That's
go.
what you don't want to deal with for another map. Look at Art, man. He's just chilling. He's been the villain up against Shinden right now, man. He's been buying deagles on piss around, buying all the snipers. Just having a good old time. Everything he's really been doing has been working well. Now trying to open up towards the outer yard. It does look effortless. Again, when he swings like that, it opens up the round, targeting his opposition so effectively.
They're taking a lot of space early. They're putting the pressure just on these MP9s. Roy is now worse for wear. He needs to concede the space. Him and VK1 will re-swing, and that is a big mistake. At least Abyss picks up Pyria outside, but it is still a 4v2. And listen, look, Art is low. So is ML8 Zin. There's the bomb carrier of history that dodges all the bullets, and ML8 Zin is in such a key position to just shut this round down. Down goes Abyss. Nacho is about to reveal to ML8 Zin that he is all the way over here, and I think Art might have even spotted him. In fact, yeah, he flicks on him. Great round out of Art. Great round out of Fluxo. Look, they get all the guns out and they just own them.
Yeah, as soon as he gets those rifles out. This, I mean, it's so easy for Art as well. Running outside, running into Mini. Every duel he takes is just flawless. One of those things here where, again, like, you look at the trajectory of Art and you think, oh man, he's, on this Fluxo squad playing in Tier 2, but you saw the struggles mechanically last time on Fury when he was playing in Tier 1. It's just, it's a completely different territory when you're playing up against competition, which is Shinden versus the best in the world, and this is why he just looks like a beast. He can't do anything wrong. It looks like he's smurfing on the competition, and that's exactly what he's doing. Oh my goodness.
Look at Kai. You nasty man. Roy's just trying to take space. He's trying to get info. All his teammates have been just left in a wreck and a heap by Art. And he's like, oh, I'm just going to go into lobby, and no! Just get destroyed by Kai. Abyss just sat in a corner contemplating his options. If you're Shinden, you've got to be talking in moments like this as well. Use it as an extended tactical pause. You got to get back on track because Fluxo are now just powering up every step along the way. Abyss will catch Art, but look at Kai. Kai is sprinted at him in towards ramp and just removes the AK immediately. They've got no money now as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was an all-in investment with the Ives op. And not a bad idea to lean in on this guy that can be so clutch in crunch time. The issue is, Art is on the other end of that scope. And you gotta be lightning fast to deal with him right now in the form that he's in. What do you think Art's saying right now? Yeah, so I'm going to go outside. I'm going to swing. We're going to throw smokes to cross, and I'm going to push past them. And it will kill 3. I think that was the call out right there. Actually, I will underhand a flash through the smoke and then kill 3. crucial to throw the flashbang. He's changing it up from what I said. Top silo now. The eeks are present. They're available. They're just hidden. I just gotta go and sniff them out. I'm getting a little bit overwhelmed here. There's some decent damage. Art gets one, but then traded out quickly. Good news is there are some players that are starting to recover very fast. Roy, though, somehow offers up a lightning quick double dink. 3 8Ks now for the CT side. Kai looking to recover there. Last 2 players on the scene. Again, it is access on A. Granted to them. Most planned it is here. Can they make it happen in the 2v2 without armor? This would be a huge lifeline. Already making it pricey. See if they can make it happen here. Nacho. Kai, they're trying to join forces. Good idea with the flashbang. It's just they eat an HE before they can turn the corner around the bend. And the last gets spammed down by history. So in safe hands. Maybe not the exact call Art was hoping for, but his teammates pick up the pieces. Just double digits out of Fluxo landed before any more investment come out. History. It's AWP as well. Got a bit of resources here to try and get his scope queued and activated on this T side. Get that Art watch rate now as well. Now more passive on the outer yard setup. Especially nice when you look at the utility here left for some of these players. There is a couple HEs. Oh my god, Nacho. Just gives it a swing. Doesn't overcommit, just a peek and a poke through. Just blowing open other smokes. Off the back of a flashbang as well. Beautifully coordinated. They're from the side of Shinden, who need that level of coordination to shut down some of the presence. That's a quick frag offered up, but Art punishes any of the extension. Elevated above the smokes right there. Gets himself a nice pick back there. And he alleviates some of the threat that Nacho's providing. Art looks like he understands exactly where they're playing here. It doesn't quite spot out that angle from Ives. Walks right into his crosshair here. Ives looking for more. They're not going to overextend at the moment. Roy. That's a freebie. Backhanded over to him. Abiz and Ives strike in unison as well. So Shinden not done just yet here. Able to get guns back out. Able to close it out. Much more fight do they have left in them? Ives with an op once again. That's a good sign. We'll see if Flex will offer up a big pace change. Right now with the firepower I'm seeing with the Mac 10 from Art, thinking this is going to be fast A. DK1 already with some great utility. Pre-fires down in towards the hut, not allowing them to get past the first hurdle. And the smokes go in. Top of hut identified there. Pierre able to offer up a trade back in return and sneak and slide down the vent. The 3v4. Great advantage on the HP here. Gonna set them up nicely. Pierre falls on the floor of that B side. Trying to walk it out towards control there. That was prepped and ready for it. The last ditch effort here out of the duo of MLH and History. Try and save this round.
Tough situation to walk out in this kind of circumstance. They're just going to drop straight away into the B bomb site. straight into the open arms of Abyss. He's had a pretty decent map here, tucked away in dark, and he finds a necessary kill. That should be over and done with. Shinden find themselves their ninth. They cut down this distance between the two teams just a little bit more, and hopefully that can cool down Art just a little bit as well.
Yeah, that it is. Hello, Paladin.
Hi.
Good to have you. Thank you for filling in. We sort out some of the technical difficulties here, but good news is, as we got you in, we got Shinden back here. Maybe the good luck charm here of this squad, but Luxo fighting up against the wall are going to give Art the AK in this round, understandably so, with how effective he has been on the opening. This time, doesn't last long here at all. Abyss stepping up to the plate in a big way, trying to find the AK on the floor. It's not recoverable, it's too far. Goes for 3, wanted 4 there before he's fallen.
Ooh. I want a little bit more, and that's a beautiful shot onto Ives. That completely opens the door and a possibility at Pyria finding some impact in the round. Picks up that sniper rifle, trying to see if he can get a pick outside. It's complete freeze. They want to put the underdog through their paces here. But nobody on the CT side moves an inch.
They just won't budge here. In good positions, kind of boxing them in. You know, Heaven would be most uninterrupted route to a bomb plant. Where do they elect to go here? Down in towards the lower side where Nacho remains. And again, he's had a bit of a tough time with things here. Might have a chance to catch one sideline. Easy does it. Molotov to back it up as well, trying to get those extra rotates involved. And Kai caught with utility, gonna get back up. Doesn't need it here. Nacho gonna find the last headshot. Although, might have been a little bit of a heat up there from Kai. Slowed down for a Fluxo timeout eventually, and Shinden's starting to find their way back into this defense.
Yeah, a lot of trust in these players to lock down certain positions, and they're doing a very good job in doing so. And I mean, obviously, the tethering is also not too bad either. Having some issues holding on to outside control. When it comes to inner, when it comes to ramp, things look pretty solid from them altogether. So there's definitely something to be excited about if you're a Shinden fan. Luxo do have the buyback out once more. They have an opportunity here to still put this game away in 2. Notch their 4th CCT championship. I mean, that would be just massive in terms of the BRS accumulation. With Austin around the corner, what a time to notch that 4th title as well.
Absolutely, I mean, that's what these rosters are gunning for here. South America. Sayside hold might be tested once again, though. Spotting out some of this presence, looking for a pick. There's so much resistance to fight up against the BK1. With last bullet in the spam right there. Managed to track a headshot. And there's Kai. Deleted, watching from the sidelines as Shinden looked to take a lead. Fluxo have been avoiding their bread and butter, and that's been trying to challenge these out-of-yard duels. They've been maybe a little scared off of that department. Now looking to recover that space.
It's a real risk to run, but with how well Art has been playing and how many kills he's been able to find outside, maybe it's a viable strategy. But again, another one of those situations where Shinden are dry of information. This time, coin flips the other way. This time, history finds a necessary incision. Roy now has to step up to the plate on the upper site, and he finds 2. Cavalry has arrived as well, and history should not be able to win this one unless he finds Nacho, but that won't be. Pyria on low HP will bound away. Shinden have themselves the lead, and what a time to claim the lead as well.
Late stage here. Huge step up from some of the rifle presence at the moment. Nacho, you know, Roy with that multi-kill. BK1 finding the opening pick in a ridiculous fashion. The rifle's having so much more impact right now than what we saw in that first half. Quickly drawing in a lot more success now. 11 landed here by the CT side first. She did only a couple steps away from taking us into that decider.
And now that the art openings aren't coming through, all of a sudden the strategy and the macro approach from Fluxo looks a lot more shallow. They don't have an extra gear in them to potentially notch that 11th round. And now Ives is getting a little bit more hot. He's starting to land some shots on this AWP, starting to make Fluxo feel a little bit more uncomfortable. Furia has found a little bit of a hole in the defense, though, a little bit of an opening, but Ives does clear it out.
Oh,
beautiful little flick there. That's a clean one. And a 5v3 with rifles on the ground, and Fluxo having to pick up the pieces with just pistols.
Well, H trying to do so. Running down the M4 there. He's back against the wall. It does get bested. Biz looking to recover, though. He stays sharp. Not going to allow history to walk away with much more. Well, H is so low as well. It's tough to challenge this fight. Oh, he's going to get flanked as well. Roy chases down this kill. Kai on the other side of the map. Going to be completely nullified here. Shinden going to claim map point to try and take us into the decider.
Right down to it. And I mean, I spoke about the veto in that pregame, and having Mirage as that decider for Shinden would be a nice one to have. I mean, I think that's where their fundamentals look the sharpest. I will be allowed to save this in the final 10 seconds of the round, and Shinden get to hold on to 3 players, so they'll have plenty of money for the final 2 rounds of regulation. Roy actually wants to challenge just a little bit more, considering he's got extra funds. And Molly goes deep, but I continue to duck away. Oh, last second.
God.
Right, Roy hits the shot. Kai does not get anything to save on over into round number 23. Things go from bad to worse, Cole.
Oh, that's nightmare, yeah. I mean, good news is he does have enough money to buy armor. And just given an AK here, so it's not that disaster of like, I got a P250 with no armor to back it up, but it is really rough for history here. Has to toss over a gun in his department. And now, like you said, I mean, without these just ridiculous art opening sequences, you really don't have a T side at the moment. That's been just him. It's just been this guy doing what he just did to get them round wins. Oh, he's taking down a 19 HP. He's going to have to lean on some of the younger guns here on the roster to get the job done. Makes it down secret, but there's already resistance ready to go. In fact, there's a player single door, there's a player ramp. They're all involved, and it's so overwhelming. Abyss and BK1 coordinate their efforts beautifully. And more impact here out of this old duo here. Art and Kai trying to work wonders here. And it's not going to happen. Shut down eventually. Crazy string of rounds here from Shinden to seal the deal. Didn't give up on this series. Didn't give up on the grand finals. Step up to the plate late in this series. And they take us to that decider.
I can't believe it, man. I mean, credit to them. Especially after getting that 3-0 started. Felt like they would have a little bit of momentum. But Fluxo shows so much domination outside. They show so much domination in the way Art liked to approach ramp as well. And this oppressive defense really felt like it would stamp out the Argentinians. But they struck back. They struck back hard. And it took a lot of resilient play on the defense. A lot of grueling rounds and a slowdown of the game. But they finally got it done. And you got to give credit to the anchors. And you know what? I'm going to continue the analysis segment as we look at the highlights of this game. You talk about just the amount of work that Abyss did on ramp, man. I mean, tested multiple times in that tail end, coming up with multi-kills. In the case that he isn't, he's staying alive, allowing for reinforcements to come through. That was immaculate. Ives had that outside play that you were hoping for from him. Constant barrage of op shots towards the tail end that were so key in relieving a lot of pressure for him. And Roy on that upper side, not a player that we've talked about on the Shinden lineup throughout a number of their big upsets, but this time he was called upon. He was forced to hold down that A bomb site for as long as possible, shut down a number of fast A plays, and you got to give credit where credit is due. He stepped up where it counts, and this is all off the back of a silent game from Nacho. Nacho was the guy that we kind of commended moving into Nuke and expecting him to have just aggressive tendencies and to have a lot of impact in these rounds. But not to be the case. He was completely absent in this game, and they still found a way to win. And that's just truly a testament to the development of this team and how much they're giving in this game so far, and how much they're pushing Fluxo. It definitely felt like there was a world where Fluxo were giving a little bit of disrespect over towards Shinden throughout that game, where you got Fluxo and Art specifically buying an auto sniper at that, what, 6-5 mark in that situation. He buys a Deagle, no armor on the pistol round, and goes outside alone. These decisions in terms of the purchasing power, to me, honestly, just felt disastrous. It didn't feel like they were giving the proper respect to Shinden. And despite that, you know, they held their ground. They believed in themselves even after some of the ridiculous openings that Fluxo decided to throw at them. And my goodness, they were absolutely insane in terms of the way Art was just melting people outside. But once they got down to it, as I mentioned in the cast towards the tail end there, they had to rely very heavily on their extremity players. And that's not something that you'd like to do as a team. You never really want to rely on your extremity players to win your games, because you know, you've got your stars, you've got your operas, you want them to take over the game, you want them to have the game on their shoulders. But sometimes you realize that this game is very team oriented, that there's got to be a lot on the line for some of these more supportive elements as well. And Abiz, Roy, they did their job in spades, and you got to give credit to them to pull them over the line here in the latest stages. And their Nuke has really kind of up a little bit more of a notch here. I'm really impressed with how they stayed resilient. There's no scoreline that they're up against that they feel nervous about. They always feel like they're playing at an even keel scoreline, and they're going to just battle back no matter what the situation is. Look at this round here. Art getting that double kill, walking in through Mini. I mean, that shouldn't be able to happen in a lot of situations. The fact that he's able to do that he's getting these lineups, it's everything to them. And overall, just very happy with the fact that Shinden's giving us a competitive final. They're showing that there is no situation where the Shinden guys should be in this situation in the first place. But the fact that they've been able to push Fluxo all the way to Mirage, they've got an advantageous situation here. This is the map that I think that Fluxo have really been struggling on, even though they've been playing it a lot. They actually vie for it in a lot of situations and can win on it in a dominant fashion. But sometimes, I said this when I talked about Shinden versus Red Canids, or I talk about the on-paper players in terms of the personnel Red Canid. I talk about Henny, I talk about Phelps, I talk about Coldzera. You talk about the amount of domination they've had between just the three of them on that map alone across their tenuous career, and you say, wow, these guys have every bit of experience to get the job done. Trop has done some amazing things on MIBR to get them over the line many a time on Mirage. And yet, Shinden showcased beautiful fundamentals. They showcased a really distinct style that showcases development in young players. I'm talking an average of 22 years old right now. And the fact that they look this poised, this calm under pressure, it's awesome to see. It shows that these VRS points that they're going to jump, the rankings that they're going to jump, it's not ill will, it's not warranted, right? It makes sense. There's a reason as to why they're able to go up those ranks. And now they've got a chance to stop Fluxo right in their tracks, deny them that fourth title, and potentially nab one of the most unlikely CCT South American victories you've probably ever seen. So you're going to have to take a little bit of a break before we come back, and I'll be back with Exner to close out this series and to close out Series 8. You don't want to miss this one. It's our final map here, and it looks like, oh, we're gonna get 2 of me. That's cool. you can. Let's go. The simulation is over. It's only 1 of me, but we've got the final map of Counter-Strike for the day. Series number 8. I am Paladin, joined by Cole, Exner, McHenry, and we should have an absolute banger on Mirage. I feel like this is like the best third map these days, man, honestly.
Yeah, dude, I couldn't agree more from what I've been seeing, especially out of Shinden. They would agree with you as well, I'd imagine, with some of the maps that they've been able to put up so far. They're really going to be gunning in for what they can do in this decider. This is a team that has to, after what they just brought together on Nuke here, being able to shut down that crazy presence from Art after so much success, and then not being able to bring anything else from any of these other pieces, right? It was T-side Art go kill. If it didn't happen, they lost some rounds, and that's a little bit concerning here. Knowing that you can now maybe exploit that weakness here, knowing that you can start off Mirage as well with the op of Ives being really comfortable, looking fantastic on this map. I just think, dude, if this is the way that they do it, and they do it in a reverse sweep versus Fluxo in a grand final, that would just mean so much to this team, this organization that put so much faith into these guys. And I think they're set up nicely for it, to be honest with you.
I'm just thinking, of course, I'm thinking super far ahead in this map winning, but the road would be 9Z, Red Canids, and Fluxo to win your first ever CCT title. You think about you get extra VRS points if you beat better teams, and those are like 3 of maybe 6 top Brazilian teams in the South American scene at least. So that would be absolutely insane for the climb up in that sense. You talk about you look at Blue Jays doing it in North America when they win 1 LAN. This is on that similar scale where they could just bound up through the rankings and potentially get some invites towards playoffs of these CCTs moving forward, which would be crazy in that context. So a lot on the line for Shinden, and we'll see what they can get done here and if they can make this one a competitive one, because now surely at this point they can command the respect of Fluxo, and I think that's what they've been looking for this entire series. It's just that crumb of respect from Art.
Yeah. And they kind of got it towards the tail end of Nuke, right? They forced some respect. They were able to, claim some of that there. And when it started to go south, there wasn't really that recovery mission there from Fluxo. Now, you still have to bring that into this next map, right? You still have to be able to shut down this guy, which, is a big target. They were able to take some of the pressure out of, in that first map, they were able to take some of the pressure off of Art by having Pieria able to, on the other side of the map, get some success on that T side of Nuke, though it didn't really feel like there was that same duo being able to work the map control there. So now you're kind of gunning in. Is Art still going to be that T side influence that he has to be here? And then are you going to have that extra facilitation from Pieria to offer up more success in that department? But yeah, there should be more pieces of the puzzle for this team, I do feel like, as well, right? MLH has been able to prove, maybe not in this grand final, but throughout this series so far, throughout the playoff run, that he can also bring a lot of influence. He can take down a lot of names as well. So, maybe it is that grand final for a guy that's coming up from an academy system who really hasn't reached these heights in CCT playoffs yet. He hasn't made this deep of a run before. It could be that pressure getting to him, but you would like to see him turn up and alleviate some of those nerves.
I think he's done a good job in terms of the amount of upper anchor kills he had on CT side, but yeah, I think on T side he's got a lot of work to do. But we're gonna get into it, folks. It's not gonna be me to take you through it, but we're gonna head into Mirage. B-Dog is now returned alongside his co-caster Exner. Hope you guys have a good one. We'll see you on the other side.
Hello, hello. Well, thank you very much. And again, we'll get B-Dawg back in here very shortly. Looking forward to that, of course. And looking forward to this third map decider on the line here. Fluxo, you know, blank canvas in this decider as well. We can do lift off on the defense. And trying to do so with this B-side setup that they've got going on here. See how this thing holds up against the forces that are being brought to the table now. Kai, ready to go with the Dilberettas. Wait a second. What are we on? We're on his head, Nacho. He didn't react in time right there, and it cost him his life. How did that even work for the two-piece? Pierre still on the scene here, taken down low, trying to hunt him down. He does get chased. Art on the case as well. In and out like a ghost here, dancing inside a market, not allowing for this bomb to be planted, not allowing for posts to be put together. And it's Art to seal the deal.
Hello.
Yo!
That was a interesting 20 minutes of my life. And it added probably about 10 years. But we're here now. What happened? Like, they were up so good, and then they lost.
So you know how Art was killing everyone outside?
Yeah.
That stopped,
Oh, okay.
and they lost out.
Oh dear. Well, that was a brilliant pistol. The fact that they just land on his head and don't clear him is amazing.
That was insane.
Unreal from Art again. He starts off strong. He gets free here.
Yeah, you wonder if Nacho was like, I think this balcony's feeling a little bit longer than... Did they add some
Yeah.
extensions? A new plyboard there or something? Like, I don't remember it going this far, and he just looks down.
They update the map in the hour. I haven't been playing it.
It's still same old there. Unfortunately for him, did maybe read the patch notes, or lack thereof. So it will be collapsed there, and Easy does it for the CT side. Nice and easy start for them here at the moment. Looking to carry that forward.
Yeah, just what you want. A nice simple conversion. Nothing to worry about. Get history on the dual Berettas and how it upgrades to an AWP. Lovely. Everything you could want and more for Fluxo now. I still feel like they got this in the bag. I don't know about you. I still feel like it should be them claiming this. Chinden, we know that they love to be execute heavy, and history is AWP heavy. Fires off onto Roy immediately, and the swing from Palace cannot come at the same time as Ramp because of the blocking. Counter smoke thrown in. BK1 can also get a trade. I think that's a really important factor coming into this decided map, whether BK1 is allowed to trade out his opponents, and ML8 just plays it perfectly, in fact removes BK1. And now Shinden is stuck into this 4-on-2. At least they've got the sight, but Piria's on the quick scene on the flank. Oh.
Oh.
Damn.
Go Nacho. Looking crispy with it.
Oh, Piria's
Got
going
off for a
Palace.
Beautiful headshot. Yeah, there's a bit of a long flank here. Good news is, numbers aren't punched in. That's not a concern that he has to have. Will be a clear, though, coming through from a base. There's that late flank. Finally coming into the picture. Bomb dropped on the site here is not going to make this job any easier. Smokes out, making things awkward, but another kill from a Biz. There's no way he makes this possible. Pieria flying into the fight, now spotted out as well. And he escapes. He's just going to avoid the problem for now. He's going to make a move easy into the B bomb site. No resistance around the corner in time. Be able to escape the grasp of Pieria for now. I'm just going to be punched in here. So timer ticking against him.
No.
He plans for cap, but I think he might have been spotted. Yeah, certainly is now. A Biz position known. Bomb kind of planted forward here. Trying to spam him down. Pieria knows he's running low on time without a kit. And it's going to be a peek from a Biz. That's a huge win from Shinden. It's a huge win from a Biz at 1v2 and such a dicey duels ahead of them. That has to pull it back from the brink, and he manages to make it work.
It's not just a 1v2, it's a 2-on-4. I mean, history gets caught with his pants down. It's an unbelievable shot out of Nacho. and Imperia is able to get rid of him, and then the Biz just does the rest. That they go one by one. They don't allow for this flank to come in and have any security. Fluxo play the most disjointed round I think we've seen all series out of them, unless there were more disjointed rounds where I was just disappearing. Art has now found Nacho. They want to respond in a big way, very much like they did on Inferno, where they lose a round, they then reply instantly. And Piria on his same little perch on the bumper of the van, hoping to get more success. And what on earth is that from Art? See you later, Abiz. Hero to 0.
Snapped out of the round right there. Straight through the wall. Doesn't get to play. That's the best way to deal with someone who's bringing the clutch factor. And yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that while you were gone there, the coordination was lacking. It really did just feel like the fall off of, the slight drop off of the crazy performance from Art left it a lot to be desired for what they could do from that point forward. So now you're looking at more step up from Art in the opening stages of this round here. Some pressure put onto this B-side, but no real access granted just yet. Maybe up the catwalk, though. They have to recover another massive disadvantage here. Too many low HP bars is going to make this one very difficult. And it's going to be nice and converted from Yariat. Able to seal the deal with some headshots.
Look at this replay. Look at how just, I guess, assertive Fluxo are in this. I mean, Art gets this, and you feel like, okay, well, potentially the round's over. Piria just tucks in the corner. Art plays his contact perfectly, and it just gives a lot of leeway for Piria to be able to flex his muscles over this B-bomb site. Traded when needed. And Fluxo will answer the call of replying back in a big way. Nacho's now been spotted by Art over at default. He makes no mistake with the kill, and then the lineup at Palace is beautiful. From LLH Zin, Art is still finding success on default whilst History cleans up Ives in Palace. 5 stay alive for Fluxo. And this time there is no little wrinkles in the plan.
As steady as can be right there. No disruption offered up with the lacking purchases. Bringing out those guns once again, though. Just a good sign. See if that can influence here in the big way. Abiz the only one able to bring in this opening round there with the massive clutch opportunity, pulling the round back. So it has kind of been great starts pretty consistently for Fluxo that have given them a lot of this early success.
Look at that deep smoke. It just denies so much control, and it just means that Art's got free reign to maneuver. Meanwhile, check out mid. BK1 holding for a potential option in short, but it's ML8 Zin catching the fade, and as Nacho moves through with him, this is a little bit scrappy. At least there's a trade guarantee, but with one in towards jungle, do you expect him? Yeah, but are you now ready for Art in towards just this ridiculous off angle? He finds 2, and that could be enough. As he puts it back into this 2 versus 2, Piria is now applying pressure over towards Connector and enabling this flank to come in. And notice how he doesn't take the fight. Oh, well. The fight is taken to him. But History now set up potentially for success. They've not spotted him. But they don't see anything in towards jungle. They take the push in towards CT and they know, hey, last time they did this, they flanked. So we're going to go all the way back to B again.
Oh man, what a good read right there. Could have provided them so much leverage in this post plant. They've got this market control as well. Bit of an off angle from Abiz.
What?
Oh, he misses out on it though. History.
Every bullet.
He's too quick on the draw. Oh, 1v1 Nacho. As the smoke fades away, he still holds strong. Makes good on the clutch right there. And brings it home in a dicey situation.
Another one of these rounds where they go A and MB, and yes, that one was dicey. That was a big old whiff in towards market. It's like there was a puff of air that just lifted all the bullets away from History. It felt like he had plot armor, but Shinden are able to make the most of that opportunity. Art does his best to lock in these multi-kills on site. It was an essential trade in towards Connector. And then the follow-up on towards jungle. They just expected that player And yet again, you got Fluxo still swinging kind of in tandem with each other because they're trying to guarantee these trades, but every fight is still unfair. There's always this 2-on-1. And they can't get the job done. A pause being called, and this is always a reaction. When Shinden win a couple of these rounds, Art now goes into the double AWP.
Yeah, not a bad position to be in there with Art and what he's been able to do on the aggression here. You know, sometimes that op can just allow for so much space to be taken towards A if they want to position that op towards B. That is if they take a deeper line than AWP, but with the early economy, see how that one starts off for them. As soon as they lose another one of these gun rounds, that's what they elect to bring out into the table.
I like this variance. You put a lot of pressure on mid before, but this time you're going mid to B, and you're going quite quickly. Art fires off one AWP shot, but just gets dealt with, but it's Kai with the double up. Empiria still waiting in the wings on B. Needs that fight, and he gets it, and even the transfer on towards the apps. It's another hero moment for one of these Fluxo players, and it leaves history in a tricky 1-versus-1. Nacho can stick the bomb, but where does he take his afterplant? He's got to be careful because history is hot on his heels. He remains at default, and he looks down at the floor, and that's where Nacho peaks. It gets a good idea of where history is coming in from. Information you assume goes both ways, and history now has to be the one to scamper to the site. Nacho holds firm, and another clutch favors Shinden.
Oh man, you can see Nacho really feeling it here. He's really ascending right now in these clutches. Back to back here. Required out of this young gun. And you can see how loud he gets after these victories. It is completely devastating the economy now. Double up, invested into that, not rewarded with the round win. So it's pistols in play, and Shinden looking to activate early here on this map.
Artsteeg? Yeah, don't scratch your head, mate. You got to lock in, because they're about to come around the corner at you. Oh, in Palace! And he will find BK1. Would he be ready for a biz? No, because he has to deal with the ramp threat as Nacho removes one of his teammates. And now they start to scale, just out in towards this site. There's so many mollies being poured into this A-bomb site, and it prevents anyone from helping Art. Nacho will remove, and it's Roy and a Biz to combine once more. It is just pistols, but it looks so flashy when everything comes together. Shinden will get this equalization, and they've done it so early in the half this time. There's no comeback efforts needed. It's a similar story on that third map, where they were down, and then they brought it back, and they took over that T side.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about having to come back like you had to on Nuke there. You get to start off early. They showed us late signs on even Inferno where, you know, there was a little bit of a heat up coming through from BK1 and those entries coming through. So they had that access. Right now, though, again, you can kind of see a key difference. Shinden in these round wins are yelling. They're getting loud. They're looking fierce. It matters a lot to them here. And for Fluxo, this team, a lot of these players have, you know, been here before. So that energy needs to be wielded in Shinden effectively. Can't be used as extra pressure up against them. How much this matters to this squad.
In a big performance out of history to hold strong here, because these mid to B splits have been brutal. This is a fun idea. Oh, a break on the smoke, and then a peek in towards under. History gets tested in terms of the flames landing at his feet, so he has to relocate towards this B bomb site. And where you lose one of your mid prongs if you're Shinden, you're now putting a lot of heavy reliance on getting past this history AWP. And the flashbang is good enough to get them out the window. He's still not revealed his location, but he still hits the shot. And Kai comes in as quick support on short. And if you can even get by history, you've still got MLH Zin that is coming quite quickly. Finally, for Fluxo, a B defense, a site defense holds strong.
Nacho can provide any resistance. No, it'll be leveled out pretty quickly. It is a very solid hold. That Op of History does have the success it's looking for. You still have that little poking and prodding that you know is going to come through here from Art as well. He's able to, you know, take a quick peek and gain access, gain a visual on towards a mid fight. It ends up in History that has to do some heavy lifting as well. That AWP. Back towards a fast mid fight here. Ives might be gunning for opening pool of his own, trying to target his counterpart in the middle fight. Not sticking around for too long here. Oh my god, the Mac 10 from Nacho. Gets set up with one flashbang, and it's so perfectly coordinated onto Pieria, who just jump spotted. Didn't expect that level of pressure. MLH cut off on the rotations as well.
Oh, this gets weird, though, because if Kai can somehow get rid of Nacho, you see he's clearing out all these angles. Nacho is holding for a jump up towards Van, but Kai just slides in the corner. And you might not be expecting this. Meanwhile, look at this lurk out of ramp. Because Art is in Palace, Abiz has dealt with him, and now that this might just mobilize the rest of the squads. And yeah, it does, but Kai gets 2 important kills. A trade out of Ives is essential, and it's another one of these rounds in which History is yet again thrown into a 1vx scenario, and I don't think he's even going to go for it. They haven't got the money here. Shinden again hit B, and they again find profit.
Yeah, it comes off the back of a very successful early fight. Opening up some ground here, and as you said, it gets a little bit dicey from that point forward, but can't quite recover it. Can't make the case to try and make this clutch happen either for History. 1v2 and AWP would rather hold on to it.
It's so wild to me, the fact that we've got Pyria multi-kill on B, and they don't hold. Kai multi-kill on B, and they don't hold. But you got to give a lot of credit to Abiz for walking out ramp when he did, because it makes History so uncertain of where the real intentions of this round lie. And it even nearly brings Kai out into the open, and the fact he's able just to use his mechanical ability to get that double. Like that round was so perfect because it had just a little sprinkle of just deceit, and it was enough to manipulate those Fluxo rotations. It didn't go the way that they wanted in terms of effectiveness for Shinden, but they get the overall round result. And now Art's in Palace, hoping and praying he can get a good peek on, but he's been aggro in Palace so many times before. Surely you expect him. Abiz gives him a shoulder, a little bit of leg, and the missed shot would maybe prompt the BK1 swing, but instead they take their time.
Well, this is quick. BK1 pretty quickly filling that position. I'm going to queue up an execution off the back of that early op positioning here, but it's a lot of utility tossed back in their face. It's flashes that are tossed on MLH. He can't find anything rolling. And op stuck in the ladder under Balk. BK1 just overwhelms this bomb site here, but Nacho does offer up something back. Trying to push past the smoke. So a costly back and forth leads to a 3v3 in the bomb plant eventually coming through.
This is so good from Shinden because, again, this is another round in which they don't see anyone fighting in towards CT, and they go, do you know what? We're just going to take it. And yeah, Pyria's mobilizing in towards the flank, going through the exterior in towards Palace, but sure, he might be able to get eyes, but it doesn't matter. 2 versus 2 would then present itself, but then there's 2 players in towards the ticket booth. One of them announces their arrival, but time's ticking. You got to put a smoke on the bomb, you got to get on it, and Pyria is still finding the damage. It needs to be Kai that starts defusing the bomb, and it's Pyria to provide the overwatch. This time, it will be a retake that is a success story. And how many times do we need to wait before Fluxo eventually cut the wires on the bomb?
Finally, able to pull off one of these retakes. Successful comes through on that late flank from Pyria, who needs to do it all, and manages to track these kills quick enough. Provide some safety in that round through a long Palace flank. And I was with you. I thought that was going to lead to even still a bit of problems, but successful recovery coming through on the retake. Shinden do call a pause off the back of that.
That's the first time that Shinden have swung in an afterplant 1 by 1 in this entire first half. And you need to give them credit again. Just the way that they work their after plants is phenomenal. But it's the slight lapse in concentration. The minute that tethering in towards CT breaks is the minute that Pyria punishes. If they had just swung together, or even if they just didn't swing at all in the first instances, potentially that round would have been theirs. Instead, we are still on a knife's edge in terms of game control. And it could be Shinden to equalise, but they need to do it with a couple of Tech 9s and only one AK into round 12.
Last round of path, last chance to give yourself some leverage here in this first half. Walk away with some extra tats.
Oh, it bounced off BK1. So it hit BK1 and it went into the ceiling.
Wow. That's a bit unfortunate. At least it gives them some semblance of sound cue. Into the op scope they go. History will find the first. Good pickup here, but the scaling is looking alright. Can the Tech 9s find the kills that they need here? Yes, absolutely. Of course they can. And so do the rifles that follow suit soon after. Doesn't take them long to get what they're looking for. And the double flank coming through once again on this retake.
They both got kits this time, so that's not going to be an issue. And MLH Zin at least has got utility, but you want the element of surprise here. So you might not be dropping all of your grenades. You wait for Art to take contact, and then you follow through. But the bomb is already halfway gone. Ives now turns back on the angle, and it's his fourth quarter. He locks in the kill. Abiz is able to go on a swivel and deal with ML8 Zin, and Shinden will equalise affairs here. It's our closest first half yet. It's a 6-6 scoreline.
Close as can be. All knotted up at the half despite a scary start from this Fluxo camp. So much early success offered up. It takes Shinden a little while, but they scale into this T side and they bring you something to be proud of. Got themselves 6 rounds. They close it out with a cherry on top there with the pistols, with the lacking of investment. You know, instantly calling in that timeout as soon as they make those small little oversteps that you were mentioning in the post plant, to make sure that the next time it's not the case, that they don't let those mistakes haunt them. It's very quick redemption with the first half here. See what they can bring in the second on the defense now. Fast B play. Pistols out. Looking to find access. There's the entries coming through from History and MLH, and they run down this B site.
Can you retake? Abiz and BK1 baton passed over to you. There is a smoke, there is a kit, but there's still 5 players. And MLH Zin wants even more action. He's just pushing. He wants all the kills. He'll take 4 of them in the pistol. And I'm just going to double check this. I'm going to correct myself if I'm wrong, but this is the first time, definitely the first time we've seen Furia get back-to-back Fluxo get back-to-back pistols. But this is also the first time in general that they get pistol rounds in this series. What a moment for them to take that away from Shinden.
Yeah, I mean, that's so much room here to operate with. Be able to bring those to the table here when it matters most. A decider. You get those freebies off the back of it here. There's not the investments coming through from this CT side either, so no force lines to deal with. Although we have seen Shinden on USPs win today, so you know what? You can't take these rounds lightly either. We'll handle business though, no questions asked. No concerns here.
There you go. No full USP eco rounds today, Shinden. They did that yesterday.
Already got their one.
Yeah, they did that yesterday as well.
Oh my goodness.
It's wild. Actually, no, that was earlier. I don't know.
The days just blur together, don't they?
Honestly, like, you try and, like, recount
No, I know what you mean.
stories sometimes, and then it's like, wait, was that last series? Like, this series? And Miss Windows Smoke is the most important highlight in this one. And also, Shinden have got all of their guns, potentially all of their ducks in a row. Triple peak. And Art is now just spraying through smokes. Fortunately, it doesn't do critical damage to any one of these players. MLH Zin's actually the lowest, not on the server. And Ives is just forward-facing, taking fights on the edge of the smokes. BK1 wants to come through with him, and they are not scared of Fluxo. But maybe they should be, because Ives gets a little bit eager. BK1 disengages, but at least he swings back in onto MLH Zin.
Even 4v4. They walk out towards this A side here. Abiz looks like he wants to thread around this smoke. He's playing a dangerous duel here, and he gets bested because of it. Art dealing with the pressure. The trades are so swift, and now they're starting to level up into this bomb site. It's Nacho with a chance, though. He has so much initiative on this flank.
Oh,
he's
they've had him.
He's heard now, and it's going to give it up where his position is. It's going to lessen the chances that this clutch can even come through.
There's surely no way. You can't isolate any of these fights, really. One under palace, one top balk, one default, and you can't even get past Pyria. That is an unbelievable angle. Did he just slam the desk there? Did I just see that correctly? I don't know. I hope not. They've just taken a pause off the back of it.
Yeah, I mean, I saw Nacho in that first half. Looked, when he was winning those clutches, when he was winning those 1v1s, looked very, very excited. So I think just living on a high. And when those highs crash down, they can be all the worse. All the more frustrating when you don't win the clutch.
That's the last thing this team needs to do, though. Like, they can't let the emotions and the occasion get the better of them. They've done such a good job in every single series, in every single run. And people can call it Cinderella, but their gameplay is just proving that it's legit. This team is so solid, and I really hope for them that they're able to recuperate here, mentally reset in the middle of a game, in the middle of a grand final, third map, your chance to get these wildcard invites, your chance to have not only decent prize money, but good VRS points. BK1 will find Art, that's a good trade. Nacho will just about escape, but not for long. MLH's in. It's a tongue twister. But it's Nacho caught up in knots as he tries to back out of the B apps. It's Ives and Abiz still remaining on B. It feels like a commitment out of Fluxo, but they never need to fully progress in towards this bomb site. History hasn't evacuated yet with the bomb. Everyone's rotated over, but with MLH in, now just getting all this space in towards A, not finding any resistance, they can take their efforts elsewhere.
What they're looking to do here. Starting to walk away from this B site for both camps. Which could make for an interesting finish to this round. You're just going to need something spectacular out of these pistols. Or this pistol here, rather, in particular, BK1. Looking to be a hero for this team once again. Now's a moment that could just matter the most. Will successfully crawl their way through. There is a bit of time pressure, though, on these guys. 50 seconds left here. Locking in those digits is important, but that's going to help out a lot. Ives chased down. Conviction on the swing there from MLH. And the plant coming through there with comfort.
And Abiz should just be holding on to this AK. Good disengage from Fluxo. Again, we speak about mistakes being made for Shinden, but Fluxo are prone to them too. I mean, look at Nuke. Look at how that just fell out of favor. Everyone went a little bit flat. And walking into a stack, walking into a bomb site that's completely shrouded in smoke, a mystery of the remaining stack of Shinden players, could have been a complete disaster. Instead, they take their time, they back out. MLH Zin has got good communication here to say, look, I'm not seeing anything. I'm not feeling any pressure in towards middle. We can just take this elsewhere. You've already seen two players. You know another one was on that bomb site. Let's just go away. Let's make it easy for ourselves. And on the way in, you just flash over into CT and you ensure that there are no tripwires, even when the time can be a little bit of a burden. Abiz escapes with that AK. But it's Fluxo that are 3 rounds away from greatness. Another CCT title, potentially, if Shinden can't come up with any solutions.
Yeah, I think that does. I mean, you talking about the emotions getting the best of Shinden. It's on the other end of the server, just stone cold. Very, very sobering from these players here. They're just almost emotionless because they've been here so often for so many of these guys that none of that emotion will take over here. You just got to get to business as usual here. And that's typically getting these victories. That's a good smoke spam to offer up some resistance from Abyss, though. Opening up, using that AK already against them.
Yeah, I imagine art brings a lot into the environment of just even the team speak, right? That the fact that there isn't any heightened moments is just very much, great job, guys. Now we move. Now we look to the next. Whenever I've watched MLH in these playoffs, he'll get like a really sick like 3K or like a 4K, and he just won't react. It's just like, oh, okay, cool, just another day in the office. And sometimes you need that. Boost up for BK1 to keep an eye on. Whoa, this is crazy. Art gets boosted into ladder room through window.
Wow. That's one way to take it right there. If there was someone waiting for that, that would have been a huge surprise. Oh, instead it's just going to be a bit of an empty route. Knives jumping around right there. Does get plucked out of the sky. History finds the 4v4. 20 seconds left. They've got to get a move on here. Art trying to cut off rotations. Does get deleted. Comfort for the post plant. Never going to be provided. It's all on MLH. He needs to do it again here. He needs to show us what he's made of in the clutch. We'll see if those nerves get the better of him. He's sticking it for CT, but the peak doesn't come through. Nacho. He does swing eventually and brings the round home. Shinden fighting forward there. Nacho keeping his nerve steady and bringing the round.
Yeah, I like that from Nacho because you could argue like, oh, he should swing, but what if it's a fake? What if it's a fake and there's enough time to get the headshot and then plant the bomb and your teammate is low HP and so far away? You guarantee the plant, you hear the audio cue of it going in, and you're like, okay, well now I can swing because he's still going to have his hands busy pulling out his weapon and I can just guarantee this headshot. Why would he expect the immediate swinging from CT if I didn't swing before? It doesn't matter about the bomb plant money because Fluxo still have cash to burn. A double AWP now. Abyss brings in the second one. Probably scooped up off History's body. Is this the first time we've seen double AWPs from Shinden?
Yeah, I don't know if we got it before this point. I believe so. So going for a bit of a change in approach here. Be interesting. Add a whole new element to this defense that they're not prepared for.
Wow. What an opener. Ives has been quiet, uncharacteristically, to his third map shenanigans all throughout this playoff bracket. Now starts off active with this opening kill onto the AWP counterpart of Fluxo. They have got mid control. Abyss has got ramp with the AWP. And BK1 is thinking about pressing his nose to this smoking connector. It's a free kill. High on the other side, though, brilliant. He just doesn't pull the trigger. He doesn't give any audio. He just waits. But what about this ramp play?
That to succeed here, but it's Abyss with the secondary op. These two guns singing, and now Art has one of his own. Try and fight up against 4.
Oh.
That's the first piece of the puzzle, and the second 2. Nacho hits the deck. It's a nice 1-2 punch, but that Molly's gonna section them off. It's gonna force another fight there, but Roy will deliver when need be, shutting down the op presence right there, not allowing Art to make a miracle happen.
I'm not being funny. Like, for Roy, that's got to be such a good feeling because he nearly just got owned by a jumping AWP on stairs. And when he's already having a really rough go of it on the server. So that's a mood lifter for Shinden. And they now know they win this round. They equalize the game because the money will not be here. They'll understand that there will be a plant. And for Fluxo, they're not defaulting anymore. They're not going for this mid control. They are straight up hitting A.
A lot of aggression here, testing this hold. Area struggling to make it out of apartments, or rather, palace. Gonna try and do so, but this time Molly in and the spam is much better, much more on target for the opening. And this time he finds overwhelming success. A complete change here from Fluxo in the opening phase of this round, and it's about holding on to your weaponry. And HE gonna deny Roy the luxury. Nacho has to make the escape. There's not a lot of cash reserves. Art's exit damage in that last round showing its face up in the next here for sure. It's about now Nacho even holding on to this bit of weaponry. History on the scene denies. Oh no. That looks like a bit of a disaster here. At the most important turn point.
And what a fantastic call from Art. And it's as you say, it's about the damage he just mounted up. He goes, guys, look, they're not going to have the best amount of weaponry. We've been defaulting the whole time. The last thing they're going to expect is this A hit. And it's executed brilliantly. Pyria punishes the smoke break from Ives as well. And there's just exceptional trade space. And like, I cannot compliment more how good that trade spacing was for Fluxo, so it didn't go awry. And now they are back in control. Yeah, you speak of the money, it is terrible. That Molly forces them into the fight, but Abiz will get that necessary trade, but now he's locked in towards Palace. I guess he turns and shuts the door on Fluxo, even attempting A for the moment. History goes back to glance at it. In fact, the call from R is, guys, we're going to go back to A. They just took all of this aggressive Palace control. They're going to leave it. We're going to drop a smoke in towards top connector. We're going to fake out that we're going to go for this A play. But, sorry, for this mid play. But in actual fact, we're going A. And Ives and Abiz are going to be locked out behind this connector smoke. Because they are really anticipating something to come in that isn't happening. If they move quickly, if they take mid, they'll be here in time.
They do kind of go and cleared it out right there. So as you can see, it's good positioning, but oh, missed on the initial chance. Biz looking to light up. He's gonna need a whole lot more than just bullets whizzing by the head. Gonna need to start to connect here on these shots. Rifle tossed over to someone with a little bit more health. The swing coming through from Art is quickly traded. The HE though finishes off a Biz.
Time. Never mind. Could have got a little bit disastrous. Instead, oh, Nacho had a chance, but history takes it away from him, and Ives is only left with the USP. Kai is even going to go searching for him, and it doesn't even matter that he doesn't have any armor, because Ives' head is ripped clean off his shoulders. Fluxo. Championship point. And at least there's money for Shinden, but they cannot make any mistakes. We've seen them all throughout this tournament. Bring it back from the brink, and they need to do it one more time in this third map. Have they got the nerve? Have they got the gall to do this to Fluxo now?
Gotta deny him at this crossroads here. The ultimate test here for this young squad is the run that they've had to get to this point, but playing Fluxo of all teams in a finals. Most consistent here in South America in terms of their CCT titles.
Oh, and Art.
And Art looking to add another one to the repertoire, and he finds the opening. There's a quick 4v5 manufactured. A Biz watching from the sidelines for the rest of the round here, but Ives is looking to battle back there. Brings home the equalizer.
This is it. At least BK1 has rotated in to be with Ives, but Art can just remain in jungle. They're being so loud about that ladder play. MHL's in just sort of hits the deck for no discernible reason, but it's history's patience that again pays off. There goes your AWP, and you still got Art in the back lines. So BK1 feels like he needs to make a move, but it's Pyria to find the headshot, and Roy can't do anything about it. Fluxo do it at the very end. They are your champions of CCT SA Series 8 of CCT Series 2.
Yeah, what a fantastic win it was for them here. It's such a difficult task for the Shinden roster trying to pull through so deep into this tournament and going up against this powerhouse of a team in Fluxo, being able to complete the mission with their new signing in MLH. bringing this guy into the roster here, testing the waters with what he can bring, and it comes out in their favor here in a big way. It's exciting to see this team in this sort of form early on, when so many rosters in South America are shaking up their teams, and it's not working for them necessarily out of the gates. But Fluxo, so early on, it's already offering up so much success, and it could lead to even more in the future here as they pull this victory home. I mean, we talk about the VRS implications, we talk about a lot on the line here, but this is just another title for this team here in Season 2 for them. They were so consistently successful, and adding more to the trophy cabinet is a big detail for this roster, who sometimes don't get a lot of that international competition. All that being said, we do have Paladin who's watching all of that go down. We can get him involved here and get some of his thoughts for that decider on map 3. You know, what went so right in the closing statements there for this team?
I gotta credit Art, man. I mean, there is a lot of question marks in terms of how he would try to prioritize the end of Nuke there and how he was calling, and I honestly would question the amount of potency he had as a leader, but he made every right decision in terms of how he wanted to get those last 3 rounds, right? I mean, you got the boost up into window a couple of times there. They even had that random boost to 2 players into window, and the person boosted up in a ladder. And while that didn't work, it caused enough of a distraction for History to find the necessary kill back into that A site. And you got to, again, credit Art in terms of individually. I think that compared to his time on Furia, I feel like he has taken individual strides to kind of say, I can win rounds for my team on a regular basis, something that he hasn't done since Furia for a long time. I mean, there's so many periods of time, maybe like the very beginning when they first broke on the scene with Able J, all the way back in 2017, 18-ish, during Prime Astralis days. But ever since then, it's been a slow giving away of roles of importance to other better players within the organization. And now he's just freed up a lot more. And now that he feels comfortable with the players around him, I think that he just has so much confidence to go for crazy openers like he did on Nuke, to put himself in those opening situations on Mirage as well. And overall, I think he's had a real knack for finding the right person. He's finally landed on some players that I think really have some bright spots before them. Like MLHzen, I think, has some real hardened qualities already. Very cool, calm, collected. Doesn't feel like he really sweats under pressure at all. Is given tough roles. I mean, he's got to fill the shoes of what Che left behind, what Nyx left behind, and yes, they had their issues as an anchor, but that was always going to be the problem for Fluxo, is can they find some stability somewhere on this team? And maybe, just maybe, MLHzen can be that guy. I mean, maybe the jury's still out, considering he's only been on this team for 9-10 days, but I've already seen a level of quality from him that I haven't seen in terms of the raw peaks of players like Che, players like Nyx as well in the past. So that's what makes me really excited about this team, is that now I feel like I have a reliable rifle core that I can hang my hat on. I can say, yeah, MLHzen can probably hold down a site for me. Maybe Pyria can do the same for me on another side of the map. This guy can be anywhere on the map and find impact. You can look at Kai, who has been given a lot more responsibility on this team. I mean, they're making him play outside on Nuke. They're making him play middle on a Mirage. Like, these are important positions, and he's still finding so much impact that I really think that this team has gone from one of my least favorite teams to watch in terms of their consistency, in terms of what they're putting out, in terms of just gameplay, raw gameplay throughout their map pool. And now it's a team that I'm very quietly excited for. I want to see this team at LANs. I want to see them compete against some of the best in Brazil, because I think they've got what it takes at this point. We'll see whether or not they can keep up this level with this specific 5-man roster. But yeah, that's my spiel essentially, is that I think that my consideration about this team has completely shifted. I don't know if you guys feel the same way, yeah. Brandon. I don't know if you echo those similar sentiments.
I want to pick up one thing that you said there, and that is Art feels comfortable, and he's now playing with confidence. And I think a big element of that is the fact that there's no pressure on this team for immediate results like there was on Furia. I mean, Art himself has said it in these interviews. This project is long term. This project is for the future. And if results come along the way, that's absolutely fantastic. But they're not looking for this immediate success, which means you can have the time to build in, gain this chemistry, become a lot more acquainted with these pieces. And the fact that he is taking more responsibility, trying it in grand finals, I think is a very good look for him as an in-game leader on this team. And it's got to be some sort of record or something, right? You join the roster 9 days in, ML8's in, and you win your first big tournament. Like, that is absolutely amazing. The fact that this roster is still so young, yet it's bundled in with experience. I think you've got a very exciting prospect on your hands here, and I just really hope that this team is actually consistent, because if it's not, it will be like I've got egg on my face in the next 2 months. But I hope that this is the start of something for Fluxo, because boy, do they need it. They've been through, organizational wise, such a tough period, and finally it looks like there might be light at the end of the tunnel.
I want to give commiserations to Shinden
Yes.
before we head off, and I again have to credit their run that they've had. It's a win over a couple of really top teams within South America, and really pushed Fluxo to the limit. I mean, until 13 rounds were put on the board, I still had a little bit of an inkling that maybe there was a chance they could come back, because they've just shown so much resilience. It's really a testament to what they've built over there in Argentina, and I'm really excited for seeing this team in the future. I hope you feel the same way, Cole, after kind of watching them a little bit today.
Yeah. I mean, I've been following a lot of these guys for quite some time. Even before Shinden was picking this roster up, like the La Ruganeta squad that a lot of these pieces come from, and the fact that they're finally not only making it into playoffs as a team that had so much struggles in the last series, just getting out of the Swiss stage. Talking about like the quick rebound that they have been able to make is really exciting, and it looks like they've got some good prep, they've got some good game planning. This team's still super young, so you're talking about a very bright future ahead of this roster as well, and it could be the next squad out of Argentina that's going to level up, because we're watching Bestia and 9Z fall a lot earlier than we anticipate, and maybe head into more of a Brazilian direction in some instances. So if you're looking at this squad here, they are definitely looking like the future.
Well, that's going to do it here for South America Series 8. It's been a turbulent one, but we found our winners, and that is going to be the most consistent team, most consistent organization within the CCT. So with that being the case, we're going to send it to an extended break of many days, because I don't know when the next South America Series is, but
Wow.
yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you guys enjoyed all the Counter-Strike and the very long day that we had ahead. I'm Paladin, joined by Exner and B-Dog. Hope you guys enjoyed. Have a wonderful, wonderful